Bro, listen. This time, our MC has finished the game 19 times. And on the 20th play, he grinded for months on the beginner area before even starting the main quest line and maxed out the character to level 9,999. But the moment he clicked play, he actually got transported into the game. And unfortunately, not as the 9-9 character, but as the Demon King that is the enemy of the dude. Worst of all, not only did he lose his OP character from the get-go and got nerfed, but every single general demon of his faction wants to kill him because they know he got weak as hell. At least he has this 6-armed blonde T-Sundry to make him happy. But the question is, how can a nerfed Demon King survive an absurdly OP hero and the fury of all his subordinates? His answer, farming. Now, I know that this solution sounds trash, but hear me out. He has played this Souls-like game 19 full times and knows every single detail there is to know. Also, the system gave the path. The happier your demon army becomes, the more you can use your Demon King power. In theory, it sounds like he's going to be a cool guy, but holy Jesus. This MC is the ultimate menace on Earth. What he does to this poor Asura dude is the most disrespectful thing I have ever witnessed in any manhwa. So without further ado, let's get it. My name is Jang Cheol. What a cursed name. Just an ordinary student from Korea, or at least I used to be. Yesterday, I became the Demon King Kratos, the final boss of a game I was playing. Right? Total cliché. The game's called Blood Paladin, and the goal is to awaken the hero who's asleep like a male version of Cinderella or something. But here's the problem. Right at that moment, a butler comes in and calls for Kratos, Zephyrus, and he says the preparations for war are complete. Outside, there's a whole crowd of demons screaming. Azurat, the Blood Prince, level 5-3-4 is there too. Alongside him is Sergei, the Ice Monarch, and the Archduke of Shadows, Hartak, who's also the head butler. And, of course, there's the classic muscle headball, level 539. Standing before all of them, Kratos calls out to everyone and tells the army to listen up. As the lord of all demonkind, he has something important to say. This war they're fighting is going to be put on hold because they need to focus on harvesting crops and raising livestock. The crowd of demons looks around kind of confused, and then they start freaking out saying this is ridiculous. But that man, the Demon King, gives them a death glare. Everyone goes dead silent. Obviously, there's a reason he doesn't want to start this war. Right then, a notification pops up. Someone is starting a new playthrough of the game for the 20th time. A guy known as Aged Kimchi level 9,999. And Kratos knows he's going to die at this guy's hands. That's when he explains, I graduated from the farming course at Korea University and became a rich farmer. I was one of the best, seriously, one of the top. The kid was so good. Even the professors asked him to help write their thesis. That bald professor asks for help with another project. And when he goes to the fields, of course, people ask him to work too. The truth is all this talent just turned him into the #1 slave. What kind of cursed life was that? He had all the skill. But in the end, everyone else took credit for everything he did. He screams that he wants to kill all those bastards, and his dopamine levels are rock bottom. That's when he decided he needed a little hype in his life. Right? And what better than a good old video game? He wanted something that would let him feel that thrill of achieving something he actually wanted. That's how he became the first person to finish this game 19 times. He's all worn out now but says it was totally worth it, and yeah, he's really strong. So now he decides to do the 20th playthrough on health difficulty. First, he had to level everything up. And after grinding, the character's already maxed out with some gear that, well, looks kind of odd, but from the looks of it must be totally OP. He's standing there wondering how many years have passed. Dude really stayed focused. The game asks if he wants to start, and he's like, of course, and clicks it without hesitation. But this time, the monitor starts glowing, and it feels like something's pulling him in. All of a sudden, his soul leaves his body and gets sucked into the TV. Something lights up in the middle of the sky. He's flying over a forest wondering, dude, what is this? Okay, I need to chill. First off, I know this is my soul, so I probably won't die even if I fall. Look over there in the corner. It's the Tower of Life. No way. I've actually entered the world of Paladin. That's when he spots the tomb and heads over all excited because he knows that's where Aged Kimchi is. But as soon as he comes face to face with the blonde guy holding a staff, he's like, why does the character look so awful? Suddenly, his soul takes a sharp turn, man, and goes flying somewhere else. He's screaming in despair saying anything but this, and that's how he ends up inside Kratos' body. He goes, I can't believe I lost my chance to be aged kimchi just because I thought the outfit looked stupid. Meanwhile, Zephyrus overhears some demons saying there's no way Kratos is as strong as he used to be. The vampire-looking guy says they should team up, cut off his head, and take the throne. But Hartok asks, and what if he isn't weaker? 4 of us could die messing around like that. Sergei replies that she'll only go along with it if Azurat's the first to jump in. Bo, on the other hand, is just starving and doesn't care about any of this. Then the guy speaks up. If I can prove that the Demon King really has gotten weaker, would you all have the guts to do it? And right away everyone starts smiling, saying that if that's the case, then yeah, they're in. Zephyrus overheard everything and said, "Hey, my dear Demon King. So the demons are getting together to take you out. They're saying you've gotten weaker, and they're thinking about chopping off your head." Shaking all over, he thinks, man, if all 4 of them come at me, I'm definitely gonna die. But the problem is if I look weak, I'll die too. What I will know, though, is what happened to aged kimchi. Did you not possess him? Did he end up left behind as a corpse or something? But right then, Zephyros tells him to take a look at a recording from the orb. It was captured at the tomb where a blonde kid was slaughtering all the demons. The guy literally reaches in and rips out one of the creature's eyes and stares straight into the camera. Kratos instantly realizes whoever's in that body is definitely not normal. He can't leave the castle. If he surrenders, he'll look weak, the generals will kill him. But if he steps into the human world, he'll also be killed by that level 9999 monster. The poor guy starts crying, saying the whole reason he got into this game was to find a little happiness, not more problems. But then he stands up determined, saying that first of all, he's going to take care of the food situation to calm everyone down. Zephyrus asks where His Majesty is going, and he replies with an apology for not saying anything earlier. He's out looking for land to start a little farm. Zephyrus gives him a weird look, and the Demon King's just as confused himself. Then Zephyrus points out that he used to be arrogant and full of himself. So what's with the sudden apology? Kratos finds the whole thing strange. Zephyrus was more like a background character in the story. He shows up once and gets killed by the hero. Still, for some reason, he was kind of popular. That's because when he died, he apologized to the Demon King for being weak. People thought it was amazing that someone could respect their lord that much. They kind of liked him for it. But now he's just being annoying, going on about how he's never seen a Demon King lose face this fast. Kratos tries to intimidate him, but Zephyros clearly doesn't care and tells him to just explain where this farmland is supposed to be. After all, if it's the land nearby, he should already know there's no way to grow anything there. Kratos responds, I know this place is called the Land of Death, but with my current abilities, I can bring it back to life. He kneels down, scrapes the dirt with his hand, and eats it. My God. Zephyros immediately takes note, saying, unfortunately, the Demon King's mentally challenged and is eating dirt. Kratos tells him to stop writing, but he just replies that, well, it's part of his job, especially considering the Lord seems mentally deteriorated at the moment. It's best to keep records. Kratos ignores him and spits out the dirt, realizing it has 0 nutrients. Nitrogen is the basic element plants need to grow. And even though the atmosphere is 78% nitrogen, it only works if it's pulled from the soil. When humans figured that out, it marked the beginning of agricultural engineering. And Kratos knows that one way to make it happen is with lightning. When lightning strikes, it oxidizes the nitrogen in the soil. And guess what Kratos' main power is? Lightning. He slashes his hand and tries to activate the blood strike. But no. Wait, that's actually what triggered when the hero died. He tells Zephyros to take a step back. Now for real, he cuts his hand and man. It hurts like hell. He can't understand how that lunatic used the skill so casually every time. Then he feels something weird and looks behind him. His whole crew is just staring at him like he's weak. He jumps in fright from these bastards, and Zephyros says he's 100% sure he's gotten weaker. Kratos turns to him and asks if he's trying to kill him too. At that moment, he yells enough. The pain wasn't worse than dying. He activates the blood strike, but all that really happens is he stains the sun with his own blood, and it still hurts like hell. Then someone behind him calls out, Lord Kratos, sir, are you feeling a little off today by any chance? Right then, he realizes these bastards are gonna kill him. Meanwhile, somewhere far off, aged Kimchi is out there. He has memories of his past lives and knows that more than 10 times he walked that same path. He used to carry something called the Summon of Duty. But now, whatever that was, it's vanished. And yet, he doesn't even know what he's supposed to live for anymore. He just stands there, lost in thought while back with Kratos. The whole group is staring him down. Asura steps forward and asks if he's the great demon king, the strongest of all demon lords. Kratos is freaking out. He knows this guy's insanely powerful, and right now, he can't even manage to use a single skill. Azeroth, still staring, says, "This pressure, it's unreal. The fight hasn't even started yet, and the guy's already built up so much energy. His whole body's trembling." Still, he keeps going. "So do you think you can take on all 4 of us?" 3 of them have already taken cover behind a tree. Kratos turns around and realizes he's completely alone in this. Everyone's just standing there looking right at him, saying he should have figured out by now that it was hopeless. Now he's screwed because he's all on his own. He tries to say they're all demons and they just go. "Of course we are." Out of nowhere, Zephyrus pulls out a projector and says that according to demon law, fights like this are to the death. There's no backing out. Azeroth, who was terrified just moments ago, decides to focus and tells himself not to be scared. The Demon King is weakened. Kratos, shaking all over, is stuck thinking. What does he do? What does he do? He just tested his strength, and considering how easily he pulled off that last move, he can't be that weak. But before he can finish thinking, Azure charges at him, yelling that he's coming. Kriegos remembers that this guy only really has 2 moves, a sideways slash or forward thrust. He thinks dodging will be impossible, but he ends up dodging anyway. A bit confused, he notices the guy still has the same habits. When his foot points forward, he always follows up with that direct attack. Kratos slips from the dodge and ends up sliding backward. Hartok comments that it's actually terrifying how easily he avoided that. If he had misjudged it, his arm would have been done for. Another attack, another dodge. Kratos starts to notice all the moves are just like in the game. The first time he ever faced this guy, he thought it was hopeless. He was fast, full of fiends, always throwing in misdirection, and had a ton of attack variations. But after dying once, twice, 3 times, then 10, then 128 times, he started to get the hang of it. On his 19th full playthrough of the game, he even tried beating him without taking a single hit. And now in this real battle, yeah, he's already figured it out. There's no way this guy can land a single blow on him. The demons hiding nearby are all watching nervously as he rolls from side to side, grinning. They can see now that the Demon King hasn't lost his power. He's just toying with poor Azurat without even striking back. Azurat is fuming with rage while Kratos realizes, I might not be able to beat this guy, but I'm not gonna die either. And the moment he understood that the rules of the game applied here, the system notified him that he had begun to grasp how everything worked in this world. Kratos instantly recognized it. It looked just like the pop-up window from the webtoon system. They congratulated him for dodging attacks purely through focus. As a reward, he gets something only playable characters could have. He unlocked the ability to select a target. Seeing the little green mark appear, he knew exactly what it meant. That was the indicator for using a special skill. Without hesitating even for a second, he slashes forward to activate the blood strike, and this time it works, zapping poor Ashrat with a burst of electricity while the other demons just stand there. Jaws dropped. The guy collapses to his knees, totally shaking all over. Kratos, however, is stunned that Ashrat is still somehow alive and kicking. That's because this ability Yad in the game and always cause instant death, so he figures he'd better hit him with another strike just to make sure he really goes down this time. The demons around them gasp, whispering, "Oh my god." He's only using a fraction of his power to avoid killing Ashrat outright just so he can keep making him suffer. Meanwhile, Kratos has no idea how to finish this guy off for good. The system chimes in, but all it says is that he's destroyed Azeroth's clothes, and now the guy's completely naked. At least with that, he unlocks a new system feature. Armor removal has been activated. He opens his inventory and sees the gear he had equipped. It's all there, but he ignores it for now since priority number 1 is making Azeroth disappear. The problem is he's just not strong enough to finish him off. Then he comes up with an idea. Since Azeroth is already down by the ground, he figures he can hit him with some lightning. The impact would send a shock straight through and create the nitrogen he needs in the soil. Honestly, the guy's kind of a genius. But the other demons, they're all hiding behind trees shaking in fear. Kratos calls out to Sergei and tells her to tie Ashrat up. Poor girl just wants to know why he's going this far to humiliate the guy. He's already been defeated. But no, Kratos straight up crucifies the kid and props him back up. With that, the perfect lightning rod is in place. Suddenly, Azeroth opens his eyes and declares that the immortal has recovered. Now he's convinced the Demon King has gotten weaker because he's still alive, but he doesn't get to talk much longer because another bolt of lightning shuts him up fast while nitrogen starts working its way into the atmosphere. Kratos then orders Hartok to cover the entire area in a fog so thick that water will start to fall from the air. Hartok is surprised and thinks, wait, is he trying to soak the area so the lightning hurts even more? Honestly, that's a creative way to torture someone. I've learned something new today. The fog rolls in and tiny droplets begin falling on Asura's body just in time for another bloody lightning strike to hit. Kratos winces. The ability hurts like hell every time he has to scratch himself to activate it. Meanwhile, Zephyros is just watching everything along with the others, and they're all starting to get a little freaked out. But the protagonist, he's celebrating. The ground's going to be rich in nitrogen, and before long, the harvest will be bountiful. More lightning crashes, and you can see the bolts stretching out into the horizon. Later, he digs up some of the soil and sees that things are starting to improve. The only issue now is that the grains are too fine. They won't penetrate the soil. He needs to create space and add the perfect material, obviously manure. So right away, he orders everyone to bring in a big load of crap. The guys already drenched in blood are standing there wondering if he's really planning to dump poop on poor Ashrat. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, aged Kimchi is walking along when he hears someone crying for help. He looks to the side and, ma'am, he's just found a Javier and a Lloyd Walmart versions. That poor knockoff Lloyd says they were attacked by goblins and need help, but Kimchi just gives him a look that makes them both start shaking. The guy pleads with him to calm down, saying he's not suspicious at all. But that outfit? Yeah. Super sketchy. When he notices that Temu Javier has a hurt leg, he throws him over his shoulder and tells Shoppy Lloyd to lead the way. They literally introduce themselves as Riva, Javier spelled backwards, and Bloyd. You can guess the rest. Gavir wants to know who the blonde kid is, and he answers that that's exactly what he's trying to figure out. Back at the Demon King's castle, Hartok is asking how they're supposed to collect a bunch of poop and where the heck they're gonna get it from out of nowhere. Serpy says she has no clue, but the whole request is disgusting. Ball groans that it's over. He hasn't eaten in ages, and women don't poop. Hartak immediately replies that's not the point here. Even if they could supplement, he's definitely not using his own. The plan, beat the crap out of some low-rank demons until something comes out. Meanwhile, the poor guy's crouched in the middle of a pit telling everyone to wait outside. He's not managing to do it. One of the soldiers reports to Hartok that it's been tough getting results. Hartok walks in and asks if the guy really can't go, and the demon explains he hasn't eaten in ages. This place is basically bankrupt. That's when Hartok grabs him by the neck and says he has a brilliant idea. He goes in for a slash, but Bale catches his arm and says, if you cut open his stomach like that, how is he supposed to give us what we need? Hartok releases the poor demon and admits it's surprisingly smart coming from Ball. So how about this? He feeds the guy his own flesh, and then they start producing what's needed. Bale just stares at him, aura fully activated, while the little demon curls up in the corner, trembling. The two are about to go at it when Kratos suddenly shows up and hits both of them with a bolt of lightning, warning them that humans and demons aren't the only creatures that defecate. Seated on the throne, he explains that there's no feces in this world that lacks nutritional value. They're going to make fertilizer. Zephyros asks what that even it is. Kratos simply says it's something essential for improving the soil. Normally, it's made from wood scraps, plants, eggshells, chicken droppings, and all kinds of old junk. The problem is they don't have much of anything right now. He asks for a map, and in seconds, it appears in his hands. Just like he expected, it's the exact same map from the game. He knows of a certain region teeming with a type of bird, though clearly these ones are pretty demonic. But the sheer number of them proves they can absorb a wide variety of nutrients from this land. Even better, since they live on peaks rising from the middle of the sea, it's the perfect place to find exactly what he needs. Zephyrhose instantly gets it and asks if he's planning to collect droppings from those demonic seagulls. He should know that place is called the Peak of No Return. There's nothing to hold on to, and if you fall, you're either crushed to death or dragged away by the waves. Kratos replies that he's already well aware. That area wasn't even meant to be accessible by players, but he managed it. And now here they are standing right in front of it. Everyone's wondering what the hell he's thinking this time. Countless people have tried to scale those cliffs, and obviously every one of them got swallowed up by the ocean. Kratos turns to them and says he's going to climb all the way up and throw down bags full of stuff, so they better be ready to catch. If this plan works, everyone's going to eat well. Ball looks around and remembers how thin everyone's gotten. Man, they're in bad shape. Thank the heavens, the farmer demon king finally showed up. Kratos recalls it was on his 30th playthrough that he finally decided to attempt climbing this place. After hundreds and hundreds of tries, he figured out the secret. He jumps as everyone watches and grabs onto the cliff. He knows he can pull it off because he knows how to exploit a certain glitch. His hand starts sinking into the stone and everyone's watching closely. Right then, Kratos opens his inventory and unequips everything. Suddenly, the whole crowd gets a full view of his bare butt. People start trembling in shock. He twists sideways, and Sir D immediately turns away. He re-equips everything and clings to the wall like a lunatic. She peeks back with a crooked look. He unequips again but out, then back to normal, then but, then full body, then but again. He keeps switching body but, and suddenly he's at the top like a total badass. A long time ago he figured out this bug. If you unequip and re-equip gear mid-climb, you can slip through walls just a little. Right then, Bell says that if His Majesty promised to feed everyone, then he's got to do his part too. Zephyrus tells him to wait, but the lunatic takes off running and throws himself at the wall to try and grab on. Kratos yells, asking what the hell he's doing. And, of course, the guy slams right into the rock like an idiot and doesn't catch anything. Now it's the main character who has to grab Bull's hand, again, while bugging through the wall, still naked. The problem is, Ball is the heaviest of them all. That makes Kratos stop and wonder, why is he even trying to save this guy? Ball is one of the 4 demons who literally want him dead. Even Ball himself looks confused, not understanding why he's being rescued. Then the protagonist remembers a friend who once said, "Bro, the professor's not gonna let me turn in my test. If I fail this, I'm done for. I'll become a slave man. Please, can you help me out? Just ask him to take a look at my grades. I'm sure if it's you, he'll listen. Every professor loves you." That guy was just a junior who followed him around all the time. And since the protagonist was the professor's #1 errand boy, maybe he really would have listened. But back then, he told the guy to handle it himself because it wasn't his problem. He was worried that getting involved would mess with his standing with the professors, so he backed off. But now looking back, he realizes maybe he could help that guy. Just like right now, maybe he can help Ball if he pushes himself just a bit further. He tells himself he has to give it everything and go beyond his limits. Maybe then the memory of that guy will at least end with a smile. He starts focusing all the strength in his body, and even though his arm gives out from string, he still manages to toss Ball upward. Of course, our boy gets hurt doing it, and the demon asks why he would go that far. He didn't have to. Kratos gets up and says, "Because this hurts less than abandoning a follower, and I'm not going to regret this." Out of nowhere, Ball starts crying, and Kratos thinks maybe that's how that student would have reacted too if he had helped him back then. All he can do now is say he's sorry. That's when the system appears and congratulates him for drawing out so much power from the Demon King's body without any help. As a result, he's earned the genuine admiration of one of the 4 great demons. From now on, every action he takes that makes demons happy will earn him points called HP or happy points. The happy points system has been unlocked. Kratos is completely thrown off by the idea of collecting happy points. What's he even supposed to do with that? Get a lollipop or something? But the system immediately responds saying there's no way a game like this would hand out lollipops. Basically, every time one of his soldiers is happy and has a full belly, he earns a point. Those points can then be spent on attributes like stamina, defense, mental strength, and magic power. He needs to raise all of them to 100%. Then and only then will he have the full power that the real Kratos possesses. So he tries to buy 10% stamina, but it costs 50 happy points. On top of that, he can also use the points to upgrade his skills, but just improving one of them costs 250. Kratos thinks, this looks tough, but if I can get the farm going, maybe I'll be able to earn a lot. And besides, if I become stronger, my chances of survival will go up too. Plus, seeing people happy and full, yeah, that would feel amazing. His ego would be fed like crazy. Bowel's standing there, watching him, thinking that this guy has the look of someone who's about to get killed. He shouldn't have been saved. And then suddenly, Kratos stretches out like one of those egg-laying birds and says, "Tell me he's about to dump it all down." It's for them to grab down below. Before the poor demons can react, he throws a rainbow arc of crap right in their faces. Kratos tells them to get ready and give it their all. A little while later, here we are surrounded by soil, eggshells, and a whole lot of poop. He turns to Sergei and tells her that since she has so many arms, she should chop all that stuff up. She immediately shouts back that she's the Ice Monarch. Her arms weren't made to play around with poop. He gives her a glare and calmly says that's fine. He's got another task she can handle in Asura's place. Unsurprisingly, she complies instantly. Kriegos had jumped a bit when she yelled. These people from this world really are scary, and honestly she's especially hard to deal with. But it was all fine. He was the Demon King. He could handle this with sheer willpower. He orders Hartok to flood the area with water since he needed to moisten the soil. Hartok warns that if they get all that stuff wet, the smell is going to get even worse. One glare from Kratos and the guy is already airborne, doing exactly what he was told. Kratos then asks Ball if he's feeling better, and Bol replies that, yeah. Softer now, just like he said it would be. Step 3 was to gather some feathers and cover the whole thing. The problem was that doing just a small amount would take forever. To cover the entire area, there was no choice but to use all the demons. Something was bothering him, but he knew had to be dealt with now. He would press forward using the authority granted to him as the ruler of this realm. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's city, a man is sitting in his home with his little daughter lying in bed. She calls out to him, asking if he could please feed off her. Oh, what? That hit hard? The father begs her not to say something like that, but she just says she misses her mom. Apparently, another gluttonous demon had come along and was going to devour her, but the mother jumped in the way. She gave her daughter one last look and went straight into the demon's belly. The father simply responds that if his daughter's not here, what reason does he have to keep living? Just then, the Demon King shows up. The man jumps back in shock, yelling, asking what the hell he's doing there. Kratos replies that if he's got the energy to shout, then he's got energy to work, and orders the soldiers to take him. The man cries out for his daughter, saying he needs to take care of her, but it's too late. The Demon King just keeps walking, asking how many they gathered so far. They got 20. They need over 30. Looking back, the crying child, he remembers that she appeared in the game too. And just like always, he used to strike her down without hesitation. That memory makes him issue a new decree. From now on, demons are forbidden from eating other demons. Everyone would be working with Mangir now. He walks off determined, declaring that he is the tyrant lord, and to achieve his goals, sacrifices must be made. Under the scorching sun, the demons, already scrawny, suffer even more. One of them rumbles, "Man, we're out here on a farm. Ridiculous. We got no energy, and we're wasting the lull we have on this." Another warns him to watch what he's saying, but the guy continues, "We're gonna die either way. And even if this soil becomes fertile, what exactly are we planting?" Right then, Kratos appears and tells him he'll explain. He's willing to follow. That day back during the fight, he noticed a flower growing near a tree. It was something that could be cultivated. He shows it to the demon and says, "That right there, that's what we're gonna plant." Ball and the rest of the team were already out gathering more of them. The demon says he knows what it is, but it's not edible. In fact, eating it usually causes intense stomach pain. Kratos, however, pulls one out of the ground and says there's nothing else to eat in this land. They're about to finish the experiment. Whether it works or not, they'll find out soon. The man asks what kind of experiment he's talking about, and Kratos says, "Right about now, your daughter should be starting to eat it." The guy bolts off in a panic, begging for help, desperate to know why they're doing this to an innocent child. He prays she hasn't eaten any of it. He bursts through the door only to find Ball and his daughter standing there, and the little girl, she already ate it. She's plump now, saying she feels totally fine and completely full. The father is stunned, asking if she's really okay. She nods and says she actually ate the same thing yesterday. Baal and Zephyros gave it to her. That's when Kratos steps in and tells him to believe it. In a certain land, humans also manage to turn poisonous plants into something edible. It's actually something famous called a potato. I didn't even know that potatoes used to be poisonous. Flute, overwhelmed, thanks Kratos for being so kind to someone like her. And just like that, a part of the army feels genuinely happy to finally have something to eat. For the first time, Kratos earns 1 happy point. He stares at the point he just earned, catches the little girl's smile, and remembers how she used to be a monster in the game. The contrast between who she was and who she is now hits hard. Just because he's the demon lord doesn't mean he always has to be serious. So he flashes her a warm, beautiful smile, and tells her to grow up strong and tall. The other demons immediately assume she being fattened up to be eaten later. That sweet, wholesome expression on his face, poor thing. That was all it took to confuse everyone. The next chapter opens by talking about a region called Chavin to Antier. This territory is divided into 5 zones, and Chavin is the farthest one out. The nights there were freezing cold, and the days were scorching hot. In a place where no crops could survive, even poisonous plants were considered food. Most people should die trying, but, of course, the humans never gave up. Back in the village, Flute's father kneels and tells the demon lord that everything's been laid out. That's when our guy orders Ball to stomp all over the place and crush every single potato. After that, they're going to leave the entire batch out to freeze overnight for 5 days. Freeze, thaw over and over again. Slowly, the batch will become edible, turning into potatoes that wouldn't cause stomach pain. Once that's done, it's time to call in Zephyros and get the squad ready to produce even more fertilizer. Snack prep time had officially begun. The line forms. Kratos steps up and announces, "Alright, everyone. There's not much, so you're only allowed to take 2 at most." Zephyros finds that a bit odd. After all, they've got tons of soil. Why not just grow more potatoes? Kratos explains that what they have now is far from enough. Not only that, but it's going to take time to scale things up. The plan is to let people get used to the idea that these things are edible, then they'll multiply production by 1,000. Still, all the demons are just standing there staring at the food. They're not sure if 3 is safe to eat. From the back, one man says his daughter already tried it and felt fine, but another one barks at him to stop being an idiot and just look at the Demon King. That's not the face of someone handing out food to be generous. Even so, the guy steps forward with nothing but sheer courage, throws the potato in his mouth, chews it, and swallows. Then he starts crying and declares, "Long live the Demon King." Once the first one ate and didn't die, obviously everyone else followed. All they could think was, he really gave us something we could eat. And just like that, everyone raised a hand and shouted that Kratos was incredible. Seeing that kind of celebration, Kratos mutters that there's definitely something off about this cheer. They're gonna have to change that chant real soon. Off to the side, Zephyros is thinking that maybe, just maybe, this lunatic really might end the starvation in this land. With so many full bellies, Krigos racks up 51 happy points. Finally, he can level up a bit. Looking over his attributes, he wonders which one would help him most right now. As he's deep in thought, Zephyros calls on the entire farm squad and orders them to return to the village to spread the word. Real, edible food can be grown in this land, and any demon who shows up to help will receive a voucher redeemable for potatoes. Kratos is honestly impressed that this clever little guy is actually being useful. And just like that, everyone's harvesting potatoes and planting more. Sergei's slicing up manure, Hartok's moistening the soil, and, yep, poor Ashrat is still tied up out there. Kratos tells them to move him 10 steps to the left. That spot is perfect. They pin him to the ground, and he gets hit with another lightning bolt. Kratos sighs and says it's rough having to do this every day just to generate enough nitrogen. But now that they've gathered a good amount, it's time to move on to the next step. The issue is even with all the resources they have, it's still hard to cover everything. While he's mapping out the plan, Asura's lying there begging, just begging to be killed already. Krigos hits him with another blast without even flinching, still thinking to himself that what he really needs right now is some soldiers who can work non-stop without complaining. Maybe he has no choice but to wait for what's coming next. In an earlier conversation, he had asked Zephyros if he had really summoned the Star Masters. Zephyros said yes for now. He had asked them to halt all attacks and return so they could focus on farming. Problem, he still hadn't received any replies. Kratos wonders if those damn messengers just starved to death on the way. He really does need help. It's getting hard to spread manure all over the place by himself. The scene shifts to the Death Cliff, the first zone in the region. A demon reports that according to the latest scouting, Lord Kratos had actually begun developing agriculture and producing edible food. The mustache one scoffs, saying Kratos must be doing all this because he's scared. That's because every time a demon dies, Saruthal, the father of the dead, gets stronger. Kratos must be trying to stop the war so neither of them gains any more power. Saruthal then asks if all the messengers sent to other regions have been dealt with. The demon confirms no one else knows that Kratos wants to call off the war. Saruthal nods, satisfied. He says it's better this way. Every demon has to starve. Only then will they all become fuel for his power. Once he's gathered enough strength, he will become the true demon lord. Then he calls for Fikamer and commands him to destroy everything Kratos has built, especially anything related to farming. During one of the freezing nights, poor Ashrat is still tied to the cross. Fikamer walks past and thinks, "Good lord, this guy, that Lord Kratos is brutal." He really turned Ashrat into a full-on corpse just to make an example out of him. But he reassures him, don't worry, Azurat. Sarvathal will avenge you. He summons a horde of spirits and orders them to destroy the land so that it can never be used again. The spirits rush in and find a huge pile of something covered up. One of them mentions that this is the famous manure Lord Kratos had been guarding so seriously. Vikamer grins. It's perfect. He tells them to toss it everywhere and ruin all of Kratos' plans. Azeroth watches from the corner of his eye and remembers a conversation where Kratos had said that the manure had to be mixed into the soil and completely broken down. The problem was they didn't have enough demons. Everyone was too scrawny, so it was way too much work. And now here's Frickamir celebrating and declaring that this is the end of Kratos. Meanwhile, Asura thinks, wait a second, what kind of unpaid labor is this? A while later, one of the ghostly workers mutters, man, this land just never ends. It's way too wide. The others shout at him to stop slacking and keep hiding Eminir. They need to bury it, spread it around, and make sure Kratos can't turn this into a farm. Another spirit sitting off to the side comments, spirit hashtag 2718's working extra hard today. The spirit replies, I don't even know why, but I feel great right now. It's like that feeling of having done something productive. The one beside him just says, you really are an idiot, but then adds, whatever. Today I want to be an idiot too. Let's destroy this entire place. While they're celebrating how effective they've been, the sun begins to rise and starts evaporating every last one of them. See, they're weak to sunlight. But, honestly, dying after doing something productive didn't feel that bad to them. As their little souls drift upward, Vikamer is left behind crying, saying his children really did it. They were the best. Now they could all rest in peace. All they wants now is to see Kratos' face when he realizes what they've done. Nearby, in a storage house, all the potatoes they harvested were being stored. The problem now, preparing them. Kratos explains that they're in a dormant state. Even if planted, they wouldn't grow. It's like a sleeping potato, he says, and you yanked it out by the hair. At that moment, the potato kind of fainted from the shock. He knows this dormant state will pass faster if he keeps the potatoes at around 4 degrees for 2 or 3 weeks and then moves them somewhere warm. The problem is he was hoping to count on Serbia for help, but she's been totally grossed out lately and clearly doesn't want to work, and Hartok doesn't look too thrilled with him either. At this point, Kratos is trying not to piss off either of them since they still look like they're one step away from turning on him. He tried raising the temperature by making the crew do squats, but the poor demons had no energy left and just passed out. Thinking it over, he turns to Zephyros and says they're heading to the farms. He had to do whatever was in his power. At the very least, he could inject some nitrogen into the soil. But when they got there, the whole place was steaming. He stops in his tracks. What happened here? The soil was all mixed. The stench was thick in the air, and this place was perfect for planting. What kind of miracle is this? Watching from the shadows, Vikamer is panicking. Total success. Just then, Bale shows up right behind him, grabs him by the ears, and announces he found this creep hiding out. Kratos immediately recognizes him. He's played the game enough to know this guy, one of the bosses from the Death Club. So he asks him, what the hell are you doing here? Vikamer tries to answer but takes a punch to the face before he even gets a word out. Zephyros asks why he hit the guy before he even said anything. Krigos shrugs and says the dude was clearly hiding something better to be efficient. Vikamer, now all bent out of shape, mutters that the Demon King really is cruel, only to get punched again and again. After a while, Kratos is exhausted from beating the guy without getting a single answer. So he opens his inventory, dumps all his points into stamina, and gets right back to punching. Eventually, Vikamer cracks and confesses that he was ordered to destroy the farm. Now they know it was Saruthal who made sure reinforcements and ever showed up. Kratos understands. The reason is obvious. That guy gets stronger every time a demon dies. Zephyros tells him that if he manages to take Saruthal down, everyone will see it as a warning, but Kratos doesn't care about that. He just wants to live in peace and focus on his farm. The two of them say in unison that the issue with killing Saruthal is that once you do, he turns into a ghost, becomes nearly impossible to land a hit. On top of that, his map is huge, filled with high ground and hard-to-reach areas. Still, Kratos knows one thing. If the pest is hiding in the nest, then you destroy the whole nest. The scene cuts to Flute, who's watching Ashrat, still tied up, still stuck there. Like, when are they actually going to let this guy go? He turns to her and asks what she's staring at. All sweet and innocent. She says it's thanks to his sacrifice that they now have food, and she thanks him. But he snaps at her, yelling that she should stop humiliating the great Ashrat. He warns her that once he's free, she'll be first one to die. He's boiling with rage, thinking that the second he breaks free, he'll take down that damn Kratos himself. That's when he hears Kratos' voice and looks to the side. Someone is playing music. It's a celebration. The second leg post had just been installed. Everyone's cheering, saying this one will help bring even more food. Azurat's eyes go wide. Does this mean he's free at last? No more living like a rotisserie chicken being roasted day and night, but no. They're just standing side by side, and Kratos zaps both of them with lightning again. By now, Azeroth's kind of used to it. He just gets a little crispy in size. Sardathal, watching all this unfold, starts screaming that they can't do this to poor Fikamer, but Kratos doesn't stop. More lightning. Zap. And the guy keeps crying out that it must hurt like hell. Zap again. And again. Eventually, Fikamer begs him to stop. That's when Kratos notices a raven nearby, and he knows exactly what that is. A messenger bird used for transmitting information. Now he's certain Sardathal is watching everything. That bastard trying to sabotage his crops is going to pay dearly. Sometime later, under the blazing sun, there's Flute Q as ever happily working the soil. Asura turns to her and asks, "Sweetheart, what are you doing?" Flute explains that since the 4 generals had helped out so much, she wanted to do her part too. He calls her an idiot. Fikamer had already handled that entire plot of land. She should be doing something useful instead. So Flute walks over to Fikamer and asks if it's true. He not only prepared the soil, but also stood there taking lightning strikes for everyone's sake. That was really kind. Fikamer, looking all bashful, says she's the kind one and that she made it all worth it. But Azurat warns her again that she's not helping by hanging around here. All he knows is that when potatoes are heated, they seem to improve somehow. Hearing that, immediately runs off, thanking him and saying she'll try to help with that. As she disappears, Asura just mutters, "What's a low-rank demon like her even going to accomplish?" Back at the castle, Zephyra says, "My lord, I don't know if this plan of yours is going to work." So Rudel already knows it's a trap. Why would he come here? Kratos explains that the idiot won't come himself. First, he'll send his subordinates, and every last one of them will be wiped out. He already gave Baal the order. No one gets out alive. Meanwhile, Sir Rudel, of course, is watching everything unfold. He sneers that Kratos is a fool. Did you really think he'd sacrifice his own soldiers so carelessly? As much as it hurts losing Fikamer, he only has one goal: wipe out the farm. So he commands his specters to destroy the crops. Every potato needs to be ruined. Nothing must be left standing. The ghosts go wild, storming into the warehouse, but Kratos is already there waiting. "Just like I thought," he says. "New bastards would show up. Welcome to the cemetery." He remembers the first time he ran into this guy in the game. He panicked. Sir Rufal's second elite squad was a nightmare. Their biggest problem, they always moved in large groups. The worst part, if you touch them physically, they latch onto you and drain your age along with any currently equipped abilities. But he knew the trick to beating them. He asks, "Alright, who wants to get deep-fried first?" The secret was simple. Use magic, especially lightning. The specters panic, realizing it's a trap, but Kratos smirks. Too late. This is the real trap. The doors slam shut. Strange blood seals them, and that blood, it's his. Kratos unleashes a massive area attack, lighting everything up. He yells for the guards to rush in and strike now. Demons pour in from all sides. With their ghostly forms gone, the specters are easily overwhelmed and tortured. Kratos watches it all and thinks, man, this plan was so Demon King alpha-level genius. He even says it out loud, maybe I really do belong in this world. The only downside, a few of the little spirits hadn't been burned and were zipping around, throwing lightning bolts like nothing. But suddenly, right from the potato pile, Flute pops out. Kratos looks over. One of the spirits is heading straight for her, ready to steal her youth. Her father screams in horror. And Kratos, so frustrated that people weren't doing their jobs, still finds himself wanting to save her. But the lightning's not going to reach her in time. Almost instinctively, he tosses a lightning-charged potato her way, knowing it probably won't do anything. But when it hits the spirit in the head, something weird happens. The ghost tries to steal its soul, and somehow it works. The potato sprouts leaves right then and there. The other specters panic and flee while Kratos stands there stunned. That's when it hits him. These ghosts age whatever they touch. The edges fast forward in the biological clock of the potato. He grabs Flute and tells her she did an amazing job. She's still a little shaken and bolts off while he turns to everyone else and announces, "That's enough with this business of fearing Sirithol. From this point on, we're going on the offensive." The next chapter opens with poor Ashrat tied to the cross, staring into the sky, asking himself, "Who even am I? Where am I? What the hell am I living for? This sun's so beautiful. I honestly feel happy just being able to look at it every day." Ashrat murmurs to himself, "The only downside is always being starving." That's when Flute pops up cute as ever and cheerfully says everything's going well. They've been harvesting tons of potatoes, and Kratos is even putting together a new army. The moment he sees food, Ashrat starts freaking out, shaking his head frantically. Fluke tells him she'll give him just a little and tosses a small potato at him. It hits him square in the eye. He yells that he's going to kill her, but she throws 3 more. 2 hit him right in the eye and 1 in the mouth. As much as it hurt, it was delicious. That bite alone made him feel so good that Kratos even earned another happy point. After everything he'd done, he was up to 302. He didn't even know who the last one came from, but it didn't matter. The more, the better. He needed every bit of it to prepare for the assault on Sargathal. He calls for the army and tells them to get ready. They're almost there when a few ghosts shout they're gonna cut the bridge. And sure enough, they cut it without hesitation. But hold on, Kratos just jumps. They yell that he's a moron, but, of course, he's about to use the butt glitch again. The spirits are confused. He turns his back, glances once, twice, and boom, he's already on top. The 2 ghosts flee, muttering how terrifying that demon is. Kratos turns and thinks it all went just as planned. He points to Zephyros and bolts ahead. Sarathel points from a distance, telling the ghosts to kill him now that he's alone. Kratos charges forward, but, of course, uses the glitch again. The guy only has one real move. The spirits try to grab him, but just as they're about to, he sinks into the ground. Eventually, he reemerges, surrounded on all sides. The spirits close in, saying that even he, the Demon King, will eventually run out of stamina. But Kratos says flatly, "I'm a veteran player." And just then, potatoes start raining from outside, a barrage of them. The moment they hit the spirits, the ghosts start getting absorbed, converted. Sapphiros watches in awe, thinking, "I really wasn't sure this time." But once again, the Demon Lord's plan worked. He remembers when Kratos explained that they gather all the enemies in one spot and all they had to do was fire potatoes at them, and it worked. Plus, Kratos knew of a secret shortcut straight to Sorothal. After 19 full playthroughs, of course, he knew every path, crack, and hidden corner. When he was exploring that area on the map, he saw a weird structure. He thought, why is this even here? The texture looked off, so he attacked it and sure enough found the hidden path. That's how he discovered the cave that led straight to Sarathal. He also came across a metamorphosis elixir and a compressed soul made from countless corpses. Who knows what that does? Back on the ground, demons are celebrating. They finally had something to eat. And that's when Kratos suddenly remembers his grandma telling him that he looked like he'd been starving lately. She promised to make dinner that night, but yeah, he ended up going by ambulance instead, didn't he? Now the guy's all emotionally wrecked. He declares loudly, "Anyone who stands in the way of my will to feed people will be completely destroyed." Suddenly, Baal steps up and says, "Serifil is strong. He's going to help." But Kratos says, "Nope. Your job is to carry potatoes. That's the job of the boss." Meanwhile, Serifil is standing before the great spirit of ice calling for more beasts born from his glorious cold to bring terror and troops to his side, but his chin is cut off by a boot stomping on his face. Confused, he asks how Kratos is already here. Kratos just shrugs. "That's not your concern. I'm here to exterminate this pest." Sarathal growls that he's a fool for coming here alone and thinking he could win. Clearly, he hasn't witnessed the true power he possesses, but Kratos has seen it. Oh, he's seen it 19 times already, and he's had enough of that cursed power. Back when he was hunting down Sarathal for the first time, he used to walk through those mountains wiping out every last spirit. The creatures would slowly gather inside this strange crystal that absorbed souls. And once Serifil had absorbed enough power, he would summon even more demons. Only after taking care of those would he finally reveal his true ability. A tornado would swirl in the sky, and Sardarthel would say, "You're strong, Kratos. I'll give you that." And then he'd grin and say, "Which is exactly why I'm going to win this fight." Boom! He transforms into Kratos 2.0. Yeah. The guy could perfectly copy enemy stats and replicate their abilities. Since he was a boss from near the end of the game, obviously by the time you fought him you'd be insanely strong, and that made him just as powerful. But this time, the stats he copied were from Kratos at that exact moment. And let's be honest, he wasn't all that strong yet. Cetaphil charges at him, but Kratos opens his inventory and immediately starts pumping points into dexterity. Right then and there, he dodges the first hit and nails Cetaphil in the stomach. Cetaphil swings again, but Kratos boosts his strength and throws hands back blow for blow. Cetaphil shouts, "This is impossible. How are you at full power already?" Kratos replies, "If you want to work in agriculture, you've got to keep a clear head too." Cetaphil prepares a lightning spell, slashes his hand to trigger it, but Kratos is already boosting his magic power and mental strength and fires his own lightning attack. And, of course, Kratos' bolt is stronger. It blasts through Cetaphil, turning him into a puddle of sludge. The gooey mess drops to the ground and looks like he's done for. Then the system chimes in. Since all attributes have been acquired, he now has permission to summon the throne and the farmer. And yeah, it totally looks like a Game of Thrones share. But instead of swords, it's covered in pitchforks, straw, watering cans, and all kinds of farm stuff. Kratos lights up. Finally, he's getting some proper equipment. But the puzzle speaks up. This isn't over yet. And Kratos just sighs, "I figured. There's always a second phase." Cetaphil transforms into an ancient dragon. Kratos steps back impressed. Okay, the bastard really does look like he's got a ridiculous amount of HP, but he had a plan. Right then, Vale crashes in, kicking from behind, burning the whole squad with him. Kratos smiles and says, "Straight out of the game's final stage." Cetaphil hesitates for a moment, even gets a little teary-eyed, and asks if they can maybe talk this out. Nope. The whole squad jumps him, every demon, even the farmers. They beat him down relentlessly. Kratos just watches, thinking about how these were the same guys who were starving not long ago. He then decides now's the time to summon the throne. In the middle of the sky, clouds start swirling, and the throne descends from above, straight towards Cetaphil. Boom! Obliterated. Kratos just stands there stunned. The demons look at the crater, realizing Cetaphil got completely flattened. They start cheering, saying they never imagined the Demon King could be so savage, finishing off the enemy by dropping a throne on his head. That was a first. Kratos has no idea what to say. That definitely wasn't the plan, but still he joins in the celebration. Now that was the perfect ending. Not far from Azurat, Vikamer starts glowing softly, his form lighting up all cute. The entire field had been turned into fertile land. The potatoes were ready. The greatest threat was gone. It was time to begin the planting season. But just as they're wrapping up, Cetaphil's crystal starts shaking. The system notifies Kratos. This was his 20th time defeating that boss. Kratos realizes, yep, the game remembers. And as a hidden reward, a secret event gets triggered. A spirit trapped inside that crystal was about to awaken depending on how it had been treated. The crystal begins to let out a thick mist. Kratos steps closer, trying to understand what's going on. And, of course, because this is his world, there had to be something kinda cute coming out of it. Well, maybe not super cute. It's a dragon, but still, it flashes him a little smile even though it's asking for a T-bone steak. Kratos struts up with full swagger while the little creature blinks and quietly wonders, "Is this guy my dad?" He picks up the baby dragon who clings to him, and all you hear is steak, steak. The little guy was happy. He thought he was going to be born into this world without ever having a dad. That is until Kratos looked at him and said he was really cute, and the dragon started trembling all over. They're heading back home with the whole squad cheering, knowing that they're gonna feast tonight. The dragon looks a little nervous, and that's when Kratos turns to him and says, "First, you gotta grow big before you get eaten." The poor dragon instantly thinks he's doomed. He's 100% convinced he's being fattened up for the slaughter. But just then, Kratos stops walking. He looks ahead and sees the entire demon kingdom gathered, jumping up and down with joy, celebrating their return. Families are waving at their kids, all happy and wholesome. The little dragon starts to notice that, strangely, energy here feels kind of positive. The demons aren't even that scary until he sees Kratos from below again. Later on, the dragon's tucked in the corner of a room, shivering like crazy. Poor thing. Kratos is just staring him down. The second their eyes meet, the dragon freezes up again. He's sure they're just waiting for him to grow a little more before cooking him. Kratos, meanwhile, is trying to figure out what on earth you're supposed to feed a dragon. He assumes these kinds of creatures only eat refined gemstones or some rare exotic stuff, which obviously is impossible to find around here. Suddenly, Zephyra shows up and says things aren't going as smoothly as expected. Unfortunately, for proper planting you need to build mounds, and the soil has to be rich and dense. The issue? This whole area is full of rock. The crew is struggling to move at all, and it's still not enough. And there's little Steak over in the corner thinking his future is pretty much sealed. He's got to be worked to death here. Forget T-Bone. We're calling him Steak from now on. It just sounds way cooler. Kratos stands there thinking this place feels more like a coal mine than farmland. If they keep burning through their energy like this, they're gonna run out of potatoes fast. And once hunger kicks in again, productivity is going to collapse. He's frustrated, wishing he was like one of those protagonists from some story who has a special power and that could solve everything. But all he's done so far is starve. That's when he notices Flute off in the corner digging and working her heart out, and he realizes it's time to stop whining. He needs to find a way to fix this too. Suddenly, someone shouts, "A razor wind is coming." It's one of those random violent natural disasters Kratos had forgotten about. Anyone caught in one gets shredded to pieces in seconds. He quickly orders everyone to hide behind the rocks. Even from a distance, the pressure is overwhelming. These winds are deaf for any kind of farming. And, of course, Flute's going to mess it up. She runs straight toward Asura, still tied up. Kratos and her father shout after her, but she's already bolting. That's when our guy tosses Steak into her father's arms and takes off yelling, "Anyone who follows me dies." Bale's screaming that it's too dangerous, that he needs to come back and give it up. Of course, Kratos knows that, but he can't afford to lose their lightning rod and a rookie worker on day one. Flood's desperately trying to free Ashrad, who's yelling her to leave, telling her to get out of there before she dies. Kratos charges in thinking to himself that life on this farm really does feel like going to war. He tells the kid to move and comes in full speed with a flying kick, breaking the lightning rod, crashes into the ground. Everyone's skin is already getting nicked by the wind. Is that vicious? Fu's trying to pull Azurite out, but he tells her to give up. Nadia and the 4 heavenly kings could rip that thing out. Then she's yanked back. Kratos grabs her, throws the lightning rod over his shoulder too. Steak, watching from a distance, can feel the resistance in the air, and he knows his dad's not that strong. But still, he's running full force, risking everything to help others. Kratos stumbles. The slicing winds are too intense. He drops the lightning rod and hits the ground hard, and that's when little Steak decides to step in. He takes flight, flapping up into the storm, plants himself right in front of the tornado, takes a deep breath, then unleashes a full-blown ice barrage straight into the heart of the wind. Barely conscious, Kratos notices that Steak had used his power to slow down the wind, but that was way too much for a baby dragon. The tornado keeps advancing, but right then, the crew arrives, carrying everyone out of danger. Next chapter, we cut to the castle. There's Kratos lying in bed, looking extremely uncomfortable. That's when Hartok and Sergei walk in. Are they really about to try and kill our boy while he's down? Hartok says that while the Demon King's unconscious, he's going to slice his head clean off. Sergei agrees. After that, they'll take care of Baal and Ashrat and then decide between the two of them who gets to be the next Demon King. Hartok accepts the terms. For now, they'll be allies. The door creaks open. They're already standing by the bed ready to strike, but suddenly, both freeze. Critter's expression is not that if someone passed out. He's got the meanest look on his face, and now they're questioning everything. Was he awake this whole time? Is he watching them right now? Still, they push forward. This was their only chance. Just as they're about to move, Azurat and Baal show up. Azurat looks like he's been through hell. 10 whole chapters getting zapped like a lightning rod, and Baal says the Demon King's sleeping. Don't go messing with his nap. But even looking at Kratos' face, they can't believe this is the expression of someone who's unconscious. Baal warns them. If they try to kill him and accidentally wake him up, they already know what's going to happen. Hartok says, I get why that muscle head over there is loyal. But you, Azurat, why the hell are you standing with this farmer now? Azurat replies, it's just this once. Next time, he will kill Kratos. But for now, he owes him a life. Hartok points out that these potatoes have already caused nothing but trouble. If this fails now, everyone's going to starve. And Azurat responds, that's exactly how it works. If you don't want to starve, you've got to put your life on the line. He admits he'd rather risk his life in war than in farming, but hey, it is what it is. Hartok just scoffs and says they're both fools, then turns and walks out muttering that they're all going to regret this real soon. Suddenly, someone yawns. Kratos wakes up and spots Azurat. Azurat quickly blurts out, "Don't get the wrong idea, Demon King. I'm only here to pay back the debt from before." But Kratos narrows his eyes and asks, "Why is my lightning rod walking around and talking now?" Azurat hesitates for half a second, and bam, he gets zapped. Next thing you know, the guy's clothes are gone, and he's being hauled right back to the lightning post. Again, Kratos says he's ready to get back to work, but Bo explains that they've almost cleared out all the rocks. Zephyros has been helping with that. When Kratos goes to check it out, sure enough, there's Zephyrus bossing everyone around. Kratos asks, "Hey, where'd all the rocks go?" Zephyrus points to the sky, and there it is, Steak, flying around, picking up the rocks in his mouth and hauling them far away. That little guy helping out like that kind of reminds you of other small creatures from certain fantasy stories. Steak, meanwhile, is thinking that he might be too little to fight a tornado, but this is something he can do to help. Kratos calls out to him, scoops him up, and starts petting him with a slightly evil smile. But Steak looks like he's gotten used to it and maybe even likes it. Kratos is feeling confident now. Even if those razor winds come back, he knows he can use Steak to counter it. All he has to do is anticipate their arrival. Zephyros walks up and warns that they're running low on potatoes to reward the workers. He asks if he should start stockpiling more. Kratos shakes his head. The first enemy of a farm is natural disasters. The second is cost. Those are the two walls we need to break through. Elsewhere in the castle, Sergi removes her helmet and hold on a second. Is she a badass elf girl? Yep. Only downside, she reeks of manure from working in the field all day. There's also the tiny detail of her having 6 arms. But let's be honest, some of you out there probably wouldn't even hesitate. I would never say a bath would fix that. Just then, someone knocks on the door asking to speak with Sergei. She recognizes the voice. It's the Demon Lord. She immediately says there's nothing they need to talk about. He asks her to open the door, please, but she insists she wants to avoid any interaction with him. He tells her it's impossible to talk things out without being face to face and then says he's coming in. She turns to yell at him not to break the door, but, of course, he's already using his usual glitch. Yep. He's suddenly standing calmly right in front of her, while she wonders why on earth this guy just barged into a lady's room. Suddenly, Kratos drops to his knees. She's confused. Then he says without her, he really can't do anything. She's taken aback just for a second, and the next moment, her cheeks are bright red. Meanwhile, Kratos is thinking that if this is what it takes to save money, then, yeah, he'll kneel. What he needs right now is a sharp blade. Sergei is flustered, twirling her hair like a princess, saying that if he's asking her like that, how is she supposed to say no? Kratos, on the other hand, is totally lost. He has no clue what's happening. It's clear this girl loses her cool way too easily. Cut to standing in front of a giant pile of potatoes. Kratos tells her he needs her to slice all of them in half for planting. Reality smacks Suji in the face. She'd been played. Still, it's kind of an upgrade. At least she's slicing cute little potatoes now instead of shoveling manure. But, of course, Kratos asks her to cut perfectly, even separating the little green sprout ends to opposite sides. He holds up 2 and tells her to sort them, then tosses them. And before she can say no, she draws her sword and slices them in midair. Kratos jumps back stunned. You seriously cut them that cleanly? He's in awe. He turns and says he was right. She's the only one who can pull something like this off. Smooth talker, the king of psychology, and Sergei, she's weak to that. But she snaps herself out of it, swearing she won't fall for that again until he gives her that look and gently grabs her wrist. Then he steps in close. She's flushed red and wipes the blade clean, making it shine. Sergei asks, "What are you doing, Demon King?" Kratos replies, "There's some potato juice on it. Of course, I have to clean it." Sergei's mind is racing. Is this guy insane? That look, why does it feel so warm, so sincere, so intense? Kratos is calmly thinking that a clean blade is perfect for hygiene. After all, she was chopping up poop just a little while ago. Then he says he's asking one more time. She's the only person he can count on for this. Sergei turns away, cheeks red, and says, "Fine. She'll help, but just this once." While thinking to herself, this dumb Demon King, he really can't do anything without me. Right away, he sprints off like a kid yelling that she's amazing, and he'll go get some water. They'll be cutting all night long. While the potatoes start flying, Hard Oak can be heard nearby, overhearing something like, "Don't hold my hand like that. Open your arms to the side." He peeks into the scene. our demon king assisting his precious little servant, and Hartok immediately realizes Sergei had become one of those brainwashed fools, voluntarily working for this guy, all because of a few compliments. Meanwhile, Azurite is still out there in the sun, wondering what the point of life is, what his goals are, and what the future holds for a lightning rod. That's when Flute shows up and says they can play that potato-throwing game again. He tells the low-class brat to get lost. As soon as he's free, he's going to eat her alive, but she just keeps pelting him with potatoes anyway. And once again, Hartok is watching. He's certain now. Azurite is done for. There's no saving that one. Then someone yells, the potatoes are here. It's Baal and Zephyros hauling in piles of potatoes. Hartok just stares. Even Bo, there's no hope left, especially for someone with intelligence that far below average. The demons are all crowding around Sergei, thanking her non-stop, saying that without her, none of this would have been possible. She stood there awkwardly, telling them to cut it out, that she didn't do it for anyone else. Hartok was watching, and he could see it in her eyes, that soft, fluttery look. That wasn't the face of a cold-blooded demon general. It was ridiculous watching demons cry over potato seeds. They should be ashamed. Everyone in this place was a complete idiot. But he, Hartok, the intellectual pinnacle of demonkind, he would steal that throne. Kratos tells everyone to keep planting. Sujim, something amazing would sprout from this soil. And when that happened, they have to cut off the sprouts from some of the plants. Baal volunteers to do the cutting, but Kratos tells him to shut up and keeps explaining. He says each potato they planted could grow between 3 and up to 6 sprouts. Then he asked them, do you think having more or fewer sprouts is better? The demons shout, more obviously. Immediately, Kratos tells them they're wrong. Fewer is better. Hartok's eyes twitch. This whole conversation is pathetic. The demons start asking why fewer would be better. It makes no sense. Shouldn't more sprouts mean more food? Hartok can't take it anymore. You really are brainless. If a bunch of sprouts show up, they'll compete for nutrients, and that means the potatoes you eat will have fewer nutrients. Kratos turns to him. Wait, how do you know that? Hartok replies, it's extremely basic. If the sprouts are all feeding from the same potato, obviously the result is weaker in the end. Nods and asks, so how many sprouts would be ideal? Hartok rolls his eyes. 2 obviously. Why are you even asking? 1 would be ideal in a perfect scenario, but with 2 you at least have backup if 1 fails. Kratos tells him to keep going. Then what? Hartok grumbles that it's also obvious. Now that the soil is super healthy, other plants might try to leach off its nutrients. That's why they need to ensure everything goes to potatoes. In short, they have to pull out anything that's not a potato. Anyone with half a brain could figure that out in a minute. Kratos claps and tells everyone to applaud because, clearly, they've got a genius among them. Everyone starts cheering. Genius. Genius. Hartok's losing it. His mother always called him an idiot, and now tears, he's crying. Even he doesn't understand why. Kratos smiles and calls his name. Finally, I found someone wise and brilliant among demonkind. From this day forward, Hartok would be the head of the farmers' division. Hartok thinks it's absurd. His intelligence was built for thievery and murder, but Kratos turns around and tells everyone to show proper respect to the elite of their race. Everyone starts chanting, elite, elite, elite. Hartok wants to kill every last one of them, but instead, he steps forward and says they'd better listen carefully to what he's about to say. In the background, Kratos watches. He knows it worked. The demons cheer. He just won another psychological battle. He saw through Baul's neglected heart and managed to turn him into a loyal subordinate. He gave Azurite a friend, someone who once swore he'd never have one, and even toned down his violent nature. He softened Sergei, a girl who'd never been loved before, and gave Hartok the validation he'd always wanted, to simply be seen. These demons, all of them had fragile hearts. Because of that, Kratos earned 200 happy points plus a new ability, Blood Eye. Kratos tilts his head. That one, he doesn't remember ever unlocking it before. It lets him see the future of anything he looks at, though for now, only up to 6 hours ahead. And not just for living beings, he could see the future of objects too. That's when it hits him. The psycho just realized he can finally predict the weather. Next chapter starts somewhere between the Lost Lands, Demon Territory, and Human Domain. That place is known as the Village of the Exiled. And guess who's there? Lloyd with Javier's hair and Javier with Lloyd's hair. Dear God, Javier looks weird, and he thanks Lloyd for taking such good care of him. Lloyd, looking even more busted than usual, says he's going to work hard, make a ton of money, and boss everyone around. At least that part hasn't changed. Out of nowhere, Javier turns to old Kimchi and asks if he plans on going back to the Demon Kingdom with them. The blonde pauses and says he's not sure. Like he mentioned before, he doesn't really know who he is, and he doesn't remember any of the humans around here either. On top of that, the first people he met didn't seem all that interested in being friends. So where would someone like him even be accepted? The Walmart do glance at him for a second and suggest, maybe start by changing those clothes. They all start heading off, and even though he wraps himself up, he's still got that same outfit underneath. Kimchi keeps thinking he really wants to tear this thing off, but for some strange reason, the clothes won't come off. It's like they're fused to his skin, literally part of him. Before leaving, Javier tells one of the guys that he's going to ask the king to look into this village. Living in exile here is awful. Watching all that, Kimchi can't help but notice. That boy is genuinely noble. Even out here, this close to demon territory, he's risking himself for others. And not only that, he doesn't seem arrogant. He's decent. It makes him wonder what kind of person he used to be. Based on his memories, he seems like the type who went around killing everything, and now he has no idea what someone like him is supposed to do besides kill. Back in demon territory, everyone's gathered around. The first sprout has appeared. They're all shouting that the first little sprout has finally broken through. All the demons come rushing to see, totally amazed. Even Flute runs over to tell Azurat, who just snaps, "If you show up here one more time, I will eat you." Kratos arrives right then and says it's time to move on to the next phase. He turns to the genius of Deminkane with the unmatched brain and tells him to explain the process. Immediately, Hartok, shining with confidence, begins explaining that they now need to build up a mound of soil around the potato plant to protect it from sunlight. If potatoes are exposed to direct sunlight, they lose their flavor or worse, become toxic. Kratos praises him, telling everyone there's truly no one as brilliant as this guy. Even little Steak is clapping along happily. Then Kratos glances upward and says it's time to check the weather for today. He spent 200 happy points to upgrade that ability. The only problem, to activate it, he has to stare at the sky non-stop for 200 seconds, and that hurts. The demons start whispering, saying the demon lord is tearing up, clearly emotional from seeing the first sprout. Time passes, and the system pings, congratulating him and confirming today's forecast, sunny and dry. They better go water the field. Great news for Steak, who gets to take the day off. Right then, Zephyrus appears, saying he's got urgent news. A subordinate from the 2nd Division commander has arrived. Back at the castle, someone introduces himself as Laplo, one of the people from the 2nd region. Apparently, the moment they receive word of the ceasefire, the 3rd Division launched a surprise attack. They're saying the demon lord's gotten weak, and now anyone can steal the throne. Zephyrus explains that if the 3rd Division defeats the 2nd, they'll most likely join forces, and that would not be easy to stop. Kratos knows they'll have to head out and deal with it. The problem is he can't abandon the farm either. And to make things worse, the area under attack is known as the Swamp of Decay, a place ridiculously far and knowingly massive. Sadly, the abandoned well he usually used for teleportation in the game isn't working anymore. So now he's stuck with the question, how the hell is he supposed to balance war and agriculture? As he's deep in thought, Steak licks his face until Kratos finally comes to a conclusion. The boss doesn't need to leave the castle. Sergei, who now walks around permanently blushing 24/7, insists she's not fighting for him. Okay. Meanwhile, Ball swears he'll follow any order no matter what it is. Krigos decides that these blockhead demons are actually the best ones to send into battle. After all, they're completely useless when it comes to farming. Pretty bold of him to say that, considering he relies on Sergei for literally everything. He explains something about a shortcut. Since they're stepping outside the boss area, if they return to the previous base, there's some sort of auto-teleport mechanic. He's not entirely sure how it works, but somehow that'll arrive quickly. And with that, he orders them to move out. At the swamp, there's a wooden-looking demon kneeling down and asking how the hell Rustler could betray the Demon King like that. That demon is none other than Planus, the master of the 2nd region. Someone walks up and calmly says that this isn't a rebellion. It's all just a big misunderstanding. All he wants is to keep the war going, because if they stop now, the demon race will go extinct. Peace would ruin them. Plenus argues that everyone's putting their faith in Kratos, that he'll make agriculture viable, and that they won't need to fight humans anymore just to survive. But Rustler fires back. That's not the problem. The real issue is that fighting with honor is what defines the pride of the demon race. Right as he raises his massive hammer to strike, bam, something hits his weapon and sends it flying. He turns around, and there they are, Sergei and Ball just arriving. Sergei steps forward and says, "You're right. We are a race that fights. We love walking around, slaughtering everything in our path. But when did we become like this, and why are we forced to live this way?" Cut to Flute bursting through the door, yelling to her dad, "Come see the fields." Sturgy continues saying, "Maybe it's finally time to understand something important. Saving lives instead of taking them could give them a much greater sense of pride." Back at the farm, the fields have bloomed like crazy. Everyone is in awe, even Azurat, our poor lightning rod of a demon, has tears welling up in his eyes. Those two smart Alex that always act like twins are watching closely. And our demon, he stands silently, seeing everyone celebrating, and for once, not a single soul is fighting. Fluke walks up all sweet and adorable to our demon lord. He's looking amazing. She says she's never seen anything like this before, and he's just standing there with a little grin on his face. Meanwhile, back in the chaos, good old Sergei is using all 6 of her arms to beat the crap out of that full ruster who got caught by the bucket and just kept getting pummeled. Man, it's looking like Azure AD all over again. Out in the fields, Kratos says, "Yep, tons of beautiful flowers have bloomed, really a whole lot of them." Ruster keeps complaining, saying they promised no one was going to be killed, and now their words and actions weren't matching up. Sergei admits that's true. But, unfortunately, sometimes you have to take someone out to protect everyone else. Back with Kratos, he orders all the flowers in the field to be cut down. Everyone's standing there stunned. Even Ashrat is pacing back and forth, saying the Demon King is being way too cruel. Hartak agrees. Showing no mercy to such a beautiful field is just heartless. But when the order is given and the demons go to start pulling the flowers, the little plants start crying and flopping to the ground, saying they can't be cut. No one's ever seen anything like it. It was just too beautiful. Hartak explains they don't realize those things are sucking up all the nutrients from the sunlight. It's all part of the Demon Lord's master plan to redirect energy toward grown potatoes. So they pull them out suffering as the plants die, and Kratos, who now looks just like Lloyd, starts shouting that he can hear the screams of the potatoes growing. Back in the mess, Ruster had already been beaten down and dragged in front of Kratos, who announces that this is what happens to anyone thinking about rebelling. The front line had already fallen too. So now what's Ruster gonna do? He tells them to just kill him. He refuses to serve a demon lord who's lost his pride. He'd rather, bam, get zapped. Problem solved. And just when you thought he couldn't make it worse, he blurts out, "My body is an intact suit of armor." That only tickled a bit, a buck for anyone who guesses what happens next. Of course, he gets hit with an antenna and blasted with lightning again. Then Kratos says to uninstall another antenna over there. Ruster was losing his healing capabilities. It was time to retire him. The ropes pull him off and Asherak can barely walk straight. Fluke comes running over, all sweet, calling his name, but he turns around and tells her she humiliated him for far too long. Now it's her and Crevice' turn to be devoured. She's shocked, and he comes charging like a demon, bell twisted up, and just collapses like a fool. He hasn't been able to walk properly in forever, so he's got no strength left. Bale tells him to quit using those big dramatic words like he's still the same guy as before. He picks him up in his arms while Asura is screaming not to carry him like a little princess. And weirdly enough, he ends up being carried in with a blanket over his back. Real peculiar. Ball announces that it's an order from the Demon King, and he's going to be like that for a while. Strangely, the guy's blushing, muttering that he's not going to forgive this disgrace. Asura gets taken away while Kratos is thinking back to when they all looked at him with that cursed eye and saw he'd be paralyzed for 6 hours and unable to walk, so all's good. Then he announces to everyone that the harvest is coming up and they need to speed things up. With Sergei and her 6 arms, cutting the plants was a breeze. Hartak was using his mist storm to water everything. The autumn harvest wasn't far off. The only downside was that their rations were running out. Even though demons are used to starving, you could tell their efficiency was starting to drop. That's when Laplo shows up again, saying that Master Planus came to express his gratitude for being saved. Cryos raises an eyebrow, asking what gratitude he's talking about, and the demon just looks confused. Strangely, the protagonist is staring daggers at him while the tree just stands there not getting it. But Cryos is pissed because the idiot came to say thank you and didn't bring a single gift. Then Laplo says they're gathering up the 3rd master subordinates and will send some workers soon. Kratos is standing there thinking the potatoes are growing well. Soon there'll be a big harvest and I need to profit a lot from this. He wants to see everyone's stuff full before anything else. But the question remains, why did he even start farming in the first place? He doesn't even remember anymore. Lapla asks if he can call in the troops, and Kratos tells him to hurry up. He remembers that the third guy was one of the weakest and least developed of the bunch. Looks like they really admired strength but still stayed loyal to Kratos even though he wasn't all that powerful. But here's a key detail. They all looked like trees and plants, so maybe that'll help with agriculture. As he walked around, Laplo could feel it. That soil was insanely fertile. It was packed with nutrients he'd never experienced back in that decaying swamp. When he was just a little sprout, the soil he grew up had nothing. But this land cultivated by Kratos was something else entirely. He says he can feel himself growing strong, then slams into the wall and plants his roots, declaring that now he's going to become the demon lord. Oh boy! He's definitely asking to be chopped down. Next chapter, the blazing sun rises, and Kratos orders everyone to get ready for training. The guys are there throwing their arms up to the other side, yelling a bunch of bams. Not sure what that is. Might be some kind of Korean army drill. Who knows? Kratos is training them to respond quickly at commands, especially surprise ones. Out of nowhere, he yells for everyone to roll left. They do it perfectly. Roll right. They nail that too. Then Bale shows up with bad news. Something awful just happened. All the potatoes had turned yellow. When they arrive at the fields, everything looks dead. Seeing it, Zafiro says he figured this would happen. It was impossible from the start. Sergei lowers her gaze, and Hartok admits he doesn't know what went wrong. Not enough wind, not enough water, but then he starts blaming himself, calling himself a fool for ever thinking they could grow anything here. Then Kratos walks up without saying a word, kneels down, grabs one from the soil and pulls. And that's when they see it, 5, maybe 6 massive potatoes. Hartok is completely lost. These ones were a paler color, but they were huge. Kratos just says, what can he say? The potatoes had awakened. They absorbed all the nutrients from the leaves as they grew, which is why the plants turned yellow. All he can tell everyone is that they did an amazing job. Everyone there was part of their birth. The group breathes deeply, and Bol is visibly moved. Sometime later, lying in the most uncomfortable bed in the world, no blanket or anything, Kratos remembers talking about growing everyone together, just like what his grandma said when he cared for a plant and helped it grow. Sadly, not long after, ambulance came and took her away. He rolls over, muttering that getting sentimental is nonsense. A cold, calculating person like him doesn't need to feel things like that. Soon they got enough potatoes, but they couldn't let their guard down. If they relied only on potatoes, what happened to the Irish Empire could happen to them too. Apparently, there was an event where the soil suddenly stopped producing potatoes for no known reason, and everyone starved. We complain about our lives, but starving to death? That's something else. Everyone around you dying of hunger? Man, that's harsh. Kratos is deep in thought, realizing they'll need new seeds soon, but suddenly the ground starts shaking. He wonders if the castle was built poorly. Then out of nowhere, the earth splits open and a bunch of roots burst up in front of him. He immediately yells, asking what the hell is going on. Back at the field, Flute is examining some leaves and sees they're kind of melting, disappearing into thin air. That should be happening. They're supposed to wither naturally, not vanish like they're being eaten. She instantly realizes something's wrong and starts digging. But when she pulls one out, there's no potato. She knows she has to tell the grown-ups. But when she looks for the castle, it's completely surrounded by roots. And the worst part, Kratos is pinned down, completely immobilized by the Lord of the Third Region, who says that Lord Kratos was nothing more than a filthy little insect. Kratos recognizes him, Planus, who thanks him for the fertile soil and nutrients he provided. Thanks to Kratos, he was able to grow all of this. From a distance, Kratos immediately notices the entire field is empty and yells, demanding to know what that bastard did to their food. Planus replies that it's funny how he's angry. But, really, what's someone like him gonna do? Then he yanks him to the side and slams him flat on his back. Kratos coughs up blood on the spot. Hartok rushes in, yelling for everyone to clear out while Bull calls for the rest of the group, saying they need to help the Demon King. But Asura and Sergei say there's no point. He's way stronger than any of them. There's nothing they could do. That's when Bull reveals he knows the Demon King is actually weak. He figured it out back when he tried to pull himself up that cliff. He's seriously fragile now. The ground is crumbling all around them and Plainus. This guy's enormous. He's open to Kratos, so massive that Kratos is just falling into the void. Shout out to Baal, who knew our guy was weak but still didn't betray him. Right that Zephyros recognizes Plainus, who declares to all demons listening, Kratos is dead. He reminds them of the ancient laws of demonkind. Power rules. And from this moment on, he is the demon lord. Everyone better kneel before absolute strength. Hartok feels immediately. This guy had absorbed every last bit of nutrient from the land. If Kratos really is dead, then this guy's definitely the most powerful now. And without a second thought, he kneels, thinking to himself that demons really are meant to follow overwhelming strength. Even Sergei and the whole crew are down on one knee. What else can they do? Zephyros looks completely stunned. Azeroth turns to him, asking what he's waiting for. He should show some respect to the new lord. It's clear now. Zephyros is probably the most honest of the bunch, and even Kratos once said he was truly loyal. He kneels, but only half-heartedly, and he's trembling all over. Plano stands there full of himself, acting like he owns the place. Zephyros is even crying at this point, and then suddenly we see Kratos talking to his mother. She asks if he wants to play hide and seek. He knows what this is that day and asks if it's a dream. Man, his mom, already skinny as could be, probably sick too, tells him she's going to close her eyes, count from 1 to 10 and try to find him. That's cold. After that, she probably disappeared for good, didn't she? Little Kratos starts counting to 10. Poor kid. Life really did him dirty. When he finishes counting, he says she can come out now. And there he is, crying his eyes out. I actually feel bad for our demon king. The poor guy couldn't even hold it together in front of his own memory. Then the system chimes in, telling Jankiel to wake up. He's passed out somewhere tangled in roots, wondering if that was his system message. He asked where he is and if he died. The system just tells him to move. That was the only way he was going to survive. Kratos tries to activate his quantum movement, but there's no space. He can't even shift a single centimeter. His hands won't move, and whatever little energy he has is being drained. So maybe to keep himself from blacking out, he starts counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10 over and over again. Meanwhile, up top, Planus calls for the scribe to come forward. Zephyr steps up, and right away, Planus tells him to record this historic moment. He's to document everything that has happened and everything that's about to happen. Because from now on, demons will begin their invasion of the human race. Hartok's expression shifts instantly. They were back to square one, back to living in constant war, killing each other like demons were always meant to. That's the quickest way to fill their bellies. So then why was everyone so angry? Kratos keeps counting 1 to 10, but he can barely breathe anymore. And right then, Planus orders the demons to grab their weapons. They were heading to war. Zephyros hesitates, saying that marching out now is impossible. Of course, Planus shoots him a death glare, and everyone around him starts shaking in their boots. Zephyros explains that there's no way they can go to war when the only food they have left is a few potatoes, and the entire demon race is starving. That's not nearly enough provisions to support a march. Planus asks if he's always been this stupid, and then claims they actually do have enough supplies. Just then, he sends out a root that snatches Flute. Her father shouts out instantly, and Ashrad is locked on watching. Planus says they always had plenty of weak, useless demons lying around. That's always been the perfect food. Flute yells that they're not like that anymore. They didn't need to eat each other just to survive. Kratos had found a way out of this place, but Planus just stares her down and drops her straight into the abyss. Buried deep beneath all the roots, Kratos could feel his heart slowing down. The problem was if he died, everyone would go back to starving again, so he uses the blood attack again to electrocute himself. He couldn't stand the thought of anyone else dying of hunger. With that, he throws his arm up and starts climbing right through the earth itself. Meanwhile, Planus notices Ashrat had caught Flute in time. The Demon King keeps climbing upward using his blood techniques to stay conscious. The issue is he's digging and digging, and it feels endless. He has no idea if there's even the slightest chance of this working. Poor guy's digging at a diagonal. Obviously, he's never getting out that way. Back on the surface, Hardik, Sergei, and Buttle are frozen, shocked that Azuret actually stood up to Planus. Food still in his arms, confused, and Planus asks if he's gone completely insane. Azuret stares him down full of courage until his expression changes when he sees Planus make a move. So he says no, that's his food now. He's already eating it. See, it's super fresh. Totally delicious. Of course, Planus doesn't fall for that nonsense and lashes him hard across the back with a whip of roots, launching him away. Poor guy instantly passes out. He's the weakest of all, just woke up, for crying out loud. Zephyrus glances over, and that's when Planus says this is the last time he's repeating himself. Everyone better get ready for war. But Zephyrus somehow finds his courage and says there's no valid reason for this. The attack comes flying toward him, but Bol's massive axe intercepts it. Planus turns to see Bol hugging Zephyros awkwardly, saying the Demon King had already given him the role of counting the potatoes they harvested. Planus demands to know if these fools are trying to start a rebellion. From the back, Hartot calmly says that something like that would be impossible. It's just that, instead of launching an invasion, Krigo's agriculture initiative had been far more efficient and a much more logical command to follow. Then Servi steps up and says she has a question. The previous Demon Lord had shown them a path where no one had to die, so why should they go to war? Planus is losing it now, flinging roots everywhere, shouting that he is the authority. He is authority itself, but they pushed back, saying that authority has to be justified. And now all the farming demons are shouting, claiming the true Demon Lord is Kratos. He's going to have to pay for the potatoes and everything he stole. Planus unleashes a storm of root attacks, but Hartok simply sweeps his arm to the side and raises a mist barrier. What the heck? Synchronization kicks in. Sergei jumps into Bol's hands, and he launches her forward. She cuts through every root trunk in her way. She gets right up in Planus' face and says the first thing she's taking is his eye. But, obviously, look at the size of this guy. He swings once, and she drops all 6 swords. At the same time, he surrounds Bol, crushes Hartok, and declares that no one should dare challenge his authority. Everyone here will die and learn exactly what happens when they stand against him. Krios is no longer the Demon Lord of this place. That coward died without even putting up a fight. So what's so special about that guy anyway? Krios was nothing. And then someone asks, why is your self-esteem so low? A hand suddenly rises and punches through the air, stopping the attack that was about to hit Zephyrus. With that, the entire trunk shatters. The idiot just stares while Flute smiles, and the system announces that in the face of death, he awakened the concentrated nutrition system. 10 minutes earlier, when Kratos was dragging himself through the dirt, thinking it was all too much, he suddenly remembered his grandmother making food for him. She asks what he just said. Quietly, he repeats it, saying that it was too hard. Why did he even have to keep living if everything was always so difficult? His grandmother gives him a look, plucks something from a plant, and tells him it's because they're still just seeds. All living beings are like seeds. They have to keep digging until they reach the surface and can finally bloom. When the first one breaks through, encourages the others, and more sprouts start to emerge from that same spot until eventually everything turns green. But he yells ever not to say something so stupid. Then why did his father die from working himself to death? Why did his mother abandon him, and why was he the rotten seed? None of it made sense. If he was going to live, then he'd just be selfish and only think about himself just like his mother did. He was fine with living alone. Of course, everything changed when she was taken away in the ambulance, still saying they were just seeds. Krios keeps activating his blood attacks, and the system says he's endured the pain of death and rebirth. His spirit survived the limit, and for that, he unlocked the mana seed system. It was something he'd never even seen in the game. As a reward for 3 resurrections, his mana seed would start at level 3. The seed multiplied all of his attributes by a certain value. At this moment, that multiplier was 3 times. Seeing that, Kratos figured maybe it was enough to get out of there. On top of that, there was something about concentrating all stats into one single attribute that could be used once per day for 10 minutes. He opens his eyes, every stat now at 30%. He activates the human seed, and everything jumps to 39. Then he triggers the concentrated nutrition system, and all of it gets funneled into physical strength, boosted up to a 155. Right then, he starts lifting the earth around him, the ground shaking like mad. Roots burst from the soil as his hand emerges. And now face to face with Planus, who asks if he really survived that place. Kratos answers that it should be obvious. He's standing right in front of him. All the demons see that Kratos is alive and start cheering, shouting that a bountiful harvest is on the way. Even Stake runs up and clings to him in a hug. Hartok celebrates, but both he and Sergei know the guy is still way too strong. Baul can feel it too. With the kind of power he just sends from Kratos, there's no way he can beat Planus. Plainus, however, says it's perfect that Kratos showed up. Now he can be killed in front of all his subordinates, but Kratos calmly says no. He won't be killing anyone. No matter how massive he is, he still follows game logic. All he has to remember is that Plainus is just a much bigger version of the same attacks. It's not all that different from the demons he trained using preset patterns. He tells everyone to get up. It's time for a training session. And just like that, they're all up on their feet. He calls out for a quick hop to the left. They dodge the attack. Jump right. They dodge again. Time to duck. They avoid another strike. Plainus starts throwing out a whole combo, but they're rolling, weaving, sidestepping, dodging everything. He's baffled. None of his gigantic attacks are landing. Kratos knows that after those attacks, there's always a delay. He's not going to tire Plainus out, so he'll need to switch up his approach. He does a little spin and makes a face clearly to provoke him. And sure enough, Plainus loses it, launching roots in every direction. That's exactly what Kratos wanted, to push him into a berserker pattern. Normally, in the game, you just beat the boss down. But in the real world, all it takes is some taunting. And right then, he have staked the order to move in and unleash a barrage of ice, blocking part of Plainus' vision. Kratos knows that with a body, that massive brute force alone wouldn't cut it. But he also remembers, at the end of the day, Plainus is still a plant, which means when he gets frozen, his tissue starts to expand and tear apart. The first roots snap, and Plainus is completely thrown off. At that moment, being frozen was the worst possible thing for him, especially in a berserker state where he basically end up destroying himself. Stake stumbles back to Kratos and grabs his arm, completely exhausted. Kratos praises his effort and tells Zephyros to take care of him. Then he crouches down and jumps up, shouting that he's going to finish this. He knew another weakness common to tree-type monsters, that big hollow cavity in the middle of their chest. He slams his fist right into it and a crater explodes outward. Just as the monster starts falling apart, Kratos' concentration buff ends. Now he's falling through the air while Plainus is staggering backward, eyes starting to roll up. Looks like he fainted. Sephiroth wonders aloud if the monster is really dead, but something doesn't feel right. Kratos can still see the body, and normally monsters disappear when they're defeated. That's when he sees it, a second version of Plainus appearing in front of him. Problem is right now, Kratos can move a muscle. And man, this thing shows up like a Megazord. All the demons flinch, and Plainus explains that he absorbed an insane amount of nutrients. Even though he nearly died, he simply redirected the rest of that energy into another body. He approaches Kratos, declaring that now that he's become the Demon Lord, his mission is clear. He's going to drench the entire world in poison. Then he lunges at Kratos, telling him to die. But the game has changed. Bale charges in with his axe and lands a solid hit on Plainus' neck. This time even sinks in a bit. Still not enough. Baldi gets thrown across the field. Sergei jumps in next, striking the other side of his neck with a combo, but she takes a hit to the gut. Meanwhile, Kratos is repeating that line of his. The other seeds are watching. Hardik joins the fray, landing a strike to the back of Plainus' head. Plainus slams him into the ground, roaring for these bastards to stop it already, but he forgot about one more. Asura appears behind him and says, "This one's for a bountiful harvest." He delivers a precise blow. Plainus' head goes flying. As Kratos hovers on the brink of passing out, he watches the monster's body disintegrate along with a massive frozen version. Both vanish into nothing, dissolving into glowing green orbs and foul mouth as ever. Kratos mutters that the bastard deserve every bit of it. Everyone stands still watching those green specks fall. Hartog hears Zephyros getting ready to document everything, the betrayal and the victory of the Demon King's army. Right then, Hartog raises his arms and calls out Kratos' name, and everyone erupts in celebration. Sergei too, raising all three of her arms along with everyone else. But suddenly, Kratos tells everyone to stop. They freeze. He glances to one side then the other and realizes every single field has been destroyed. Their entire harvest would have to start over, and that meant they'd be hungry again for a while. How was he going to convince everyone to stick with agriculture after all this? He didn't have it in him to push them down such a cruel path, forcing everyone to go hungry again. Everyone's just staring at him now. What Kratos didn't see though was that those low green orbs were falling to the ground, touching the leaves, which immediately began to rejuvenate. Next chapter opens in a cell with someone saying he heard from the demons that apparently the Demon Lord had changed a whole lot. Looks like we're getting some backstory on Zephyros, who was born with a choker around his neck and glasses on his face. The guys in the cell are chatting about how it doesn't matter whether the Demon King changed or not. At the end of the day, they're all still going to be livestock under his rule. Right then, an orc walks in, gives everyone a cold look, and opens the door. Instantly, everyone bolts out in a panic. The creature, however, looks confused because the boy is just standing there doing nothing. Then it grabs him by the chest and lifts him up into the air. The kid doesn't react. The beast raises its massive axe ready to strike his leg. But suddenly, Kratos appears and grabs his head. He doesn't just knock him away. He sends the whole head flying. Then he steps forward and asks the boy why he didn't show fear or beg for his life. Zephyrus replies that it wasn't fear. It was relief. No matter what he did, they were just livestock to the Demon King. In the end, they were always going to die. Die now would just save him from more suffering later. Kratos smiles and tells him that it's okay. He's different from the others. From now on, he was to follow him because he would be the one recording the Demon King's deeds. Someone like him would be wasted as food, even though for now, they still had to rely on consuming their own kind. One day he would put an end to that. He would bring an end to the tragedy of demons needing to eat each other to survive. But now I'm confused because our boy only recently took over this body. The former Demon King wasn't that bad either. So what really happened? Zephyrus is just staring at him half unconscious, then his expression shifts. He turns away, starts walking, and grabs a shovel. Everyone watches as he begins to dig. Seeing this, Hartak asks what the farmers were doing. And in that instant, everyone lights up and rushes off with tools in hand. Kratos just watches, stunned. Everyone's already planting again, happily singing while they work. Seeing that, Kratos finds his courage, stands up, and starts giving orders. He tells them to find any place where a live potato might still be. Teams 2 and 3 are to start sharpening your hoes. Sergei and Zephyrus are to cut what's left of the seed plants. Hartak will lead Team 1, and Ashrat is to fetch the tools. Then he yells out that all of this is for a bountiful harvest. Ball already has a rope in his mouth, leading the guys with hoes as they charge across the fields. Kratos reflects that for a moment he forgot that agriculture was always like this. Natural disasters, pests, weather shifts, changes. The only thing you can do is dig the soil and plant again. In the end, life itself is a war. That's when Flute spots a healthy little sprout off of the side. She runs over to grab it, but as she pulls, she sees Ruster's arms sticking out of the dirt on the other side. She keeps tugging while he's begging for help. That's when Ashrat steps in and tells this low-ranking demon girl to step aside. He's got this, but when he pulls, man, out comes a potato bigger than his whole torso. The thing crashes down right on Ruster's head, leaving him all twisted up. Nobody has any idea what just happened, and they immediately call Kratos over. Flute tells him to check out this potato that's bigger than her head. He asks where she found it, and she explains that she just pulled one sprout and a bunch more came up with it. That's when Kratos remembers how it worked in the game. After you defeat Planus, his body falls into the ground, and from that very soil, leaves start to grow. In other words, since he had grown to such a massive size, his body must have touched pretty much the entire field. He immediately orders all the farmers to start digging. There were probably potatoes buried everywhere, and they hadn't died. Sure enough, the demons start digging and pulling out these massive bowling ball-sized potatoes. Krigos is in disbelief watching everyone haul cannonball like crops. Zephyrus turns to him and asks if this was a bountiful harvest. Krigos says yes, feeling a huge sense of relief. This truly was the legendary harvest that would allow everyone to eat. Next chapter, a land in ruins. It's time to check in on how things are going in the rest of the world. In the first region, Ser Rufo tried to lead a rebellion and was utterly destroyed. The heart of the ice spirit was shut down. All of his minions vanished, and the area is now uninhabitable. In the second territory, after Planus died, all of his subordinates were left aimless, not knowing what to do with their lives. In the third territory, their leader, Ruster, is currently being used as an antenna. Maybe all of that guy's subordinates should be punished for treason. The fourth territory belongs to a half-human, half-snake named Tartu. And in the game, he was a pretty realistic character. Kratos knows that the people from the second and fourth territories can be mobilized pretty easily. The problem is he can't summon everyone all at once. If he tries to grow too powerful too fast, it'll just end up with too many mouths to feed. So little by little, he's going to recruit and get everything ready for the next harvest. That's when Zephyroth shows up and says they're about to begin preparations for the next large-scale harvest. Kratos says it's good to know, but warns them to be careful with the food tickets. Then a little black creature walks in saying that the orders have already been sent to each of the territories. Kratos asks if there's been any response. The little guy says no. It looks like the fourth territory hasn't responded at all. Kratos asks why. The creature stammers, saying the people there didn't say much. Didn't say much? Why not? Right then, Kratos grabs him by the wings and yells at the Dan demon to use his brain and get some real information. The creature explains that it's because there are barely any servants left in the fourth territory. The place is practically deserted. Kratos realizes this fool didn't even ask why it was deserted in the first place. Dealing with a useless assistant like this is impossible. That's when Zephyros says that even though the behavior has improved a bit, Lord Kratos is still the ugliest of all demons. Then he adds that he'll go talk to the people himself and find out what's going on and where the fourth territory's master went. The little creature mentions that from what he heard, it seems like the guy went into human lands. Apparently, he's trying to gather some human bodies to use as fertilizer. Hearing that, Kratos freezes. According to the game, the moment the demons begin their invasion, a cursed paladin shows up to wipe everyone out. The key to avoiding that was not starting a conflict because that paladin comes, especially considering it's old man, Kinchi. It's game over for everyone. Kratos immediately takes off running, saying he has to stop the fourth master right now. Zephyros asks about backup, but Kratos says no. He'll go alone. He'll be faster that way. And just like that, he activates the human seed with concentrated nutrition, boosts his dexterity, and takes off like lightning. Near the abandoned demon lands, there's a tower called the Paladin's Tomb, also known as the Tower of Life. According to the story, Old Man Kincher was supposed to meet Javier and Weird Lloyd there, and eventually find the isolated village. And just a little further down the road is the border between demon and human territory, Fort Magrat. From the top of the wall, a soldier of the Spideless's Javier is approaching with that awful servant of his, but there's something strange with them, something they've never seen before. At the gate, a soldier named Wokos asks where the rest of the troops are. Xavier explains that, unfortunately, they ran into a monster horde and none of them made it out alive. They didn't even get close to demon territory. Wokos lowers his head and says that exploring demon lands really is a tough special mission. Everyone who died was a great warrior, but for now, he tells them to go rest and recover. Javier and Lloyd walk past, but Wokos blocks Old Man Kimchi, saying he can't go through. The two turn around, and Kimchi gives him a look so intense that Wokos instantly starts trembling. Javier, the knockoff Walmart version, pleads with him to let Kimchi pass. After all, this guy saved their lives. He's no threat. Then Lloyd steps in, hands in his pockets, and says that, obviously, this isn't going to be free. Only he gets slapped straight across the face and knocked to the ground. Wokos tears into him, saying there's nothing worse than being born as his son. He brings nothing but an ugly face and a rotten heart. Poor guy is just lying there, wrecked. Was all that really necessary? Then Wokos orders Old Man Kimchi to strip, warning that if he finds anything suspicious, he'll be executed on the spot. Obviously, Javier is totally caught off guard. There's no doubt that outfit was the most suspicious thing he could have been wearing. Old Man Kimchi shoots a glance at Lloyd, but suddenly, everyone feels something off. Trumpets blare, and someone announces that something is approaching. Off in the distance, you can see the demon army heading their way. Wulpos bolts off, shouting for battalion to prepare. The moment Kimchi sees that army, he feels something take over him, like a command deep inside telling him to kill. Meanwhile, Kretovis is speeding toward the battlefield, begging them not to attack. If this fight starts, all the demons will be wiped out. But the troops are already moving forward, ramming their siege pillars into the gate. Arrows rain down. Demons are getting stones ready. The war had begun. The battering ram is pounding the door, and everyone inside is hiding wherever they can. Thankfully, Kimchi is standing there, head lowered, thinking about how he instinctively wanted to throw himself into that battle. It's like memories from his 19th reincarnation were surfacing when he pushed forward and slaughtered countless enemies. If Xavier hadn't pulled him back just then, he would have charged in without a second thought. It shows how naturally he would have fallen into the fight without even questioning what was true or right. But at the same time, everyone else in the room is trembling with fear. Maybe he really should be the one to fight. The gate's about to break, and people are frozen in shock. As soon as it collapses, the first wave of demons storms in. Pardus shouts for them to kill everyone and turn them into fertilizer, while Katas orders the bridges to back be cut. Everyone was going to die there, but they had to at least stop the demons from reaching their homeland. And just like that, the bridge is blown up. Honestly, I thought Javier and the Wish version Lloyd would just show up for 10 seconds, but they're still going. So we're gonna have to rename these two. From now on, it's Gavier and Lloyd just so it's not the same. Gaver hears the bridge go down and says, well, that's it. Blyde adds that it basically means they're screwed. This is where they die, and he hasn't even gotten married yet. Gaver tells him not to worry. He wasn't getting married even if they did survive. Blyde says in the next life, he's going to be born and noble and make Gaver work his tail off. At least one of his wishes would come true. But just then, everyone clutches their heads as the first cobra-like demon breaks through the wall. It stretches its long arm, grabs a little girl who screams out for her mom. Gavier wants to jump into action while Kimchi just watches, and in one instant, the creature is vaporized. Gavier lands with the girl in his arms, and obviously it was Kimchi. Now it looks like he's finally joining the fight. He leaps straight at Tartu, landing face to face. Tartu's stunned to see this weirdo showing up like that with his little heart-shaped wand. He's more confused by Kimchi's outfit than anything, like, what is this strange feeling he's getting? Kimchi calmly tells him to kneel down. He's not in the mood to fight. Tartu scoffs and tells him to cut the nonsense. Wearing that outfit and still trying to give orders, he asks what Kimchi plans to do if he refuses. Kimchi simply replies, then your entire tribe will be wiped out. Tartu doesn't even hesitate. He ignores him completely and charges in with the first attack. As this is happening, Kimchi can only think, maybe this was the only choice. Fine. If this is his fate, then he'll accept it. He was born to kill demons. But just in time, our boy Kratos shows up and lands a flying kick to Tartu's neck. Kenshir is just left standing there completely confused while Tartu gets slammed into the ground. At that moment, Kratos turns his head and locks eyes with someone, and of all the places, it had to be this guy. Tartar tries to speak to the demon lord, but Kratos stomps on his face mid-sentence and starts beating the crap out of him. Kratos says, you disobedient bastard. Why the hell are you invading the humans, you gay and idiot? Shut your mouth. I'm gonna kill you. He glances back, sees that Kimchi isn't reacting, and immediately stomps on Tartu again, saying that trash like him shouldn't even exist. He's not even fit to fight. He should have just stayed in his territory, eating and living like the miserable coward he is instead of being selfish. As he keeps stomping, Kratos starts begging, pleading for Kimchi to forgive all of them. If that guy, level 9999, were to go on the offensive, he'd wipe out every single demon. But that's when Kimchi says, I know who you are. You're the demon lord Kratos, right? Kratos realizes that, yeah, looks like he's about to be the first to die. The rest of the troops nearby heard that demon lord comment. They're all trying to eavesdrop on the conversation even if they're not standing close enough to catch everything. Kratos turns and asks, is that supposed to be some kind of system name? Kratos. But Kimchi doesn't even know what a computer is. He just says he used that name as final confirmation. He's completely sure now. In that moment, our guy's eyes are trembling. He knows there's no way he's getting out of this alive. His only choice now is to act like this. He charges forward, slaps his hands to the ground, and slams his horn into the dirt. All the demons are startled to see the demon lord doing a full-on handstand but up in the air. Kimchi's just standing there, totally confused. The demons start whispering, wondering if this is some special demon lord technique or maybe some sort of threat stance. Kimchi asks what the hell he thinks he's doing, and Kratos says this is the grand reverence. It's a supreme act of gratitude, loyalty, dedication, basically every positive intention packed into one gesture. He's showing he has absolutely no desire to invade the human realm. That snake-looking subordinate acted completely on his own without any orders. That's why he came all this way to stop him. Kimchi coldly replies that he doesn't trust a demon's words, but Kratos keeps dragging his horn along the ground, saying he'll keep asking for forgiveness until Kimchi believes him. The demons are watching, wondering if this is some kind of intimidation tactic like a bull about to charge, and Kratos is thinking this is absolutely humiliating. But if he doesn't do this, all the demons will die. And as their leader, he has to protect them. A memory flashes in his mind. He sees his father kneeling while someone, probably a customer, yells at him. The boss says it's pathetic. He drops to his knees just because someone told him to. His father just keeps apologizing, saying it won't happen again. Back then, young Jankial didn't understand why his dad acted like that, but now he gets it. Sometimes, for the sake of others, you have to accept humiliation. He keeps slamming his corn into the ground. Meanwhile, Kang Chi is thinking it's useless. Kratos, I exist to destroy you. I'm gonna kill you now and put all demons to rest. He raises his scepter. But even then, Kratos keeps knocking his head to the floor. That's when Kinky notices something. This guy, he slams his head into the ground 10 times, rests a moment, then does it again. There's a weird rhythm to it, something oddly familiar. He remembers that, in a past life, before stepping into traps, he count to 10 and jump. Before any move that needed a precise timing, he always count to 10 and then act. Kratos is still down there begging for forgiveness, overflowing with regret. Can't you can tell? These words, this way of speaking, it's completely different from the real demon lord. And now he's wondering, why is this guy doing this in front of him? He finally tells him to stop. Kratos stands up and Kimchi tells him to get lost because he's about to be killed. Right away, Kratos smiles, slings the lizard guy over his shoulder, and says he's truly grateful. He'll be thankful for the rest of his life. Then he shouts, ordering the entire 4th Region's army to retreat immediately. The snake dudes are all confused, not sure what's going on. But hey, if the demon lord gave the order, they follow it. They all turn around and start heading back. The army marches past Kimchi, who's just standing there with his eyes closed. But, of course, Tartu can't help himself. He sees Kimchi turned away, calls him a worthless worm, and charges at him. He goes in for an attack. Kratos yells at him not to do it, but it's already too late. With just a flick of his arm, Kimchi slices him clean in half, slamming him into the wall like he was nothing more than a bug. Blood splatters and Kratos starts trembling as Kimchi turns and stares at him. He knows there's no excuse now, but Kimchi says he understands that it wasn't Kratos' will. It was that guy's decision. Then he turns around and says if he ever sees his horn again in human territory, he better know that would be the end of him. Ooh, that was close. There was no way he'd have survived against a level 9999. Next chapter opens with Gavir and Bloig asking what happened to Lord Kimchi. He simply replies there was a fight. That's when Woko shows up and asks if he's really the legendary old man Kimchi. He says everyone's completely shocked at how Kimchi wiped out those demons with a single move, made the whole crowd bow, and that's why they're all here to apologize. Gavir hears that and says he knew Kimchi was strong, but not that strong. Wakos then commands everyone to shout out and thank him. Watching all this, Kimchi thinks that finally on his 20th life, he's broken free of this death cycle. For the first time, he chose mercy. Even if, technically, he did kill 2 of them, he starts removing the outfit and everyone around him is clearly confused about what they're looking at. Meanwhile, back in the 4th region, Kratos is sprinting through the chaos, humans charging behind him. They had finally arrived. Getting this whole group here was a nightmare. He tells everyone to get inside the castle and stay put. If anyone invades human territory again, they're all dead. The demons try to explain it was an order, but he cuts them off. He doesn't care. No excuses. They're to stay put and keep still. The only issue now is that Kratos has no shortcut back. No teleport. Nothing. He's stuck walking and the place is massive. He spots one of the abandoned wells and says that if it worked, that'd be a miracle. Unfortunately, he'd already checked a bunch of them, and none of them were functioning. All he wanted was a quick teleport, but those things won't activate unless you're a paladin. But then, bless the system, it kicks in. Because of his encounter with the paladin, the abandoned well system is now unlocked. Instantly, he's pulled into the well. Now every well he's ever visited is activated, and the system asks where he wants to go. He immediately says to the castle, and boom, he's being transported. Over at the ruins, Azurat and Flute are searching for some undamaged farming tools when suddenly, out of nowhere, a blue light flashes from the ground, and Kratos explodes onto the scene right in front of her. Poor girl faints on the spot, just drops out cold. Ashrat watches, and our guy finally shows up only to throw up immediately. Then he throws himself forward to shield poor Flute, who was about to get drenched. Kratos wonders what just happened. He thought teleporting would be way more chill than this. As Fluke rushes to help Ashrat, Kratos thinks even if it meant throwing up, it was totally worth it to skip the walk. Now he could finally get back to growing potatoes. Sometime later, he's looking up at the mountain. He says no matter how many times he sees it, the view is still incredible. But something's off. He can feel it. Something's wrong. He picks up one of the potatoes and says, wait a second, starts tossing several others and says none of them have it. Zephyros asks what he's talking about. Kratos explains that none of the potatoes have sprouts. In other words, they're edible but sterile like old men who can't have kids. Back in his temporary castle, he says that no matter how huge these potatoes are, nothing new will grow from them. Hartok says it was probably some kind of unnatural change in the process that made the potatoes grow so big. Ball says they won't even be able to eat them, but Sergei cuts in to clarify. They can eat them, just not plant them. Kratos then says that either way, they couldn't rely on potatoes forever. They're extremely vulnerable to disease, and once one gets infected, the whole crop goes to waste. So regardless, they were going to have to start planting something else. Asura asks what could even grow in a place like this if not potatoes. Kratos answers nothing, but then adds that he knows a place filled with all kinds of seeds and the perfect conditions to grow countless things. Obviously, he's talking about human lands. Ball instantly gets hyped, shouting that invasion and looting were about to start all over again, but Sergei tells him to shut up. She knows full well that nobody hates war more than the Demon King himself. Kratos tells Zephyros to take charge of the construction efforts. Hartak would help out and oversee the farms. Meanwhile, he, Sergei, Ball, and Ashurat would go to human territory. They'd sell potatoes and use the money to buy seeds. All he had to make sure of was that he didn't run into the like on this video. And do you remember how the last chapter ended? Kratos was making this plan for them to go sell potatoes, but Zephyros immediately warned him that selling potatoes in the human world might not be a great idea. He should take a good look at the creatures straight out of hell that were going with him. The camera zooms in on Bale, and Zephyros is like, it's pretty obvious this guy is a monster. The other one has skin in a color no human could have with a straight-up killer face. And the only girl looked like some weirdo with hypothermia with that I've got a stomachache expression. If humans see any of them, they're gonna think demon instantly. Zephyros is already laid out there, almost getting killed, but still saying he didn't lie. They needed to be more rational about the situation. Then Bale yells that Zephyros is totally right. Everyone's weird, and he's the only normal one there. Hartok fires back that the situation is desperate. Other than him, they're all the same kind of freak. Ashuret says Bale looks like a corpse with that skin. Nobody's gonna believe he's human looking like a zombie. Sergei starts laughing, saying she's the only pretty one, but the other two roast her, and it turns into a whole fight. Everyone arguing while the protagonist just stares, thinking it's obvious they're all fragile on the inside. They were all insecure about how they look, and it honestly made him feel bad for them. So he goes, hey, stop, and he decides to crack a joke to break the tension. Out of nowhere, he tells them to quit fighting because they're all ugly as hell. Everyone just gets wrecked by that, and the protagonist feels bad right away thinking it wasn't funny. He didn't want to make them feel even worse. Then he asks if Zephyros kept the thing he asked for back at the castle. Zephyros asks if he means the stuff from the secret altar. The protagonist says yes, and suddenly the human pulls out a bunch of little blue slugs. Sergei looks at it like, what is this disgusting thing? But Kryos says that's the metamorphosis elixir. With it, they'd turn into something different from demons. It was the key to infiltrating the human lands. Sergei freaks out, saying she's not eating that. The protagonist tells her rubbing it on her skin won't work. Meanwhile, Bale is already grabbing one, saying he doesn't get to be picky, and he tosses it in his mouth and starts chewing while everyone watches, kind of terrified. Then he yells that it tastes horrible. The protagonist says, obviously, but then Bale starts glowing gold. The protagonist knows the item changes based on personality, and he's just hoping it won't be something too aggressive. Through the smoke, Bale comes out looking way better. He's basically turned into some buff K-pop guy saying he feels kind of weird. The protagonist remembers the game description said it reflects a deep desire, so that's what Bale has inside him. Right away, Sergei looks excited and goes to grab another one. The protagonist assumes she wants to be pretty, but apparently not, because why did she turn into an alpaca? What is this? When she sees herself in a mirror, she starts crying, asking why. The truth is, she wanted to be a warm demon instead of the cold, grand monarch. The protagonist shoves one into Ashurat's mouth, saying they don't have time, and the guy turns into a pelican. The story explains he always dreamed of freedom after spending so long working like a lightning rod. Then the protagonist decides it's his turn. But behind the smoke, he still looks kind of demonic. In the end, he basically just loses his armor and says he turned into a grad student with questionable morals. Kratos looks him over and wonders if this is really okay. Considering the Avengers are basically beasts, it feels weird. Then the protagonist tells his friends everyone can just say he has a bad liver. That's why his skin looks like that. And with that, the expedition begins. The four of them head out, but the protagonist immediately gets a quest. While the metamorphosis is active, he doesn't get support from the happy points. He gets furious. Stupid system with all these restrictions. It was like that in the game too. If you took a hit, you'd revert to your original form, so he has to be careful. After that, they use the well and instantly arrive near the human lands. The bad part is everyone throws up. The even worse part is they have no idea how they're supposed to get through that gate. Kimchi was around there last time, so he must be heading deeper into human territory. That's good because it means it's been a while since he came here, so he should be far away. And the protagonist is sure the guy wouldn't recognize him, or not totally sure. He's actually pretty nervous. But with no better option, the plan is to buy seeds as fast as possible. Then suddenly, a trumpet sounds, and people announce that a suspicious group is approaching, and they're blocking the entrance. The guards are wondering if they're demons or not. Even if they weren't, they were ugly enough to make you question it. A guard walks up to inspect them. Hey, are you from the village of the exiled? You should turn back. You don't have permission to pass through this gate. The alpaca and the pelican are thinking, yeah. This plan was impossible from the start. And the protagonist knows that since the invasion of Marika was recent, security is still super strict. But he's a hardcore player. He knows exactly what's going on behind the scenes of the game. The guard is glaring at the protagonist. When the protagonist suddenly puts on this cheerful face and says, "This humble exile brought an offering from Demon Land," that gets the guard's attention. The protagonist knows the leader here is desperate to learn what's going on in that land. They even sent an emissary, so if they have information, they'll definitely be allowed through. The guard asks if the offering is back there. The protagonist says yes and says the guard has sharp eyes. These creatures were captured deep in demon territory, and their meat is delicious. The two of them get scared, wondering if he's talking about them. The protagonist is grinning like an idiot, while the guard asks if he really captured them in Demon Land because they just look like a pelican in an alpaca. How is he going to offer common animals like that to the king? The protagonist is confused too. In theory, if this game is based on medieval Europe, alpacas and pelicans shouldn't even exist. The guard immediately says that's not a gift worthy of a king, and he can take them away. Sergei gets mad and starts yelling Alpa, and the guard stares, saying it's strange. Their pronunciation is perfect, just like a human. Could they be some different kind of alpaca? The protagonist sees the perfect opening and starts petting her, saying yes. Finally, he noticed. They're demonic alpacas that imitate human speech, and the one on the left makes distinctive sounds too. He tells Ashrat, "Come on, do the distinctive sound." Ashrat doesn't open his mouth. The protagonist yanks his hair, and he screams, "Pelican." The guard tells them to open the gate, and they all get in successfully. The guard comments that the guy brought some really rare creatures, truly descendants of the exiles, and it's interesting they arrived at the same time as certain royal emissaries staying in the capital. Next scene, the two idiots are tied up outside, and who shows up? It's like an inverted Javier and a deep web Lloyd. They introduce themselves to the protagonist, and he says, "Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Cho from the village of the exiled." Javier thinks that's weird, and Bloyd wonders why the guy's name sounds kind of Korean. They say they spent a few months in the village of the exiled but never saw anyone like them there. Immediately, they put swords to his neck and demand to know if they're demons. But then Blythe makes this pouty face and says, "Dear Gavver, forgot he's lost it." He leans in and whispers, and Gavver is like, "What are you talking about, Blythe?" Blythe warns him they can't bring this as a gift to the king. Gavver thinks it's dangerous if they're demons, but Blythe tells him to use the opportunity. This is the perfect chance. So Gavver goes, "Fine. Now I remember. You really were with the exiles, so you're definitely human." Kredios is terrified now. He thinks the guy on the right looks smart. I'll use him. At the same time, Bloyd is thinking the exact same thing. He's gonna squeeze everything he can out of this guy and then toss him aside. Gavver says, "All right, no more wasting time. Let's go." Our companion is going to join us, and their companion is Kimchi. He's the one escorting them, and Kratos is already sweating. Kimchi stares at them, and Jang Cho is shaking. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Cho, the guy who died." Kimchi says, "You look like you've got liver problems. Let's take care of that health." Yeah. The protagonist relaxes and thanks him, while the others turn to leave. But Kratos is confused. Did he really not recognize him? This metamorphosis style was effective except from that look Kimchi gave him. You can tell it definitely wasn't. Night falls and the group gathers around the campfire. Kratos can only think the situation just got way more dangerous. If they take a hit and the metamorphosis ends, Kimchi will kill them on the spot and the capital is insanely far. All they wanted was to sell potatoes and buy seeds. So why are they going with these guys? Especially with Kimchi staring at him like that in that terrifying way. Credo says a small hi and Kimchi ignores him. Credo relaxes, thinking he doesn't even want to look back and run into that person again. They really needed to run. Tonight, they had to disappear. A while later outside, Sergei and Ashurat are freezing. Credo slaps Bale's face a few times, telling him to wake up, while the guy on the left needs a full 8 hours of sleep. Everyone's outside when Credo tells them to stay quiet and look back. Nobody woke up. Sergei asks what they're doing out here in the middle of the night. Credo realizes she's talking. She says of course she is. She learned how to talk. It was just hard before because her mouth is huge now. Kratos says they don't need those guys anymore. They already got past the checkpoint and now they're useless. They're here for a different objective, and the longer they stay close, the higher the risk their identities get exposed. And right then, Kimchi is standing in front of them in full armor, asking what identity. One look from him and Kratos almost dies, but then the scene switches to the abandoned land, the city of Antir. Hartok and Zephyrus stare at a bunch of crab-like demons in front of them. Hartok says he didn't call any meeting, so why is everyone here? The mustached one in front says his lord is nearby and they heard they can eat freely in this region. But Hartok knows that until Kratos brings back a seed, they won't have enough food. Then someone yells, asking what this bunch of shells is doing here. I think his name is Laplala, that dear tree guy, saying Planus' betrayal has nothing to do with them. He begs Hartok to save them, and more races keep showing up. There are caterpillar guys saying they need help too, or everyone's gonna starve. All these demons are in front of them begging for food and mercy. Help save us. Hartok asks Zephyros how many big potatoes they have. Zephyros says for now a lot, but there are too many of them and we have no idea when Kratos is coming back. This is dangerous. Hartok thinks and remembers. Kratos said that when he's gone, Hartok is the demon king. After a second of silence, Hartok says each race should split up and define their living areas, and he'll provide food. Back to the protagonist and the others facing Kimchi, who wants to know the real identity of Kim Jong-suk. The protagonist tries to explain in this messy, awkward way while Ball doesn't understand why he doesn't just punch the guy. Then Kratos turns and tells Ball not to try anything at all. The person in front of them had extremely unpredictable strength. Kimchi tells everyone to listen carefully. The protagonist turns in shock while Kimchi thinks he knows exactly who he is, the demon king who dragged the world into war and now wants peace. But what's the real intention, and why is he here? Kimchi says he wants the real reason. Kratos admits they're not taking an offering to the king. Kimchi probably already heard, but the land they come from has very little food, and they needed some way to grow things. That's why the cart is carrying their special product. They want to sell giant chunos and huge potatoes and buy seeds and vegetables, and so nobody would find out. They were going to sneak out, but the capital is too far. So they ended up passing through the city. Please have mercy. Don't kill us. The protagonist tries to appeal to compassion, but Kimchi just keeps staring. Still, he can tell there's no lie behind those eyes. He concludes that maybe the demons started eating humans because they had nothing else to eat, but says, unfortunately, he can't let them run. That's because the young Master Gavur helped them out. They've got an offering for the king, so he can't just leave them stranded. He'll let them stop along the way, sell the potatoes and buy seeds, but they still have to keep traveling to the capital. And like promised, those two creatures are going to be offered to the king. The main guy says it confidently. There are tons of trashy animals like those back in his village, and the poor things are their suffering. But Kratos has an evil plan, saying the guy was naive. The moment he buys the seeds, he's going to take off. But the next day, first, they had to sell the potatoes. Gavur points one out to show it off, and the main guy goes, oh, it's nothing special. It's just a slightly bigger potato. Bloyd in the background is clearly freaked out, but Gavur just wishes them good luck. Then Bloyd says they should offer that to the king instead. Now that looked rare. Kratos says it's just an ugly, oversized potato, but Bloyd says it can be ugly and still be huge enough to matter. Kratos says he's never heard of size doesn't matter, and Gavur says Bloyd must like it because it's ugly like him. Bloyd is furious, saying the day he gets rich, he's gonna buy that bastard as a slave. As they leave, Kratos keeps thinking the potato head guy has a point. Maybe if they offer that to the king, they could get a good reward since it's a weird giant potato. But the most important thing is getting as far away from Kimchi as possible. Gavr smiles and says they finally made it to the trading city of Deparsha. The main guy says thanks to Gavr's kindness they managed to get a room for him and Ball. The other guys got the second room and obviously the animals stayed outside. Still, he's pissed. This is a commercial city. There should be plenty of rooms, but the room they got is awful. Whatever. They're here to sell potatoes. On the way, Akarat asks, "Hey Kratos, are you really gonna sell us to the king?" Kratos says, "Never, my friend. You're my precious lightning rod. I'd never sell you." Ashurat doesn't like that, and then Sergei says something feels off about this place. People say human markets are busy, but this one is quieter than the Demon Kingdom. The main guy looks around and sees the vibe is weird. The economy really wasn't doing great. How was he supposed to sell potatoes here? But worrying doesn't help. First, they had to move, so he spreads out the cloth and starts yelling for people to come buy the giant potato, the size of a head. 1 for 22 for 30. Come on over, auntie. Sir Grandma, the potato's tasty, huge, and brings abundance. Ball is kind of shy, saying he's never seen the Demon King work this hard, and the main guy tells him to shut up and do something too. If they don't get money for seeds, everyone's going back to starving and eating each other. Hearing that, Ball starts singing and hyping it up too, while the main guy turns to the animals and asks why they aren't doing anything. Then everyone starts trying, dancing, and putting on a show, while the main guy thinks he's doomed. Everyone who gets Ice Guide sells ice cream or something rare, but he's stuck selling a big potato, and that's it. They'd have to go all out and do every dumb little trick they could. But for him, surviving has always been like that, just like Grandma used to say. Then a guy comes up and asks, "Wait, for real? 1 potato for 20 gold coins?" The main guy says yes, but he finds it weird when a crowd suddenly forms with people asking for 4, 15, 30, 16 potatoes. He doesn't get it. This world isn't used to marketing, and it's working way too well. What's going on? Ashurat and Sergei tell him to get moving. The plan worked. They're going to make money. The main guy pulls himself together and says, "Fine, everyone line up." Next scene, he's already got a bag full of coins, and he's shocked. 1/3 sold in no time. He tells the whole group to go back to the inn and he'll go buy seeds. But when he goes up to the shopkeeper, the guy says he has to be joking. In this city, he won't find seeds anywhere. Kratos doesn't get it. What do you mean? The guy explains that most food and seeds get bought up all at once by the big associations. The main guy asks where that is, and the guy tells him to calm down because he looks pale, like he's about to pass out. But Kratos tells him to just say where the association is so he can buy everything. Suddenly, the chubby guy's expression changes. He turns and tells him to ask that person over there. Then someone behind Kratos says, "Excuse me." A green-haired guy wants to know if he's the one selling those giant potatoes out front. The main guy says yes, that's him. The guy introduces himself as Ruslin, secretary of the Richmond markets. He handled all the operational side of the association. The main guy says, "All right, but what do you want with me?" And he realizes this is probably the guy the shopkeeper meant. Rosalind says he'll be direct 20%. He'll buy everything he's selling for 20% more. The main guy finds it weird and interesting, but asks how much a handful of cabbage seeds costs. Rosalind says a small handful is 100 gold coins. Kratos immediately realizes it's a scam. Considering the cost of living in this world, that should be 50 coins, but they're charging double. Clearly, those Richmond bastards are hoarders. They're controlling distribution routes so they can jack up the price of everything. Now it makes sense why the inn was old and abandoned and why the commercial district was dying and also why his giant potatoes sold so well. This was all because of those people. That look on his face says it all. He's obviously thinking of something. Rosalind gets nervous, wanting to know what he's planning. The main guy knows that even if he sells all the potatoes at the prices they're offering, it still won't be enough to buy much seed. He's ready to put a plan into motion and asks, "So, Rosalind, you want to buy my giant potatoes?" Rosalind starts, "Yes, sir." But the main guy cuts him off and tells him to bring the boss. Rosalind doesn't understand and says, "I'm part of the operation." But Kratos says, "You're just an employee. This is above your pay grade." The main guy wants to show he's not some easy merchant to control. Rosalind quickly says he's the number 2 in the association and can make any decision. The main guy says, "All right then. How about you pay 200 gold coins per potato?" Rosalind freaks out and says, 200 is too much. Kronos laughs and says, "Looks like not every decision is actually his." He knows the boss must have seen his potato and thought something that huge dried and processed would store well and yield a lot. Perfect to sell, for example, to the Empire's army. And what that tells him is that even selling these potatoes at a loss, they can still get other products that will bring profit. Rosalind realizes this guy is full of schemes, and Kratos tells him again to bring the boss. The mood turns heavy. Starts raining, and Sergei and Ashurat are getting soaked. Ashurat says he'll never forgive that demon king. Sergei tells him to keep it down. The worst thing would be drawing attention as a talking animal. Ashurat wonders, since when she became so loyal, wasn't she angry about being dragged to human lands? She says she's actually finding it fun. She's always been curious. Since she was a kid, she wanted to know what this place was like. People said there was lots of food and nobody devoured each other, and she couldn't imagine how that was possible. Because as Asura knows, her parents were eaten by stronger demons, and she didn't even get that sad since it was normal. And she knows his siblings died in a similar way, but she's noticed this city is poorer than she expected. Even so, people don't eat each other. At the market, she saw a father who was hungry but still gave the first potato to his child. Maybe if they'd been born here, their families would have been happy. Ashurat gets all quiet and sad. He asks since when she talks like that. She tells him to shut up, but then he stands up and covers her with his wing, saying that one day times would come when even demons could be happy. Then Kratos suddenly shows up and yells for both of them. Gets weirdly shy and says Sergei was being disrespectful, and Sergei says to kill because he's always provoking her. The main guy picks them both up, tells them to shut it, and says it's time for a strategy meeting. Back in the room, everyone now knows food is being monopolized and sold at higher prices. Sergei asks why they do that. Ashurat says this is a place with lots of food. So what's the point? Kratos explains it's not fear of starving. They just want more money and to get richer. Out of nowhere, Baal says this happens because when basic needs are met, the hierarchy shifts and the need for respect becomes more important. The main guy doesn't get why Baal suddenly got all intellectual. As Chirat cuts in saying, this isn't about respect, it's just greed. They were doing cruel things even with food despair, and he remembers his siblings being eaten. Sergei is furious too, saying they don't know what it's like when someone truly starves because there's nothing. She's remembering her parents being someone's dinner. Baal says he's getting angry about the situation. Krinos says humans are just like that, but they need to act calmly to reach their goal. The good part is since they bought everything, they've got the perfect warehouse to break into. Next chapter, out in the middle of the desert, a windstorm is picking up. Zephyros is wondering what Hartok is doing. Everyone says it looks like he ordered a giant stone pot to be made and has been making a tornado. Hartok is suffering, veins in his head about to burst, and he's exhausted, saying he's running out of strength. Then he notices people watching and tells everyone to get back to work. Zephyros comes over and says, Hartak, you're pushing yourself too hard. What are you going to do with all that water? There are a ton of huge pots there. Hartok says that many demons gathered there can't be fed with just potatoes. That's why they have to boil the potatoes in water. They'll be able to feed way more people with the same ingredients, and no demon will go hungry in that abandoned land. It sounded kind of pointless to me, so I went and asked ChatGPT, and it said that cooking increases digestibility and you get more calories. So technically, he's right. Zephyros asks why Hartok is talking like he's about to kill someone. But one thing is undeniable. Since the day the Lord declared they'd start farming, everything has been changing. The cruel, calculating Lord Hartok is working himself to the bone just to prepare food for other demons. So what made him change this much? In the background, Hartok gives a little chuckle, thinking he's going to get an absurd amount of praise for this work. But Zephyros interrupts. Sir, we're going to need a lot of firewood to heat all that water. Hartok says he knows. They'd have to destroy every demon's house just to burn it. That's why he's going to the third stellar area, the volcano of Sealing, to hunt the fire predator. No idea what that is, but it sounds dangerous. Then the scene switches to another city. A calm, kind of arrogant human is there, the great merchant Richmond. They arrive out front, the sun's out, and he turns to Ruslin and says, Ruslin, you disappointed me this time. How did you get pushed around by some bumpkin who doesn't know anything? With that level of stupidity, you'll never get far, so stand there. I'll show you how you deal with ignorant people. Inside, the main guy hears the knock and asks who it is. Richmond says, it's me, the small-time merchant in the city you wanted to meet in person. The main guy says, all right, come in. The door opens and Richmond says, excuse me, thinking, ignorant people always let their guard down with this fake politeness. They don't realize the people who take the most from others can sound the nicest. But then he looks up and sees the main guy and the others staring him down. The old man jumps thinking, damn it, why are they trying to scare me? The main guy says, come on in, old man. Have a seat. Richmond sits, wondering why this group of merchants looks like demons and why they've got those weird animals inside the room. It looks like an alpaca and a pelican, but normal animals don't make expressions like that. And there's also a handsome, lazy-looking guy who doesn't match the rest. Then the main guy says, so, sir, you heard the offer, right? The old man trembles. You asked for 200 coins for the giant potato? Kratos says, no. Someone lied to you. I said 300. The old guy freaks out right away and goes, no. 300 is way too much. But then out of nowhere, Kratos goes, did you know there's a guy in my group named Asura? Richmond stiffens. Asura from that family? And Kratos says, yeah. Nobles who got direct orders from the royal family. Like, that's the perfect chance to make a good impression, don't you think? The old guy's already outside saying he closed the deal for 300 coins. Ruslan asks, hey, why would he complain about 200? Rich man completely ignores him and just orders everyone taken to the mansion, animals included. The guy asks why, and Rich man says it's all in the contract. Then Ruslan asks why he's being so generous to a bunch of ignorant nobody. But now the old guy is yelling at him, saying an immediate loss sometimes turns into a bigger reward later. He doesn't know anything, deal with it, and he turns around and leaves, thinking, honestly, the old guy was scared out of his mind of those people. Ruslan doesn't like it at all. Meanwhile, inside, Alpha, still kind of confused, goes, wouldn't it be easier to just steal the seed? Krejci says that idea really suits him, but they can't start a fight because there's a risk the transformation will wear off. The plan is to avoid fighting as much as possible until the only option is to grab everything and get out. He tells them to understand that to stockpile and monopolize, they need 3 things. Someone behind the scenes to bend the law, a lot of money, and a perfect warehouse to store everything. The first part of the plan is going to the mansion and finding out where that warehouse is. Sergei takes a look and says something feels off. How does he know exactly how humans act? It's like he's known this world for a long time. The protagonist looks over and says, because I'm the demon lord, I know everything. The idiots just stand there thinking, damn, the demon lord is insane. Meanwhile, the blonde guy outside is thinking, so that's your goal, Jing Zhao Fall, or rather demon lord Kratos. Next chapter, we're at the Richmond mansion. Gavin wants to know where Jing Zhao got this amazing room. The protagonist says he just mentioned selling the giant potatoes, and they were so grateful they got generous. Gavin thinks, good. So the giant potatoes really do have value. And Bloyd tells him to remember it's a gigantic potato. They should offer it to the king. Gavin says Bloyd only likes them because they look just like his ugly face. But what he really wants to know is whether Kratos sold everything. Kratos says, yeah. Unfortunately, he sold it all. Poor Boyd gets disappointed until Kratos says it's fine because he's going to steal it back. The idiot's expression changes immediately. Gavin thinks, good. Then he asks what he means by steal. Kratos explains he means it literally. He's gonna steal everything those guys are stockpiling. The Honorable Knight says there's no way he'll allow that. He serves the kingdom. And Kratos tells him to stay still and says he knows he can't allow it. Just like he can't allow the practice of monopolizing the city's food and wrecking the economy, Gavin doesn't get it, but the scene shows them walking around the carriage. Ruslan is there talking to someone, saying this place is a pain. Kratos walks up and asks if the giant potatoes are going to be taken to the warehouse now. Ruslan says yes, thinking this guy is unbearable. The protagonist says he wants to see the warehouse to make sure his giant potatoes will be stored properly. But the man says he can't, because their warehouse is confidential. Krejci won't accept that. The guy tries to explain it's to keep the products fresh, but the demon starts yelling, telling him to stop being annoying, show the warehouse already. What's with the attitude? Then he starts making a whole scene, throwing himself on the ground like a kid, going, I want to see the warehouse. I want to see the warehouse. Rosalind tells him to stop being so entitled, like they're going to show the warehouse just because he keeps insisting. He tells the guy to speed up the cart and leave, but then Cretia stands up and plants himself right in front of it like some Greenpeace activist, saying they either run him over or take him to the warehouse. The guy tries to get him to move, telling him to get out of the way while the protagonist keeps going on, basically ignoring him. All the demons watch from the window, confused, wondering what the Demon King is doing. Sergey just says they should give up on having that guy as Demon Lord. He's embarrassing. Everyone's pulling the protagonist in every direction, while from far away, Gavin watches and says it's humiliating to be part of that guy's group. But right behind him, Bloyd says that's a real man. That attitude, throwing away all dignity for a goal, is something he needs to learn and use in every life. Gavin doesn't really get it. While the guy is over there singing about crossing the darkness with the warehouse potatoes, Gavin is completely lost. When the guy came to talk to him earlier, he sounded kind of convincing. Kratos asked how long it would take to file a formal complaint, open a case in the kingdom's court. And while all that time passed, the city's citizens would keep starving, and he doesn't have the nerve to accept that. Poor Gavin got emotional. And Kratos says the great Gavin has to have that perseverance and believe in the power of uniting and taking down these monsters who steal what belongs to the citizens. Back in the present, Gavin's thinking he understood the noble feeling. He wanted to help, and he even turned around and said he'd make sure to find the warehouse location. But he never imagined the great method was just rolling around on the ground and making a scene. They count to 3 and shove him aside, but the protagonist wins by crawling back again. Only the cart is already leaving. Kratos looks disappointed, but he isn't. He jumps up excited, saying the bloody eye has been completed. Oh right, he has that skill. I forgot. From now on, he'll move north toward the secret warehouse underground in a mine on the outskirts, and it was insanely precise. But while he's satisfied with the plan, Kimchi is trying to understand why someone who could just take all of this by force is acting like this. Is it justice? Or is it just looting? Is this guy a demon or a hero? The more he watches, the less he understands. The scene switches to Hartok, with Zephyros warning that the fire predator is extremely strong. It would have been better to bring an army. But Hartok says that's exactly why they have to go alone. The more people they bring, the more injured they'll have. Taking care of everyone and facing danger head-on is the job of the Heavenly Kings. He opens the steel thing and everyone's shaking. Then he asks if Zephyros noticed what he just did, and Zephyros says yes. He's noticing it right now. Hartok is all emotional. Another perfect line. The Demon King is going to love this. He'll say I'm a genius with an incredible personality. I already know the fire predator has low intelligence and extreme aggression. I just sentence it to death for cannibalism against its own species, and that's it. Then he walks into the lava and orders the Ifrit predator to appear because it has work to do. From the magma bubbles, something starts rising, and in front of Hartok appears a huge, massive dragon. He keeps a straight face, but he's terrified, thinking he had no idea it was that big. Next chapter, there are a bunch of cute sounds in the middle of the desert. Zephyros rubbing Bastika's little belly. All sweet. The baby dragon giggles and blushes, and then suddenly look who comes running past, Hartok panicking with Ifrit destroying everything behind them, blasting fire at both their butts. They're screaming while Zephyros asks what happened to all that confidence. The idiot explains the thing has been eating fire for too long, so now it's way too strong. Zephyros starts taking notes. Mr. Hartok said he'd face danger head-on, but he's running with his tail between his legs. Hartok immediately tells him to stop writing down every detail. This is just a tactical retreat while they think of another way to light the fire. But then he remembers all the Pokemon starving in the city. He turns around and says they don't have time. He starts charging an attack in his hand, goes straight at Ifrit, yelling that he's Hartok, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and he'll complete this mission even if it risks his life. Zephyros is just listening when suddenly Bastika spits a little puff, and instantly, Ifrit's face freezes, and the whole thing turns into one big block. Hartok just stands there thinking, and Zephyros says nothing. They sit in silence, and Zephyros writes down that Hartok just embarrassed himself. Hartok is about to yell at him to stop writing, but the scene cuts back to the protagonist. With his hood up, he tells everyone to wait for his signal while he goes to check out the warehouse. He pounds his chest, saying all of this is for the food and for the citizens. Someone says the intentions are good, but the face doesn't match. He turns to leave, and Gavin just wants to know why they're keeping Kimchi a secret. He explains that person draws too much attention, so the group is already big enough with just him. Gavin sees Ball staying quiet, Alpaca too, and says, okay, got it. He decides not to say anything, so he doesn't start an argument. Then the protagonist starts hopping from rooftop to rooftop. The plan was to grab the seeds, shake Kimchi off, and then disappear. The good part is nobody's following him right now, so maybe he can finish scouting faster than he expects. He reaches the warehouse and slips in through the ceiling like a cockroach. The security is seriously heavy. One wrong step could turn into a fight, and the worst thing would be taking damage and having the transformation wear off. Even worse would be Kimchi finding out, but then he notes the guy is right behind him. He looks over and the human is staring at him. The protagonist almost jumps. Kimchi tells him to relax. He's too ugly when he's scared. Then he says, "You said you were going to distribute food to the citizens, right? So I'm going to help you." The protagonist, scared out of his mind, asks, "How did you find out?" Kimchi just says he has great hearing. Even on different floors, he can hear every conversation. Kratos shudders because that means he might have heard everyone calling him the Demon Lord. Then Kimchi nudges him and goes, "So are we doing this or not?" The protagonist says, Yeah, we are. Thinking as long as he's sure it's fine. If he knew I'm the Demon King, I'd already be torn apart. Good thing he doesn't know. They start crawling along, but Kimchi doesn't get it. Like, why is he moving like this? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill everyone? That's what he learned, right? Then Kratos remembers that when he used to play, he'd just go in with Kimchi cutting everyone down. So he turns and says lives are precious. They have to finish this peacefully without any fighting. The blonde guy looks at him, lowers his head, and says he understands what he wants. The protagonist relaxes for a moment and they keep going down the tunnel. Deeper in, he thinks it's weird there aren't many guards, but then he looks and sees some golems watching the area. He remembers from the game that those are creatures developed by the magic tower, but in the game, they're usually already destroyed. How strong are they? Before he can figure it out, Kimchi rushes in and destroys them all. The protagonist asks why he did that, and Kimchi says, well, it's not a living thing, so it doesn't matter. Plus, he remembers a voice saying something like, cleaning is faster. Kratos flinches, but then thinks, honestly, if Kimchi wants to fight, he's not wrong. In another area, more golems are guarding, and the protagonist says there are 3. If they get spotted and the alarm goes off, the plan is done. Kimchi looks and says he'll analyze their movement 10 times. That's how you find an opening, then wipe them out in an instant. The protagonist says that's exactly it. While thinking this learning thing makes no sense, it feels more like Kimchi has some kind of muscle memory from when the protagonist used him in the game. A little later, the blonde guy says, unfortunately, he didn't find any opening. The only way is to attack at the same time. 2 are closer, so they'll start with those. Kratos, internally panicking, thinks he can't guarantee he can even kill one golem alone. He doesn't even know the difference in combat power between him and those things. But then Kimchi reaches into his cloak and hands him a weapon, saying he'll feel stronger with it. Kratos immediately recognizes the cute heart hammer of magic, a super mysterious weapon that gives off an insanely dangerous aura. It's designed to look harmless. Kratos remembers that item was basically a cheat, and even if he's weak right now, just holding it gives him 30% more stats. Maybe this will work. Then Kimchi reaches into his cloak again, pulls out another sword, and now Kratos realizes this guy has access to the entire inventory he used to have. With both of them ready, they go back to watching the golems. It was just one more second of patience when all of a sudden Kimchi moves first and the protagonist has to cling on and try to launch himself. He thinks the plan's about to fall apart, but Kimchi stops for a second behind the golem. He realizes the human really did wait. He moves in, and together they destroy the first golem at the exact same time. And right away, the protagonist knows they have to finish the next one before it can turn its neck. The 2 of them pull off the exact same sequence, lunge forward, roll out of the golem's first position, and crack it in the head. Only Kimchi still gets there a little earlier. The protagonist is stunned. This bastard wasn't just insanely fast. He was moving in sync with him. A little later, some guards show up as the 2 of them come in with the ballerina on their backs and slam the guy in the neck, putting him to sleep. Kratos is wondering what's going on. He and Kimchi kept moving like they were one person, their attacks perfectly synchronized, and now he's thinking it's weird. He's standing next to a monster, and yet he's ridiculously happy. What does Kimchi even know? He's thinking, you taught me how to kill, and at the same time you told me not to do it. You tried to destroy humanity, but now you want peace. A mysterious existence that came from another dimension to cause chaos, but right now he was happy next to him. Kimchi seems like he already knows everything, and he asked Kratos he'd reveal his real identity. Then the protagonist tells him to be careful. He's almost crushing the guy's neck. He's going to die. He says his friend needs to learn that not everyone in this world deserves to die. Those 2 soldiers are just working in the mind to earn their daily bread. Their hearts are already hurt enough. He didn't want them to suffer more than that. Kimchi looks over, kind of confused. They keep walking, with the old man saying he doesn't see any more golems. The protagonist thinks it's because it's strange they made it this far without drawing anyone's attention. But then suddenly, the old man tells him to be quiet. In front of a huge door, there was a golem almost the same size as it. The protagonist smiles, saying it looks like some kind of warehouse. They just needed to go back real quick and grab that stuff, but then Kimchi tells him to be quiet again. They hear footsteps coming closer, and then Richmond shows up. The golem crouches down and tells him to identify himself or he'll be attacked in 3 seconds, but the guy shows the ring. The creature says Lord Richmond's blood has been confirmed, and he may proceed. The door opens, and Kratos learns it only needs blood, making everything even easier. Inside the warehouse, there were rows and rows of bread, vegetables, fruit, everything perfectly preserved. The protagonist immediately tells Kimchi they're changing the plan. All the golems are gathered behind the guy, so it'll be easy to wipe them out at the same time. Before the protagonist can say anything else, Kimchi is already gone. He cuts off the first one's head. The protagonist charges in, grabs Richmond from behind, and when Richmond turns around, he gets punched right in the middle of the mouth. Kimchi thinks it's surprising while Kratos is smiling and having fun. He remembers the protagonist said his heart is wounded. He doesn't want to hurt them more than that yet. Looking at that face, he's sure this guy is a lunatic. Next chapter. A while later, Richmond wakes up tied to a chair, not knowing where he is. Kratos gets right in his face and says he's in the torture room. Richmond built himself. Why would a warehouse have a torture room like this? Richmond says it's a gym, not a torture room, while Kimchi just looks over the tools of cruelty. Kratos grabs Richmond's face and stares him down, furious, almost crying. Richmond says there's something wrong with this guy. The protagonist's sterility activates, and he finds out Richmond's future plan was to capture the protagonist, intimidate him, figure out where the giant potatoes came from, and steal everything. He thanks him saying Richmond so kind just cleared his conscience. The old man is scared. This guy stared then started crying, and now he's laughing and thanking him. Clearly, his mental state isn't great. The protagonist walks off saying he's going to put on a show for Richmond, but then the old man goes quiet and stares at them, saying he's some country bumpkin underestimating the security system. A golem appears in front of them, and Richmond yells for the security golem destroyer to finish them off. The protagonist just pulls out a cloth with Richmond's blood on it, and the golem apologizes and says he can pass. They step aside, and in the very next second, Kimchi destroys the thing. The old man realizes he's screwed. He's up against a psychopath and a swordsman who destroys everything in one strike. What was going to happen to them? They're already going full speed back to base, but Kimchi wants to know what they're going to do when they come back and security is tighter. The protagonist says they can do whatever they want. Nothing works against strength and numbers, and at the same time he thinks that applies to Kimchi too. In the middle of the city, the protagonist creatures are yelling, Richmond Company clearance sale. The old man went bankrupt. Everyone go grab everything in the warehouse. The townspeople don't really get it. Like, we can just go to the warehouse and take everything? A friend next to them says we're starving. Doesn't hurt to try. Then the protagonist appears on top of the warehouse calling out to everyone. Hey everyone. Let's go to the warehouse. It's all free. Everyone gets hyped, cheering. Perfect. Then let's take back what they stole. The scene cuts to the guards at the front and a commotion is coming in. Tons of citizens with the protagonist leading them carrying torches. The guards tell everyone to stop, that it's private property. But the crowd tells the broke losers to move aside. They know the guy is dead. The guard ignores them and orders the golem to stop everyone. The people are furious. Damn Richmond. He died, and he's still keeping these golems here. The protagonist shows the cloth and says he has Lord Richmond's authorization for all of this. Immediately, the golem sees the blood and says it's verified. They really can't pass. The crowd rushes in, hits the guards, and everyone's excited. And Kratos tells Kimchi to go ahead and shut up. Anyone who tries to interfere, Kimchi charges forward. Kratos, thinking this guy is an idiot, he obeys perfectly. Way too naive. Then the protagonist tells his group to get to the warehouse first and grab seeds. After that, they have to follow the plan with no mistakes. Inside the warehouse, it's chaos. Everyone filling boxes. The protagonist and his crew throwing everything into carts. When Rustin gets to the room, he finds Richmond and blurts out that the citizens are cleaning everything out. They need to activate the master of the golems. The old man answers that he wants to make money, not commit a massacre. Rustin goes quiet and asks what the difference is between activating the golem and what he's done up to now. He'd better understand he's not going to follow a beggar like him who lost everything. The old man is furious. Rustin really put the pressure on him. Meanwhile, the citizens are leaving all happy. It's food. I'm not going to starve. But one of the golems shows up saying theft won't be tolerated, and Kimchi comes in and slices it in half. Kratos thinks that while Kimchi is busy protecting the citizens, he's going to clean this up. Plus, Blythe and Gavia are helping everyone too, so they won't get in the way. If they escape through this opening, it's perfect. He turns and tells everyone it's time to get out, but the ceiling starts shaking. He wonders what's happening, and then a giant rock starts falling onto 3 people. The protagonist calls the team. Everyone runs. A woman is about to get crushed, but they barely save Sergei upside down holding on with her little llama feet. The protagonist looks to the side, and Rosalind is there, saying they're a bunch of vulgar thieves. He's going to take everything back, and everyone is going to die. Next chapter starts at the Demon Kingdom base, with everyone tossing potatoes into water, saying to prepare the dragon fire, give it a smack on the head, and the creature breathes out heat, boiling everything. Everyone gets excited, saying the potato porridge is almost ready. Zephyros tells Hartok that everything really is going according to his plan, but he notices his friend is super sad because he couldn't capture Ifrit in a cool way. So he writes that the one who captured the fire predator was Bastika. Unfortunately, Hartok is pathetically discouraged. Hartok tells that idiot to stop writing down even his emotions, but Sapphiros keeps going, saying it looks like Hartok forgot everything was possible thanks to his plan, the brightest mind of the demon race. Hartok gets startled while everyone celebrates, saying Leader Hartok's idea is incredible. The food multiplied countless times. He sees everyone shouting elite, 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 and he gets emotional, saying, guys, it's a simple plan. Anyone would have reached the same conclusion. But the fun is over. We're back with Kratos holding the rock, straining, but it's heavy as hell. They won't last much longer. The system says that someone who's enduring and holding on can awaken a new skill. The system shows he can use spikes of punishment for 500 HP. It'd be perfect since he could raise spikes to support the rock, stomp the ground, but unfortunately he only had 325. The protagonist looks to the side and tells the damn humans to get out from under there. But in front of them, a golem's huge foot slams down. Ruslan warns that if they leave, they'll all be killed. They can choose between dying to the golems or dying crushed. Poor vulgar people like them were born to die like that. The protagonist says that Bastard is a piece of trash, but gravity doesn't care, and he keeps suffering. Ruslan says that damn old man rich man got full of himself just because he treated Ruslan with a tiny bit of decency. He really should have crushed him from the start before he could stand back up. One of the humans is staring, but the kid steps on his hand. The protagonist can't do anything because he's holding the rock and the rest of the humans are trying to protect themselves. Then suddenly, the system says the members of the Demon Lord's army are having a delicious happy meal. Because of that, his HP starts going up. The protagonist has no idea what they're eating that tastes so good, but the points keep rising, and that was the perfect moment. In the Demon Kingdom, all the little monsters are having fun eating potato soup. While Hartok and Zephyros are proud, the protagonist reaches 15,000 points total. Right away, he yells to awaken spikes of punishment, but the system warns that by consuming HP, the metamorphosis effect will be undone. He doesn't care. He starts transforming back, and the system tells him to increase the number of spears. Kratos orders the 4 heavenly kings to lift it. At the same time, he tells the system to set that skill to max level 2. He spends 15,000 points and takes it straight to level 13. Rosalind tries to understand how a human lifted that until he realizes this guy doesn't look human at all. Everyone is terrified, and the protagonist lifts his foot and stomps the ground. Spikes rise up holding the rock. Kimchi feels something and looks back. The rock is at least pinned in place, and everyone is sure he's human. But at the same time, they were saved by this guy. The protagonist starts walking forward while Rosalind tells everyone there's a demon in front of them, and they should kill him. The protagonist, dead serious, says the one who's been slaughtering and devouring humans is Rosalind while pulling out the wand of love. Rosalind jumps, wanting to know what that is. The protagonist says it's the cute little heart hammer. Or rather, when you remove the disguise, the item is called the ancient evil god. When Kimchi reaches the doorway and looks into the room, the protagonist is holding a massive evil greatsword. He tells Ruslan he hates people who use food to do evil. The golems rush toward Kratos, but he throws the sword up one vertical slash, and the creatures freeze in the air, and in the next second, a black blast tears through. Instantly, they're completely destroyed. A fragment falls onto Kimchi's foot, and Kimchi says it looks like he was about to kill a human. In the end, he really is a demon. The protagonist's attack destroys the entire floor. The two of them stare each other down. Kratos goes silent and suddenly lets go of the sword. It hits the ground, breaks apart, and he already knows he's going to die. He only asks Kimchi to spare the lives of the subordinates behind him. Biol and the others don't understand why he's acting like this. Kimchi stares at him, lowers his head, and pulls his sword to the side, saying it's a shame because he wanted to know a little more about him. The protagonist accepts his fate when suddenly Seoji screams and tells Azurat they're going to undo the transformation. She's about to kick him in the head, he'd swing at her face, and then the two of them would headbutt Bale in the stomach. Right then, someone calls out for Kimchi. It's Asura, saying that if anyone wants to lay a hand on the demon lord, they'll have to get through them first. The protagonist tries to warn them not to do it, but it's too late. Kimchi throws himself forward, and the trio gets ready. Then, out of nowhere, someone tells the pink warrior to stop. It's one of the citizens they saved, saying they really do look like demons, but they literally just saved everyone's life. And on top of that, they realize it's not only demons who hurt humans. Suddenly writhing on the ground in pure hatred, Ricelin raises his hand and says he'd rather destroy everything than let them take a seed. Kratos flinches, and then Richmond rushes in, telling them to be careful. That was a self-destruct device. The second he presses it, a bunch of bombs planted all over the mountain start detonating, and the whole cave shakes. Good grief, that's an insane amount of explosives. The entire place gets swallowed by blasts. From far away, Blythe and Gavr see it and want to know what happened. There were a lot of people in there. Then Gavr notices that, in the middle of the flames, the protagonist group is coming out. He immediately thinks, were those demons? They land. And Kratos warns them they've been exposed, so they're not stopping until they reach their territory. Richmond, though, wants to know why he's being taken along. Kratos tells him the bastard is good at storing food, so he's gonna run a warehouse to pay for everything he did. The old man tells them to leave him there, but, nope, everyone takes off at full speed. Outside watching the flames, a bunch of people start yelling, my husband's in there, my family's in there. Then in the middle of it all, Kimchi shows up, stretches out his arm, clears the flames away, and everyone comes out alive. People hug each other, relieved they made it. Then Gavr goes up to Kimchi and asks what happened. Saw some people running out who looked like demons. Did they cause that explosion? Kimchi says no. Those guys weren't like normal demons. Then we see what happened a little earlier. Raslan raised his hand and said he was going to destroy everything. The bomb started triggering, everything blowing up, rocks flying everywhere, and the protagonist told all 4 generals to start protecting the people. Bale was carrying everything on his back, Sergei was slicing through the falling rocks, and Osurat grabbed the blade. Raslan, meanwhile, was celebrating, yelling with joy until a rock comes straight at his head. Looks like he got completely crushed. Then Kimchi called out to Zhang Shao and told him he was going to save everyone, and Zhang Shao needed to grab the seeds and get back fast. He had to go to the demon lands and plant peace. The protagonist didn't get it, but they were already sprinting away. He realized that damn Kimchi had known everything from the start. He'd just been watching, but that's in the past now. What matters is he shouts to everyone that they got the seeds. When they got back, they were starting a new garden. Back with Blythe, he's there with his legendary tool, pounding the ground while Gavr asks why that guy set up a self-destruct. Kimchi thinks it's because everything was done in a rush. But Gavr also wants to know why Zhang Shao and everyone left so suddenly. He gave the food back to the citizens and solved the problem, so he should have gotten a reward. Kimchi says that either way, he still messed up someone else's property, so he probably got scared and ran. The knight agrees, but says that guy didn't look like the type to scare that easily. And what about those demons he saw? Kimchi cuts him off. There weren't any demons. Everyone in the village also said they didn't see any demons. Besides, if Zhang Shao were a demon, why would he want to save everyone? His friend doesn't know what to say. Then Kim Ji asks what the potato guy is doing. His friend says that since this place doesn't have an owner anymore, he's looking for something that can make money. He's super greedy. If he'd been born a noble, he'd be great at making cash. Then in the middle of all the digging, he suddenly yells that he found some huge potatoes. He was going to offer them to His Majesty. At the gate passage by the Magroth fortress, we see the protagonist group coming up out of the water. That place has ridiculous protection on the way in, but getting out isn't as hard. They slipped through a blind spot and now they're up in the mountain area. One of the guards is watching and says there's a weird group heading toward the abandoned land. They didn't get any message from the rear guard, so it's probably just wild animals. Who knows? Kratos keeps running, not understanding why his heart is pounding so hard. Good thing he has a demon lord's body, or he'd be out of breath already. A while later, the sun is coming up and Flute, along with her friends, is eating potato soup. Her dad offers more, but she says no. She's totally full, and they needed to save what they had. If the demon lord can't bring seeds back, this might be the last soup they ever get. Her dad tells her to trust the demon lord. He'll definitely pull it off, but she says that if he doesn't, that's okay too. For the first time, she got to eat until she was full, and she was happy with that. Her dad gets emotional, then suddenly people start shouting that the demon lord is back, and he brought seeds. The protagonist group arrives carrying bag after bag. Everyone runs overexcited, calling out to Asura, except Richmond, who from his point of view sees a terrifying pack of demons coming straight at him. Flute hugs Asura, and he says it's truly an honor for her to be able to see him again. Bisteka pats the protagonist, and the protagonist says he missed him too. Zephyros thanks Sergei, and she tells him to get lost like she'd ever work hard to please someone. That's ridiculous. The protagonist calls for Hartok and says Bastika told him everything that happened. He really was the brightest mind of the demon race. Everything was easy because he was there. Hartok starts to answer, "Oh my lord. I only did the blade." But before he can finish, he starts crying, overwhelmed. The protagonist looks to the side and sees Sergei getting tossed around while everyone's smiling. He says he finally understood why his heart had been racing. It was the same thing his dad felt when he came home from work with fried chicken. That moment when you realize you managed to take care of the people who depend on you. He's sure that's exactly how his dad felt. And right away he yells, fired up, that they're starting the next planting. He looks down and says, well, what he brought the most this time was rice seed. The problem is rice needs a lot of prep and the climate doesn't help, so they're putting that aside for now. After that, the next biggest amount is corn. They also have pumpkin and beans, so he gathers everyone and says they're going to grow those 3 seeds in the smallest area with maximum efficiency, and that's called the Three Sisters planting method. The story explains that this is a farming method where you can grow 3 plants in the same spot because of a symbiotic relationship all at once. The beans planted with the corn grow by climbing up the corn stalk. Hartok says, yeah, I get it. So these beans will protect the corn from outside attacks and strong winds. The protagonist is impressed. This guy never studied agronomy, but he already knows that. The pumpkin part is that they have big leaves and spread everywhere. Hartok goes, perfect. That'll keep the soil from drying out and stop weeds from growing. The protagonist keeps wondering where he learned all this. Sergal is already hyped, saying enough with the explaining and stalling. They should start. The protagonist asks, Sergal, are you excited to see the kids eating and getting full? She says no. She doesn't care whether demons eat or not. She just thinks it's funny. The protagonist knows she's lying. Azurat asks where they start. Kratos, on the other hand, wants to know why Azurat is holding hands with Flute. Azurat says he's not holding hands. He's humiliating that low-level demon and showing her who's in charge. The protagonist says, fine, but everyone's here. There's no need to rush. Especially with this much manpower, it'll be done in no time. But Zephyros warns that mobilizing other demons from other regions won't be that easy. Kratos doesn't get it because they have plenty of porridge to hand out, so they should work. Zephyros says, unfortunately, that's not the biggest problem. Then Tree Guy throws a punch at the plant Pokemon that bites him on the head. The two of them get tangled up, slamming each other into the ground, a full-on brawl. Tree Guy raises his arms saying he's the new lord of the second region. Then another plant shows up and rips him in half. Zephyros explains that, as you can see, everyone's fighting to become the new owner of these lands. Even the former owner of another region got stuck out there among the lightning rods. The protagonist says demons have always been like this, but times have changed. Not everything in this world is strength, but they can't accept that. And that's why Kratos is going to introduce fair duel rules. Next chapter, there's a huge lizard crawling on the ground, and another lizard standing there lands a bunch of hits. Crabs are smashing into each other. Total chaos. Hartok watches everything in silence, then walks away. Flute comments that he left again, and her dad says it's weird he never breaks up fights. The farmer demons are furious. While they work all day, those guys just keep fighting, and they're supposed to support them too. Flute's dad says the demon lord must have a plan. Besides, it's impossible for just the 4 heavenly kings to lead that many people. Maybe they're waiting for a new lord to appear naturally, since these guys will keep fighting until it's decided who's truly the strongest. The problem is that, in the meantime, the weaker ones keep dying. We see 2 guys fighting, one getting thrown into a wall, then some little crab kids show up saying their family's tent got completely destroyed. Asura is up above watching everything, and Flu calls out to him asking why the demon lord isn't stopping these fights. Asura says it's because if they stop them, they won't know who could actually be a good leader. Then suddenly, they hear a scream, and a giant human is getting thrown right onto a baby crab. Asura thinks about stepping in, but then another turtle comes spinning in and slams the guy dead on, launching him away. He goes rolling, wrecked on the ground. He demands to know who dared interfere with his duel. But this really old turtle says that in a situation like this, they should be helping with farming, not fighting. All they do is cause damage. Asura watches, and then the demon who got thrown starts getting all sinister, asking if the old turtle really thinks he can give orders. The turtle stays silent. The guy walks up, saying he'll pay the price, and they both attack at the same time. But the big turtle pulls into his shell, starts glowing gold, and it's like a flashbang that leaves both of them completely blinded. Even Ashrat gets hit from far away. While Ashrat is still trying to figure out what that was, the turtle master grabs the little family and carries them away. Now Ashrat knows the kind of person Kratos was looking for. On top of Tree Guy, totally wrecked. What is this? Plant Lady shows up. Nice to meet you. She heals Tree Guy, regenerating his skin. She asks if he's okay, but he's angry, saying her home got destroyed because of him and she shouldn't help him. She says she knows that, but that's not a reason to leave him suffering in pain. Sergei is watching all of it. Then we see a tiny little demon going up to Hartak saying he wants to learn farming from him. Hartak says, "You're tiny. You don't even have arms. Your legs barely work. What are you gonna do?" The little demon says he can plow the field. It looks like all the farmer soldiers are doing it, and it's something he can do too because if a big harvest comes even one day sooner, that's one less day of fighting. Hartak stays quiet, then stares back and says there's nothing to be done. The creature is useless and won't be much help, so it should leave. The little guy just stands there, cute, crying his eyes out. Desteka sees that, and right away, the little lizard turns into a giant spiked wheel and starts cutting through the whole soil. Flute is amazed, while Hartak watches from a distance. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks that in nature, the strongest leads because everything is ruled by force. But now in demon society, they needed to create the idea of solidarity. And for that, they needed people who could bring others together with empathy, compassion, and acceptance. Those were the best weapons. The candidates had already been chosen. Then he congratulates the heavenly kings and tells them to begin the battle tournament. Hartak warns, though, that the candidates he picked are weak, every single one of them. They had absolutely no chance of winning those matchups. Kratos, on the other hand, says Hartak has no idea how to rig an outcome. The scene cuts to Kratos calling all the demons together, telling them he knows exactly what they're fighting over, filling the void left by having no leader. For demons, it's natural to settle everything through strength, but right now they need labor for agriculture. And on top of that, losing people to injuries can't be tolerated. That's why from now on, they're going to fight under rational rules. They'll take part in a competition that decides everything through instant judgment, lightning-fast reflexes, kinetic vision, combat prediction, everything in a single clash. The name of this duel is Rock, Paper, Scissors. Now Ashrat is face-to-face with Sergei, and he says whoever loses is out. Each warrior has the chance to equip different weapons in each hand. In this game, you can choose 3 weapons. Rock, which represents a fierce fist with 5 fingers closed, is the shattering hammer. Scissors with 2 fingers is the guillotine that cuts the skies, and paper with 5 fingers open. He stops to think and says that one is basically just a cloth. The system roasts the protagonist, saying he has no creativity, then tells him to shut up. Then it explains that for everyone, each weapon has an advantage over another. The hammer destroys the guillotine. The guillotine destroys the cloth, and the cloth neutralizes the hammer. Any demon who didn't understand, raise your hand. Everyone raises their hand. The protagonist immediately says they're all eliminated. If they're that dumb, they can't fight at this point. Ashrat and Sergei start casting something, and the protagonist says that on his shout, they need to equip their weapons. In the end, they can only show one, and whoever picks the right weapon and moves more precisely wins. Right away, Sergey looks like she threw paper and Ashrat threw rock. She gets all happy and squeezes his hand, saying she clearly won. She's celebrating with all 16 arms, totally thrilled, while Ashrat is blushing hard from her touch. There's definitely a vibe. Then smack, idiot. The protagonist tells them to stop messing around because this is a serious fight. He tells everyone again to raise their hand if they didn't understand. More people raise their hands and he says they're eliminated. Then he tells everyone to get ready. But the well-fed little plant lady is realizing she doesn't have fingers. So how is she supposed to take part? The protagonist tells the big turtle to step up. The turtle says nobody from his group is left. He's the last one. The protagonist goes, okay, so it looks like Mr. Donatello. Not Donatello. Mr. Turtle is the leader of the third area. The old guy says he hasn't even dueled yet. Meanwhile, the other prisoner, all whipped up, says he's just standing there. How is this guy gonna be the, and then he gets zapped by lightning. Shut up. Now it's a 1v1 between the lizard men, the tiny one versus the big gator-looking one. They get ready. The big one throws scissors. The little one throws a bit of paper and sees he loses. But the big one says he can't even see the little guy's fingers because he's so small. He moves closer. The protagonist thinks to himself and says, yep, he saw it. The little guy won. The poor little guy says no, he played paper. But the protagonist tells him to shut up and declares him the winner. He keeps losing to everyone, but in the end, the protagonist clearly announces he's the great leader of the fourth area. Now only one area was left to settle: rock, paper, scissors, between the plant people. Big tree guy versus the sexy plant lady. He says she has no combat ability, so it's over. Her body isn't made for dueling. The system appears next to the protagonist and says this is the great legend. No idea what that means, but the scene completely cuts to the human territory in the capital, Marnica. Kimchi is holding the weapon of love, remembering the sword Credo summoned. He can vaguely remember that shape from other past lives. Even when he wasn't as strong as he is now, it still showed overwhelming power. But how? How did the Demon King manage to reveal its form? He swings it one way, then the other, but nothing happens. He knows he's always been a puppet. In the last 10 lives, he had no free will and only lived according to mission orders. That's why he doesn't know how this thing works. He really couldn't pull himself up on his own. Maybe if he could draw out the weapon's true form, he'd stop being a puppet. Suddenly, Gaver and Bloyd walk in, saying His Majesty was satisfied with the big potatoes. They thank Kim Chi, saying he was truly essential on this journey. Kim Chi says the biggest credit goes to Zhang Zhou, but then he looks at the weapon. He changes his mind and says he wants to ask a favor. Elsewhere in the castle, someone says the special envoy's offering has been approved. The demon lands have many mysterious things, and they order Branda Magenta to be the captain of an expedition to search through demon territory. Yep, Alicia's predecessor. Remember her? The angry little redhead. Next chapter, we're back in the Demon Kingdom, and everyone's chanting rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. It's because the tree duel is about to start. Everyone says it's already decided Moedius is going to win. The plant next to him wants to know why this weirdo suddenly learned how to talk. Everyone knows this guy has absurd strength and speed, like he sees the world in slow motion. The moment she starts changing her fingers, he'll know exactly what she's going for. The tree guy tilts his head like, obviously, she already has paper in her hands, so there's nothing to do. The protagonist remembers that a bunch of people with fingerless hands quit earlier. The plant girl is about to quit too, but he tells her to shut up. Nobody is allowed to quit. She starts talking about her hands, but he warns that anyone who doesn't have the guts to fight is getting cooked. She gets scared, and the protagonist glances to the side, signaling his friends. Everyone seems to nod a little, so the protagonist assumes they're going to destroy the tree guy's hand and turn it into a rock, so he loses. But he's already in the middle telling them to get ready. The tree guy stretches out his hand, eager to win. The sexy plant girl backs up in fear. The protagonist yells for them to go, but at that exact moment, everyone pops up behind him and scares him. He tries to defend himself, taking a stance, and then everyone sees the idiot through rock. Now the plant girl and the tree guy just stare at each other like, wait, what just happened? Around them, nobody understands why he threw rock. The protagonist is getting emotional, saying it's the legend of the one who wins before making a move. The girl doesn't get it, but he announces that from today on, Miss Cabbage is the ruler of the second area. Everyone bows to her, saying she's amazing, until the tree guy says this is unfair to the heavenly kings. Everyone stares, asking where the proof is. The protagonist says it was decided in a sacred, completely fair duel. And from now on, everyone will obey their lord's orders. Unconditionally, any challenge must be done through rock, paper, scissors. Anyone who disobeys will be executed in the demon lord's name. The system tells the protagonist he clearly just created a dictatorship. He says he knows it's not very democratic. The system insists he's going to get cursed out by many, and other demons will be unhappy. The protagonist says he doesn't care. The demon culture is a mess. He had to change it somehow and plant the right seeds. Even if the demons can't benefit from it now, future generations and descendants will harvest the results. The system says it'll support him. The protagonist finds that weird. We've been fighting this whole time. Why are you saying you'll support me? The system says he can do whatever he wants, and Credo starts thinking this guy is acting strange. Then Areola says that from now on, they'll begin cultivating the three sisters. Everyone gets excited, and the big lizard starts spinning around, tearing up the entire ground to expand the fields. Cheetah, the tiny little one, guides everyone. Next, the tree guys go out planting all the corn since it's first, and with countless hands it's easy. Nox, Miss Cabbage, helps everything grow much faster. Soon after, they plant beans, which keep nitrogen in the soil and serve like armor for the corn. Then they plant pumpkins, which start taking over the ground. Mr. Turtle and his relatives gather to reflect even more sunlight and feed the plants even more. Those were 3 weak seeds on their own, but together, they could survive in harsh land. To him, that was the miracle of solidarity and cooperation, and everyone's happy. But the protagonist starts feeling something off. The air seems to be getting a little humid, and dark clouds show up. There have been climate changes up to that point. Sometime later, he's lying in a hut, sleeping, thinking this place is trash. Today, for some reason, it was hot and insanely humid. Then it hits him. Hot and humid is terrible. He bolts up and runs straight into the cornfield, activates the bloody eye, scans around, and the system warns him. Because of the humidity and heat, a fungus is destroying the corn. If the spores spread, everything will be wiped out. The protagonist stares at one of the corn leaves and sees the fungus mark on it. But in the next chapter, we're in the forest of deep sleep with the human expedition beginning. Bronda says they barely arrive and they're already getting lost at the entrance. The guy behind him says the terrain is rough and maybe they should camp. Branda says camping there would be terrible since it would be hard to defend against monster attacks. First, they'll get out of the forest, then they'll stop, but everyone needs to stay alert because this is demon territory. The scene cuts to Kratos, telling the 4 heavenly kings to listen. All the corn has been hit by a plague. From now on, they're starting a quarantine. He knows there's nothing to do for the plants that are already infected. He orders Sergei to cut down any corn with spots, and she immediately draws her sword and starts slicing. Hartak orders them to gather all the cut corn, and Bao smacks the dragon's head, so it blasts everything with flames. The protagonist says that to stop the fungus spores from spreading, everything had to be burned. Then he asks Nox how the corn is doing. She comes closer and says that, unfortunately, many plants are already sick. She can protect them with her healing ability, but she can't keep that pace for long. She's getting exhausted. Man, why are the female hippogriffs all attractive? Kratos says they're in trouble. Then we see Flute asking Ashrot if they're gonna starve when the Shunos run out. He tells the lower demon not to worry. Lord Kratos was deep in thought, and when that happened, he solved the problem. The protagonist knows he needs to spray a disinfectant, but that doesn't exist in this world. What he needs is a chemical substance that stops fungi from breathing and shuts down cellular activity. He tries to remember where he saw something about fungus in this game. Then he remembers a curse you get in the blood paladin area, a fungal infection that kills you instantly. The solution for that was flaming moss. Immediately, he tells Akarat to take all the demons from the second area to the swamp of degradation and collect as much red glowing moss as possible. Akarat smiles and tells Flute to relax. Looks like the Demon King has another idea. So right away, the plant people all stand up and head out. Flute asks if Ashrat will be okay. Sergei says, of course, he will. He's one of the 4 heavenly kings. Flute asks if Sergei isn't worried, and Sergei says, a little. The little girl says she's a really cold girlfriend. Sergei turns red and says the girl has lost it. What is she even talking about? Kratos looks over wanting to know if that rumor is true. Sergei tells him to be quiet. It's ridiculous. Then the protagonist turns to Hartok and tells him to organize everyone so Nox's group doesn't get worn out. He's going to the Demon Lord's castle ruins real quick. In the background, Sergei is still yelling that none of what the girl said is true. In the cart, the protagonist thinks about how a bunch of things he has no clue about keep popping up out of nowhere. It feels like he has to be ready all the time. Could be agriculture, game mechanics, or even then the scene cuts to Branda and the others arriving in front of a set of stairs. They're confused, wondering if demons are already intelligent enough to build buildings. One of them steps closer and says there's a spot that looks like a keyhole. Branda says it's better not to touch it. But as soon as the hand gets close, a blue light starts spreading through the area. The energy inside the guy's body. Yeah, it's bad. When Branda tells everyone to back up, it's too late. Everyone's on the ground, clutching their necks. On him too. What the hell? Damn. It's like everyone's soul is getting sucked out. Something over there just absorbed everyone on the stairs. From far away, Kratos looks back and sees a pillar of light shooting up, something he'd never seen, not even in the game. He knows that's the forest of deep sleep, which means when it cuts back there, everyone's collapsed on the ground, and Branda's getting up trying to figure out what's going on. And up at the top of the pyramid, there's a demon. Welcome girl in the red dress. That dress turns into a wing, and she floats down, drifting closer to Branda. With a simple hand gesture, she shows a message thanking the humans, saying the life energy of 10 of them broke her seal. Branda remembers clothes that transform, wings, and a spear, dark skin and white hair. Could she be? Then she writes across the sky, Artemis the Demon Queen. Damn. Our guy's wife just showed up. Next chapter, we're in the swamp of decay with Asura and everyone gathering herbs. He's wondering if this is really going to be enough to save the crops. Then one of those tree lord types says he can't see any more moss, and Asura says it's fine. They'll pull back. But then there's something walking through the lake. When Asura looks to the side, a woman is just standing there, staring at him. He wonders where she even came from and immediately asks what region she belongs to. But Arctinus wants to know why the 3rd and 4th star zones were empty. He's furious that she ignored his question and is talking casually to the Celestial King. He answers that everyone's working in the cornfields, but what is she doing here? Then Artemis raises her hand, a bunch of thorns start forming out of her clothes, and before Asura can do anything, he's pierced from every direction. And all the plants, the tree, everything gets captured too. The scene jumps to the protagonist digging like crazy, saying he knows exactly whose sealed tomb that was, the Demon Lord, the predecessor of Kratos' predecessor, the cursed Artemis. In the game, she's a secret boss hidden in a sealed underground area. In the game, she's basically an impossible boss kept as a secret. She isn't even part of the story. She's more like a trap meant to kill the player, and the lore says the previous Demon Lord had to use all his power and the demon race's power just to cast a spell strong enough to keep her sealed. When you fight her, she can barely even move properly. And even then, he died more than 50 times just to beat her the first time. The problem is somehow a monster like that broke the seal. She was the worst possible thing because she's the kind of enemy you don't beat with numbers. The protagonist keeps digging and digging, smashing through the thorns of punishment, searching for something in the ground. Meanwhile, Nox is getting exhausted from taking care of the plants and passes out in Baal's arms. Right away, Sergei orders someone to bring a stretcher. While the girls keep healing her and carrying her, Nox wants to go back to helping the plants. But Hartok says it won't work. She hasn't recovered yet. Then one of the farmers says they've got a problem. Fungi are starting to appear on the other side of the field. Everyone gets tense. Sergei doesn't know what to do. Val is carrying the girl when all of a sudden, the cursed Artemis comes flying in and, boom, lands in front of the Zephyrus. Everyone stares at her, confused, and Hartok asks if she's looking to get executed. How dare she step on this precious field? He stops mid-sentence. She just asks where the Demon Lord's castle is and where Madarato is. Hartok recognizes her as Artemis, the Witch of Melody, and he shows respect because he says Madarato, the one who became Demon Lord after she was sealed, died. This place is now ruled by the new Demon Lord, Kratos. Artemis stares and asks why they're busy with farming. Hartok says it's Lord Kratos' will. He wanted to free the demon race from a fate where they could only survive by fighting. But Artemis raises her hand and says that from now on, she's the Demon Queen and there to stop farming. Sergei rushes in to attack, demanding who she thinks she is. Hartok fires a purple orb and Bao comes in swinging an axe. But in a single second, her attack forms and everyone goes silent. Her blades are already at everyone's forehead, heart, and chest. People hesitate, and then she asks where Kratos is. She's going to kill him. Then out of nowhere, Bustica blasts her with ice breath, but she blocks it. Still, she notices it's a dragon, something extremely dangerous. She launches an attack to kill Bustica, but the protagonist appears out of nowhere and slams a Moderato heart onto the ground, telling it to activate. Instantly, a barrier rises. Her clothes strike it, nothing happens, then the attack bounces back and smacks her in the face. She just stands there, not understanding, and the protagonist goes, "What's up, Miss Artemis?" Then the story explains how it all happened. Madamada was the demon lord, way stronger than Kratos, who came before him. Originally, he was one of the 4 celestial kings under the Witch of Melody. But after absorbing all the other kings, he was able to challenge her. Using the energy he absorbed, he sealed her voice. Then he used what little magic he had left to lock her inside that prison. Even so, Moderato couldn't sleep because of fear. So he gathered all his strength into a heart because it would be the perfect tool to stop Artemis. But Kratos found that opening and killed him from behind, and Moderato's heart is the device he created to stop her. Artemis says she doesn't know what kind of barrier this is, but anyone who gets close to her will die. Immediately, the protagonist tells Ball and Sergei to get out of there. They try to run. The attack comes from behind, and the protagonist reaches inside, grabs both of them, and yanks them to the other side. The attack hits the barrier and bounces back into Artini's face. She can't understand what's happening, why she's the only one who can't get out. Kratos explains, and she looks surprised. He tells her this barrier is exclusive to her. Everyone else can pass through freely. So he leans in. She tries to attack again. He steps back out, and she gets hit in the face again. The protagonist starts laughing, and she's about to explode with rage. He remembers that in the game, that heart was meant to create a moment to reset. Inside that zone, she's even stronger, so you basically only use it to isolate her. It was perfect for timing a heal, but now it's going to be used so they can talk like civilized people. She's standing there with veins popping in her face while he asks why she attacked his kids. Seeing she has no choice, she lowers her head and asks if he's the current demon lord. The protagonist says, yes, it's him. Immediately, she says she's going to kill him and take the demon lord position. The protagonist asks what she plans to do with the position. She says it's obvious. She's going to invade and destroy the humans' land. Kratos says, why? Why don't we live off farming? It'd be way easier if everyone could just eat and live. And even if we win the war, our side's going to suffer like hell. Artemis says it's impossible to farm in this land. Kratos asks if the thing on her head is just for decoration. Everything in the soil was grown by his kids, and right now his middle is kind of sick, so he can't deal with her interference. Artemis keeps staring, thinking this demon is weird. She saw clearly that for no reason at all, he saved his subordinates, and he keeps calling them my kids. Then she says this new demon lord is crazy. He says he's less crazy than she is. She's just a show-off murderer with a hobby of using her outfit and shortening everything to attack people. Blushing, she says that's just how her weapon works. There's not much she can do. He shows her the heart and says, fine. She can't destroy it, and she won't be able to attack, so she can leave. Artemis sighs and says, fine. She'll invade that territory alone. The protagonist thanks her, deactivates the heart, and tells everyone to get back to work. But then Artemis turns around and says, an idiot fell for the trap. He turns too and says, the one who fell for the trap was the show-off. The barrier rises again, but this time it locks her arm. Kratos stands up and walks away while she's stuck there trying to pull free, but she can't. Sergei asks if they're really going to leave her there. He says yes, sooner or later she'll die of hunger anyway. Flute asks if she's okay, and she says yes thanks to the demon lord. Suddenly, looks back, and Artemis is powering up, her clothes coming apart. She immediately covers Flute's head and tells her to stop swinging around like that. She should cover herself somehow. How is a grown woman acting like this? Artemis looks embarrassed and covers her cleavage. While the protagonist tells everyone to hurry back and start using the leaves, they have to take care of the field. Artemis watches him leave with the rest of the team and wonders why these demons are helping each other. It makes no sense. One thing I'm thinking is she's the Witch of Melody, and she was beating everyone up without using her voice. Right? So if they take that mask off her, they're screwed. But the sun's strong, she's exhausted. The seal already left her weak, and being trapped there makes it even worse. Then Flute comes over and asks if a human with scary eyes and a villain-looking face passed through here. Sergey pops up beside her and says he's not that ugly. He's got a bit of charm. Flute apologizes for talking bad about her boyfriend. To her, he must be amazing. And the elf snaps back. Since when did she learn to talk like that? They're arguing, and Artemis hears them talking about how Ashrat still hasn't come back. Sergey's expression changes, saying she's just worried about one of the companions of the 4 celestial kings. Right then, Artemis remembers facing her old celestial kings, telling her companions and friends that together, they would end the demon's suffering. Yeah. Looks like you didn't succeed since you had a Judas among the 4. Next chapter, the protagonist stares hard, activates the bloody eye, and discovers that a big part of the corn has been infected. Without the fungus Ashrat was supposed to bring, there's no way to stop it. Not by cutting, burning, or healing. All of that has limits. Why is that guy taking so long? At that moment, the bloody eye skill levels up because he nearly blew out his eyes so many times. Now he only needs to keep from blinking for 100 seconds, and he can see 7 hours into the future. The protagonist thinks that won't help at all right now. Then the system says it increases the amount of detail in the target's thoughts and psychology. Sergey is calling for Ball to come help already. Meanwhile, a woman is standing behind the barrier, so he asks Artemis if she really didn't see their companion, Akarat. He's not the type to be late. Artemis asks why they're searching for him so desperately, and they explain if he doesn't show up, their crop is finished. She replies that if the crop dies, they can just eat the other demons. Sergey starts to attack, saying eating your own kind isn't a joke. Kronos tells Sergey to stay still because if that attack touches her, the barrier disappears. Then he walks up to Miss Artemis and says he wants to ask something. Why didn't she kill Ashrat? She says she left him alive because he'll belong to her anyway. The protagonist stares crying, telling that bastard not to lie. Then the bloody eye activates, and he starts peeking into past memories. We see the demon army facing the castle where the human king lives. The one who betrayed her says they can't even call this a war. Humans are way too weak. The one on the left says they only have a chance because Artemis is too strong, and the friend agrees, saying she's the ace that she's known as the Witch of Melody. The moment they hear her music, everyone kneels and loses the will to fight. The one who looks like a Shinigami says, it'd be cooler if she played the song of instant death. The girl replies, that makes no sense. Everyone would die at the same time and then rot, and they wouldn't be able to eat anything. But Artemis watched the humans farming and wondered if hunger really could only be solved by devouring others. Maybe they should do what the humans do. Suddenly, she calls to the army and says that from now on, they'll suspend the occupation of the demon's land and go back home. The Judas asks why she's saying that. How are they supposed to deal with countless hungry demons? Artemis tells Madarato to remember their childhood promise. They wanted to create demons who wouldn't go hungry and wouldn't devour each other. Now they've finally seen the way forward. They should do what the demons had been talking about, agriculture. But obviously Moderato hated that idea. Not long after, in the demon lands, everything that gets planted dies. A demon shows up, calls for her, and warns her that Moderato was summoning her to the forest of deep sleep. She heads out, walking around, trying to figure out where Moderato is, calling his name. Then all of a sudden, she runs straight into the altar staircase, and at the top, every one of the other generals was nailed to a cross, each with a hole in their chest. The moment she screams for them, asking what happened, Madarato comes up from behind and shoves a mask onto her mouth. It activates and seals shut. He's breathing hard, saying he finally did it. Her voice had been sealed. Artemis wonders why Madarato was there and what he's doing. He steps right in front of her and says he finally can't hear that stupid weak witch anymore. Artini's hand to her face wonders if he's messing with her. This can't be real. Then he says the original plan was to execute her after they conquered human territory, but the plan changed. He's going to kill her now and become the Demon King. When she realizes she can't use her singing, she tries to fly away, but he says that's exactly why he chose this place. He sends his sword spinning. It slams in between her and the branches and knocks her to the ground. He walks up and says demons have supreme power. They can rule and destroy anything they want. So why did she come up with that idiotic idea of agriculture? Martinez writes that they said together they were going to save the demons. He swore he was on her side. Moderate just says that ever since they were kids, he thought she was an idiot. How could the strongest demon of all be so naive and so foolish? She needed to learn the true nature of demons. He moves in to strike while she's crying, but she stabs him in the chest first, using her dress. She's there, half crying, half exhausted, while he's full of holes. She starts writing that he didn't have to do this. They were friends, but he laughs and asks what friends even are. All the other generals were thinking about killing her the whole time. Nobody would ever be loyal to someone as naive as her. From the start, it was all a performance to trick her, and honestly, she can't even tell whether it's true or not. She only remembers that they seemed like friends at the beginning. Then mana starts leaking out of Moderato's body, and before Artenis can even understand what's happening, he screams that this is the end for her. Chains burst out of the ground by the staircase, latch onto her, and drag her away. She gets pulled into the seal, and we're back with the protagonist watching all of this with her asking Kratos why he's so sure she didn't kill his subordinate. The protagonist says it's because he's the demon lord. But seeing the difference in his behavior, she says he must have some kind of mind-reading ability, so he already knows everything. The demons don't have cooperation or trust, and that his own subordinates are just waiting for the chance to cut his head off. Kratos says she got it all wrong. Did she ever ask them? And he's talking about the heavenly kings who followed her. Did she ever ask whether they were really going to betray her? Right then, Asura shows up behind everyone. The problem is he's on the other side of the barrier. Sergei sees him. Everyone calls out to him, and he immediately notices it's the same woman from before. Her dress starts to transform. She glares, then in the very next second, the four kings are standing in front of him. Everyone's shaking, but they're protecting him. While she's wondering why one demon would protect another, in the background, Kratos stands there with his arms crossed and tells everyone not to worry. Just come over to this side already. They walk past, ignoring her outfit, and they actually manage to bring Asura through. The moment he hits the ground, Fluke comes running and crying, yelling his name, and hugs him. Then Kratos says she's seeing the demon's true nature, something that was buried deep and hard to bring out. But now that they were ending hunger, they could get their hearts back. That's what she herself had said. Artenis goes quiet, remembering when she raised the banner of peace and swore they'd farm and bring hope back to everyone. She remembers little Kratos back then, so happy. She gets emotional, and suddenly her generals from the past appear, apologizing that they couldn't stay with her until the end. But now everything was settled because someone had appeared who would achieve the dream they couldn't. Finally, they had a new demon lord. Asura says, unfortunately, he couldn't bring much moss. The protagonist asks where everyone else is. Asura says nobody died, but everyone's injured. Immediately, the protagonist tells the cabbage girl to take the whole healing squad and treat everyone, but she asks what they're going to do about the corn. The protagonist sees the fungi are still active. Hartok comments that sadly, this harvest seems to have spread too far. Then the protagonist squeezes Moderato's heart and breaks Artini's prison. Sergei looks startled, but Asura tells her to calm down. Yes, she really is the strongest demon lord in history, the one he'd only heard about. But at the same time, he seems to believe they have a chance to talk to her. We see that when he was lying there, he begged not to be killed because he needed to deliver that moss. Without it, all the children would starve. After he said that, she turned around and left. Kratos tells Artenis he wants to make a deal. He has a way to remove the mask on her face. She slept so long she didn't notice, but that's why she can't eat or speak, and he knows how to take it off. Artenis asks what he wants in return. He says he wants her to kill all the fungi in the corn using the Song of Instant Death, the best pesticide there is. Next chapter, we're in the royal capital of Marnika at the Azrahan mansion. Gabriel wants to know if Kimchi is still training underground. Lloyd says yes. He doesn't eat anything and he doesn't show his face. Gabriel's curious. He knew the guy was unusual, but why did he refuse the recommendation to become a royal knight just to train like this? Does he think he needs to get stronger? Down there, Kimchi is stretching out his wand, activating his aura to the side. It starts to glow. He's pushing himself, but nothing happens. He collapses, exhausted, saying nothing works. He channels all his mana, but nothing changes. Is he really someone who can't do anything except follow orders? He has no idea how he's even lived this long, and he doesn't know where he's supposed to go from here. He wonders what he really is in the end until a voice asks if he really wants to know. He jumps, and the wand starts to transform, and the evil eye appears asking if he really wants to know. But the scene cuts back to the field with Kratos asking whether Artenis can do it or not. She just has to use the Song of Instant Death. He explains that the reason she's called the Witch of Melody is because of the massive magic inside her music, and the Song of Instant Death does exactly what it sounds like. With a single sound, she can execute countless targets she chooses. His plan is for her to use it to wipe out the fungi. Artemis asks if he even knows what mask she's wearing and how he's going to remove it. She used all her strength and still couldn't. The protagonist asks if she knows about Demon Lord succession. When a Demon Lord dies, the authority passes to the next. And the moment he killed Madarato, he received all the authority that Guy had, meaning he has the power to remove it with a Demon Lord's command. Artemis asks if he isn't afraid she'll kill everyone. Kratos is confident and says no because she could already be attacking everyone right now, but he can tell she wants to see this harvest succeed more than anyone. She's shocked, then calms down and says, "Fine. They'll make a deal." The protagonist tells everyone to back away. He doesn't have time to explain, so they just need to get out of the field. Nobody argues. Everyone leaves. He walks up to Artemis and says he's going to start, but the system asks if he's really going to do this. He thinks he has no other choice. If he doesn't, the entire cornfield dies, but the system tells him to remember what he saw in her memories. Her voice and magic are enormous. The moment the seal breaks, her magic will go out of control. She'll lose her mind and she'll attack him immediately. The protagonist thinks, yeah, he saw it clearly. So much power, he can't even properly observe it with the blood eye. But in the end, he didn't seem to die, so it'll be fine. The system says, even if he doesn't die, it'll be unbelievably painful. Kratos smiles and says it's fine. The leader is the one who suffers the most. The system accepts it, and the protagonist says, Artemis, when I shout seal broken, the mask will fall off. But your magic will go out of control, so you have to fight to stay conscious as long as you can. Because if I Kratos die, all the agriculture in this place is finished. She nods like she understands, closes her eyes, and he shouts, seal released. The item immediately glows, peels off her face, and dissolves in midair. Artemis puts a hand over her mouth and says her voice is coming back. Kratos braces himself because the barrier made from Madarato's heart won't mean anything now. This was the only way. Then she coughs, spitting blood. Energy surges up, and the protagonist throws himself forward. He wraps her in a tight hug and slams both of them to the ground. She's pressed against him, demanding to know what he's doing. But before he can answer, her eyes start to glow. He knows the dress's tentacles are going to go out of control, and he has to endure as long as possible. He shouts for nutrient concentration so he can change his stats and dumps everything into vitality. Artemis starts tearing into his stomach while he yells that she can't give up. It's chaos. She's screaming. He's in agony. Her attacks hammering his gut, blood spraying. It hurts way more than he expected, but he has to hold on because if her power fully breaks loose, everyone there will die. Then he sees one ribbon from the dress manage to slip free. The strike looks like it's aimed at someone else, but suddenly it whips back and almost hits him. He feels relieved and miserable at the same time. She managed to redirect it, but now he's getting smacked in the face. He's getting lifted up as the fabric keeps slamming into his stomach, and now she's screaming at him to run. She can't control it anymore. The protagonist thinks maybe that's the best option. He can't take much more, but he decides, no way. If he runs now, it'll turn into a habit. He can't quit like that. He hugs her again, his eye already turning pitch black, the attack starting to shift toward his back. But then Sergei rushes in and starts defending him. Ball charges in, Hartak too, and Asurat says there's no way he's letting her kill him like this. Even Bastika starts freezing her tentacles. The protagonist tells everyone to get out of there, yelling that it's insanely dangerous. But then he sees even Zephyros, who's usually useless, trying to help hold the tentacles back along with the plant man farmers. That's when he remembers he isn't alone anymore. After a while, everyone's collapsed on the ground, completely drained. The protagonist is still on top of Artemis with everyone sprawled out. She sits up and asks if he's okay. He, barely holding together, says, yeah. He's fine, and it's good that she's worried. Artemis looks awkward, then calls out to all the demons and puts a hand to her chest, saying she's sorry. She destroyed a big part of the land they worked so hard to cultivate and survive, so she wants to ask for forgiveness. But the protagonist says to save the apologies for later because she still has to use the death song to get rid of the fungi. She looks back and says, all right then. Staring at the cornfield, she knows the targets are the fungi. She activates her sight and sees tiny organisms staring back at her. She understands these are the spores Credio has mentioned. The protagonist asks if she's sure they can even hear the music. Wouldn't that be dangerous? She says yes. Only the life she marks as active will die. Asura is tense. He's heard countless stories about the song of instant death. Sergei says she heard it's a beautiful melody, the end of anyone who hears it. It really is an absurd power. Artemis prepares herself, opens her mouth, and lets out a laugh that starts to swell, about to explode and rupture everyone's eardrums. Everyone was wondering what the hell that was, but the fungi start getting completely wiped out. The energy spreads, and everything evaporates. She finally relaxes while Kratos is back there on her shoulders, scared. Then she turns around and thanks everyone for listening even though she's not a good singer. The protagonist, though, immediately activates the seal on the woman, making her shut up. She asks what he's doing and he tells her to admit it. Was she really that off-key? It's the first time his nose has bled from a song being that bad. The system says he's evil for covering the poor woman's mouth just because she can't sing. But the protagonist thinks it wasn't like he wanted to shut her up, and the system explains that, actually, there's a time limit on how long her seal can stay released. The system says her seal can only be deactivated for 3 minutes a day. The protagonist finds that weird. He got beaten up for 3 minutes, so why did it only unlock now? And the system explains it's because that moment of rage didn't count. Only after the seal properly came undone did things start working. Artemis tells him to take it off right now, and the protagonist is impressed she can at least talk even if her voice sounds weird. She realizes she really can speak, which shows the seal weakened, but she still can't put mana into her voice. She starts yelling again, telling the protagonist that if he doesn't remove it, he's going to die, but he tells her not to get it twisted. The seal didn't come back because he wanted it to. It reappeared because 3 minutes passed. That seal only disappears 100% for 3 minutes a day. And, unfortunately, only he gets to decide when that happens. Meaning, without him, she can't even eat or drink. She asks where he's going with this. He says if she helps out with agriculture, he'll open her little seal for 3 minutes every day. Artemis says he's trying to use her weakness to control her in a disgusting way. But Kratos says it's not like that. It's just a deal where everyone wins. She stops to think and decides maybe she should follow this man's words. Maybe with him, she could build the demon's home she always dreamed of. She says, okay, so what does she start with? The protagonist thinks the plan worked. He got himself his exterminator. Then he tells her to first clean up and gather all the stuff she destroyed. She stretches out her arms. The clothes start pulling together. Everything lifts up and everyone claps saying she's amazing. The former demon lord really was something else. She's blushing, thinking it's impressive, and the protagonist tells her to plow the field. She stretches her arm, her dress goes ripping through everything, and now people are just watching saying she really is impressive. The protagonist tells her to plant the seeds. Some guys are even playing chess while she does it. Then he turns to her and tells her to mix in the fertilizer, and he'll see her tomorrow. But she's standing there realizing something's wrong because she's the only one working. As Surat says she hurt a bunch of kids, she wouldn't want to make everyone who's injured work too. Right? She's about to say she didn't hurt that many people, but Hartak cuts in and says she probably didn't notice the psychological damage she caused everyone. And Sergei comes in harsh, telling her to cover herself up. She's half naked working all the time. Ball stops like he wants to say something, but just tells her to work. And with that, everyone leaves. She's left there crying, miserable. Meanwhile, the system says that for enduring Artani's attacks and taking her in, he gained 40 vitality, and now the human seed trait accepting everything had blossomed. The skill activates automatically when he puts everything into vitality. With that, he'd absorb any external impact, and it would be possible to recover energy. The protagonist finds it really interesting. Basically, his risk of dying in combat drops drastically. But, obviously, he'd basically turn into a sack of meat, so it'd be better if he didn't have to use it. The scene cuts back to the capital of Marnika. Kimchi is heading out, and Gavur wants to know where he's going. So suddenly, he says he can't keep owing favors forever, and something came up that he needs to do right now. Bloy doesn't get what could be more important than becoming the kingdom's swordmaster. Kimchi thinks for a second and remembers the eye, asking if it wants to know what it is, but the pink one wanted to know more about what the creature in front of him was. The creature explains that it's the god of abundant harvest known as Bargia, the one who wants the harvest to overflow across the whole world. Kimchi kind of remembers that name, but says the creature looks more like a demon than a god. The big-eyed one tells him not to judge a god's appearance by human standards. What matters is that they both want the same thing. The swordsman wants to plant peace, and it wants an abundant harvest. If he helped Demon Lord Kratos, that would be easy to achieve. And if he stayed by his side, eventually he'd learn who it is and who Kratos is. He should go now to the demon lands to get what he wants. With that, the creature dissolves and goes back into the weapon. Kimchi realizes it was the same kind of mission call, but now he has no excuse. He has to look for answers with Kratos. He thanks the two of them for everything. And Gavir says, well, he's the savior, right? If he ever needs help, just send a letter. Kimchi thanks them and walks off, thinking that in the end, he was always meant to go to the demon land. Next scene, we're back at the plantation. The protagonist shows up lazy as ever, saying, damn, former demon lord, you're seriously something. You already mixed everything, fertilizer and all, and you're resting. You smell kinda bad, but whatever. Here, there you go, unsealed. Right away, the mask falls apart and he offers her some potato porridge, saying she deserves a snack. But this poor woman is being exploited, working 24/7, and she's still touched by it. She starts drinking while he says she suffered so much, he doesn't even know if this will taste good to her. But if they work hard again, maybe tomorrow she can eat again. She's thanking him all sweetly, while he thinks demons are way too easy to tame, until she remembers something and asks if there's more soup. She'd forgotten something kind of important. Back in the deep sleep forest, in an abandoned cabin, the protagonist walks in and sees Branda's whole idiot group passed out on the floor, and there's the half-dead guy staring at him. The guy's thinking he's screwed. Another demon showed up. Behind him, Martinez is saying something, and Kratos turns around. Branda has no clue, but the protagonist already figured out that Moderato apparently set up an energy usage system to break the seal. The plan was to free Artanis to destroy everything and then run. But now, on the other hand, he's more interested because the guy there is wearing expensive clothes, clearly a high-ranking noble. They'd found a really big fish, and Branda didn't like that stare at all. The protagonist says, I'm the current demon lord, Kratos. What's your name? The redhead is shocked that the demon talks normally. He says he's Branda Magenton, a knight of the Cameling Kingdom. Are he and his men going to be eaten? The protagonist grins and starts laughing like the Joker, and everyone's trembling in fear. Then he stops and says human meat smells awful. It doesn't attract him at all unless Branda knows a good recipe. Branda is wondering if this guy is serious. He's got the face of someone who's about to eat them, and he's asking for recipes. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks, good. Branda seems to have relaxed a bit. Humor really works on everyone. Then he asks if Branda has the strength to stand because they're going to the village. Branda just says no. It'd be better to kill them there. Kratos starts laughing like a maniac again, saying that joke is amazing. He wouldn't gain anything by killing anyone there. Branda is instantly sure this guy is a terrifying demon. Every reaction screams extreme cruelty. The protagonist says, since you can't walk, I don't have any choice but to use my subordinates. Right away, the redhead is sure he's about to call in a bunch of demons to eat everyone in that house. But next scene, they're being carried, and the protagonist is telling them to carry everyone comfortably. Rhonda doesn't get it. They really are carrying them comfortably. These crafty demons want me to let my guard down, but they'll definitely chop us into pieces back in the village, those evil bastards. A little later, someone's calling, Branda. Branda. It's the protagonist leaning over him. Branda wakes up startled, and the guy says he let him sleep a bit. But, unfortunately, it's time to wake up and go to the tent they'll be staying in. 1 tent for every 3 people. And since Branda is the captain, he'll get the biggest one. He'll even meet a human who's been here for a few months. Branda is sure it'll be someone who got kidnapped, some poor victim. He sees someone standing inside the tent and wonders who it is, someone he needs to rescue and escape with. But it's Richmond turning around all chubby. Branda can only think a slave with healthy skin and a fat body. Clearly, they're fattening up a pig. This demon's cruelty is worse than he thought. Richmond stands up. Wow. That's a lot of people. It's been a while since I've seen anyone. But Credence turns and tells them to rest well. The human is completely terrified, while Credence asks Artemis, so what do you think about how I've been acting? What are you talking about? He says, they noticed our kindness, didn't they? She looks over and nods yes. But she thinks sometimes it's better to hide the truth so you don't hurt people. While she doesn't believe it and the system is saying he did a good job, the protagonist says they're all naive. They don't realize kindness is a survival method. He was preparing the groundwork for the bigger picture so demons could start eating and living with stability. He needed to build something even stronger. It's confusing, but the plan is in motion, and he tells everyone to get ready because they were going back to cultivating the three sisters. Especially now that they have the universal farming tool, Artemis, to be the perfect tractor and pesticide. The four great generals are already farming veterans, plus they've got advanced management. The work itself was going really well. There's just one problem now. Meanwhile, in the tent, Branda finds out Ishimori wasn't treated badly. Ishimori is saying, "My night warrior, I know you've got questions, but I'm living normally here, taking care of the potatoes and helping make the porridge. They give me time to rest, and the food always comes out on time. And the truth is, I was the bad human. I stole from people out of greed. I was poor and hungry as a kid too. So when it came time to deal with that resentment, I lost it. When they brought me here, I was scared and tried to run. But after a while, I realized they're not different from people." Rhonda comes to the obvious conclusion. They brainwashed this poor human. He had to get out of this place before he ended up like that too, and he probably would. He wouldn't get out. He knows if everyone moves together, they'll be discovered. First, he had to check for a perfect escape route. Grabbing his sword, he thinks these demons are careless. Look, his blade is right here. He slips out of the cabin and sees there aren't any guards. They really underestimated him. But then he stops and sees a cornfield in front of him. As far as he knows, the demon lands are a place where no plants grow. He hears the sound of plants being stepped on and immediately drops to the ground. He peeks to the side and sees someone walking by. It looks like a young demon girl. With evil-looking eyes like that, it'd be hard to avoid her. He can't waste time, so unfortunately, he'll have to deal with her right now. He sneaks up behind Flute to strike. But right as the blade is about to hit, someone asks who's there. Flute turns around, no one. So she smiles because it's Asura. He immediately asks what the brat is doing there. She's supposed to be at home. Why is she coming to the plantation at night? Branda is on the ground breaking out in a cold sweat while she explains she got worried the corn might get sick again. Asura looks and says that's the demon lord's job and the adult's job. Hearing that, Branda wants to know why demons are farming. Maybe it's preparation for war. They want to guarantee minimum military supplies to lay siege to humanity, but Flood says all the adults are working hard and she feels bad just eating and playing. Asura tells her to remember what the demon lord said. Kids' work is to eat and play. That's the only way she'll grow up strong enough to farm too and take care of newborn kids when she's a little older. But if she stays awake in the middle of the night, she won't grow and she won't be good for anything. Branda thinks it's weird. This sounded like a dad lecturing his kid or something. And then he remembers what Ishimori said, that demons aren't that different from people. But to him, that's impossible. These guys are demons who eat people. A sword is still there scolding Flute, saying that the other day she was digging and hurt her hand, and then all of a sudden she starts crying right there until Creddy shows up and says that's exactly what he expects from one of the four Celestials. Zero emotion, even if it means making a poor little kid cry. Credence walks past while Branda is still lying there, half asleep, already wanting to ask what Azurat is doing there. Azurat, blushing, says he was worried about the corn too and came to check on it. The protagonist says he's another damn guy trying way too hard. He really isn't resting properly. Brandon still wants to understand what this conversation is even about. Then Hartak appears out of nowhere and asks Kratos to understand Azurat. He's only just starting to change now that they've begun farming, so they don't have to spill human blood anymore and don't have to devour other demons either. Bronwyn is listening to everything until Sergei shows up and says that's why she came to the field too. She doesn't want to go back to those times. Even Bale pops up out of nowhere, saying that running away was primitive and farming is the beginning of everything. The protagonist thinks this damn Bale always says stuff that makes zero sense. But seeing everyone awake, he wants to know if they're all really worried about the corn. It's a shame, because as the demon lord, he orders everyone to get out of there right now and have a good night's sleep in peace and good health. Tomorrow they're gonna wake up and plant even more, and everyone leaves celebrating. Meanwhile, out in the middle of the cornfield, Branda starts to sit up, trying to understand what the hell he just heard. These guys look evil, but there wasn't much evil in that conversation. During his military life, he met countless feudal lords and farm owners, people who looked kind and gentle on the outside but did all kinds of exploitation. The truth is demons invaded humanity a long time ago, and everything he knows is the stories people tell, that they're cruel and wicked. But he hasn't seen any of that personally. What if these guys really want peace? Then he remembers what the king said. He didn't need to bring anything back from Demon Land. His job was just to investigate and bring back valuable information. and if he found something interesting, they'd invade and take it all. That's when Branda gets serious. A while later, there's a guy in a tent who calls him over. Everyone's in a meeting, and one of the soldiers says there aren't any demons watching them. They can start moving now, so if they attack by surprise, they can cut off the demon lord's head. Rhonda tells him to be careful with what he says until they're fully recovered. They need to rest and stay quiet. He's still observing the area and listening from outside is Kratos, smiling to himself because the operation was a success. In the kids' improvised castle, he says everyone did great. The acting was incredible. That idiot Branda's opening up. He figured they'd react like that after seeing that guy collapsed on the ground. Sitting on Akarat's shoulders, Flute says it was fun, and Akarat answers that he never wants to do something that stupid again, like babysitting a child. The protagonist says that's just how Akarat normally is. Meanwhile, Bao is saying that, unfortunately, he forgot his line and just said whatever. Hartak, on the other hand, says maybe it was a waste of time using 4 generals just to stand around praising agriculture. The protagonist says everyone's complaining, and that's why he prepared something. Then he tells Bastika and Zephyros to hand it out. Zephyros pulls out a little slip of paper, and Bastika smacks it into his hand and presses it onto everyone's chest. They ask what it is, and the protagonist says they're praise stickers. For some reason, everyone celebrates, but Kratos cuts in and says farming is going to fail. The mood dies instantly. He explains that those potatoes grew so much because of Planus, who died and turned into fertilizer. But they were sterile plants with no seeds, and the 3 sisters' crops might end up the same. Without Planus and special fertilizer, it won't work. Zephyros asks if they'll have to hunt for more seeds because it wasn't easy at all. The protagonist says yes. Just going to get seeds would be really hard. That's exactly why they need the human knight to become an ally. Artemis is listening from the side. The next morning, Branda steps out of the tent, still wondering if demons are really evil or if they aren't that different from humans. He has to judge it with his own eyes. Early on, everyone's working in the garden. He's there too, watching Artemis. It looks like he already knows she's the legendary witch who made the human army kneel with a demonic scream. He has no idea who Kratos is, but he's completely sure who she is, a wicked demon who invaded them. Then Artemis calls the protagonist over, and he answers that it's not mealtime. She says she has a complaint, and he asks what's bothering her. She tries to say it's not exactly bothering her, and he tells her to stop stalling. Suddenly, asks why she didn't get a praise sticker. The protagonist and Branda just stare, confused. He takes the chance to ask what she even did that was so great. She says, obviously, she did a bunch of amazing stuff like mixing fertilizer, loosening the soil, and even eating a little during her snack. The protagonist says anyone can do that, and besides, she was the one who started it, so she lost punishment points. She asks how many punishment points she got, and he says 1 million. She calls him evil, but he tells her to get it through her head. It's hard to praise an adult. She's not a kid he's gonna clap for just because she farted. She gets all sad, realizing there's nothing she can do. Rhonda is trying to figure out what the sticker is that has the legendary witch so depressed. Then Artemis calls out, "Hey, baby dragon. Sorry about earlier. Could you give me a stamp with your little paw?" But the little guy gets grumpy and floats away. Sergei shows up and asks the demon lady to move aside. Artemis apologizes and starts walking and ends up bumping into Flute. Asura immediately tells her to be more careful. She's poking and kicking kids, a real tyrant of a woman. She tries to apologize, saying it was kind of an accident, when Hartak appears asking why she's taking so long after mixing the fertilizer. She apologizes and says she'll go back to work, but then she runs into Ball, who asks why she's using her feet when flying is way faster. Everyone's calling her lazy and she flies off. It's confusing. Why is she getting humiliated like this? Branda, watching, is trying to understand too. As far as he knows, Artemis was the strongest of them all. A while later, next to the stinky fertilizer, she's crying, thinking that if she'd known farming would go this well, she wouldn't have been so cruel. She never imagined plants would actually grow in this land, but then she starts wondering how that guy knows so much about agriculture. She tried countless times and failed. Then she remembers him when he was little, calling her Demon Lord and saying that with the farming tool she made, he'd definitely be useful for agriculture. She looks to the side, gets happy, and says that together they discover a lot. She thinks he's that little demon, but did that kid really manage all this? Someone calls her. It's Kratos, saying she looks like she's having a rough time. She gets dramatic, saying how could she not be when she has tons of punishment points and everyone says she's a lazy, slow tyrant who gets in the way. The protagonist thinks this woman's mindset is way too fragile. Then he says he thought of something that could reduce those punishment points a lot. Of course, she wants to know what, and he says, I know you tried to grow crops a bunch of times. Right? That's why there were farming tools scattered around. Thanks to that, we could plow the soil when we had nothing. Imagine how long it would have taken if we had to dig all this by hand. So even this field, when you weren't here, you still had a part in it. She looks at him with teary eyes. He says that, for that contribution, he'll subtract 1 million points. She blushes, happy, and the protagonist calls Bystika and tells him to give her a praise sticker. He makes a grumpy face, but she blows him a kiss. He puffs up his cheeks, slaps his paw down, and sticks it on her face. No idea why they like these stickers so much, but she's thrilled with it on her forehead, dancing and saying she's finally a worthy demon lady. Then she jumps and hugs the kid, and he turns red, asking why she's so happy. She says the little demon has grown so much. He proved farming was possible and that they could live in peace. Branda, watching all of it, thinks, yeah, something's off, but seeing Kratos, Artemis, and the others makes him sure these demons are pure. They must have a nature that's infinitely good or deeply evil, and that's why he wants to help them all. So they follow the path of purity for the sake of good. He totally fell for the act. The next chapter starts with Ball holding a huge ear of corn. Look at the size of it and the size of the cornfield. Flute is amazed, saying everything is gigantic, and Sergei, all happy, says they'll be able to eat for years. The protagonist yells that harvest time has come, and they should have fun. The demons charge in with scary faces and start ripping everything out. The protagonist turns around and walks off. In the middle of all that, Artemis watches him. One of the demons calls Hartok and says the harvest was plentiful. Hartok says no. The truly plentiful harvest is still far away. The protagonist is walking through an abandoned lake saying it's just like he expected. The corn, the pumpkin, and the beans were sterile. Sterile as in they grow, but they don't produce good seeds for the next crop. So the only option now is to develop a rice paddy in the swamp. The problem is the swamp is poisonous, so obviously rice won't grow there. They'd need more stable seeds and a way to remove the poison, and only then could they turn it into a rice field. He has no choice but to cooperate with humans. The system replies that he talks about humans like he isn't one. The protagonist stops to think and says it's true. He's lived so long in this body that he even forgot he's human, not a real demon. But whatever. He's the demon lord in the end, and he has to support a family. Meanwhile, everyone's roasting corn and having fun eating. Azurat turns to Richmond, mentions the humans, and tells him to eat this delicious thing. The old man finds it kind of peculiar, but then Zephyros asks if Kratos isn't gonna eat. Kratos says he already ate earlier, and they can eat as much as they want. Zephyros thinks it's weird that Bystika and the protagonist look kind of sad. On the other side, Cheetah, Nox, and everyone else is having a great time, and the protagonist keeps gaining points. The more they fill their stomachs, the more points he gets. Then Artanis asks if he's the person from the records, and he says yes. She noticed he's the only one who isn't mean to her, but she feels like Kratos is worried. Zephyros asks if she finished harvesting Sector 7. She looks over, tears through it, and says yes. He comments that she probably thinks Lord Credo should join them, but he's just standing in the cabin saying he has a lot to think about. Artanis says maybe that's not the reason. It seems like he's the kind of person who doesn't know how to rest and have fun. The protagonist is up on the table saying he made all these plans, but he doesn't know everything will go the way he planned. They're gonna take him down, aren't they? Zephyros shows up calling for Kratos. They turn asking what it is, and Zephyros tells him to come out now because there's a huge problem in the field. They rush over, and the protagonist asks what happened. Zephyros tells him to look, and he'll understand. When the protagonist looks, it says, "Thank you for feeding us." He reads it, not really getting it at first while everyone thanks the kid. He wipes at his eye and says, "This place is full of dust. How awful. And on top of that, they're wasting manpower." Zephyros apologizes for lying, but everyone said he wouldn't come out otherwise. At least that's what Artanis told him. She said there was no point leaving him alone in their thinking. Right then, they needed to help him stand up and say thank you. Kratos looks to the side and sees she's still working, harvesting everything. So he calls on all the demons and says that starting today, on this day, every year, they'll thank the heavens for the harvest. This would be the official day where you're only allowed to eat and have fun. It would be known as Harvest Day. Everyone celebrates, and Zephyros is wondering if they'll really be able to celebrate it again next year too. And the protagonist says yes, for sure, because tomorrow they're going to the human kingdom to set up diplomatic relations. Next chapter, he says, "You're gonna say I've lost it. Aren't you, Zephyros?" Zephyros says no. He'd never dare. Kratos had already said earlier that they need a stable supply of seeds, and the protagonist says, yeah. This is the most peaceful way. Hartak, on the other hand, says, "We've been enemies of humanity since ancient times. I'd say that's impossible." Kratos, though, says history is always changing. Countries that used to be desperate to kill each other end up cooperating right after that because it benefits them. And besides, he says, "Tell me, Ashrat, when was the last time you attacked a human?" Ashrat stops to think and says that, actually, he's never attacked a human. He asks Sergei, and she says he shouldn't be asking her embarrassing stuff like that. He doesn't get why, and she says it's embarrassing that she's never killed a human. The protagonist tells Hartak to give his version, and Hartak says, "Yes, sir. I'm more of an intellectual strategist type." Yeah. He's never killed one either. Then Ball yells that he's never killed one, and the protagonist tells him nobody asked. So the protagonist looks around and sees everyone blushing, and he says they're hilarious. They've never even fought humans, and they're out here talking like we're the 4 great generals who are gonna wipe out humanity. Anyway, what he means is that this demon war happened a long time ago. Maybe they can start changing things in a more positive direction. Ball, though, says confirmation bias is gonna be brutal. They'll get attacked the moment they're spotted. The protagonist notices that Ball suddenly starts dropping philosophy like that, like he's hiding something, but he decides to let it go. Then out of nowhere, Bronda shows up. Obviously, they didn't know he was there. He says that if that's the plan, he can help. He can go with them and talk to His Majesty, the King, and explain that humans today want peace, and that he could even get the spices from the demon lands that he wants so badly without needing to fight. Kratos smiles right away. The plan was working, but the protagonist says, "Look, I appreciate it, but what Ball said makes sense. Humans are gonna run for cover as soon as they see us. That's why we're gonna say we're representatives of the exiles. We can say something like, we're the ones who established relations with the demons." Bronda says that's kind of smart, and the protagonist says he knows what Bronda's really getting at. Nobody would believe they look human. That's why they leave the 4 generals who are already sulking and say it's time for the transformation. Hartak would handle everything while Ball, Sergei, and Ashrat would go with him. The 2 poor guys try to refuse, but the protagonist immediately goes on the offensive, licks both of them in the stomach and says he needs 2 pack animals. Then the alpaca, the pelican, and the big burro are back. The protagonist transforms too and says the diplomatic expedition has begun. Then someone in the back says she wants to go too. The protagonist is shocked she was even there, and she explains she's been there since the beginning. He doesn't understand why she didn't say anything, and she awkwardly says it's because his generals are always picking fights with her. Everyone keeps arguing, saying she's a really gloomy woman, that she gives them a reason to listen, and the poor thing gets even sadder and starts crying. So the protagonist asks what she even has to do in the human lands. Ardini says she actually invaded their land once. So if she got the chance, she'd like to apologize. The protagonist sees that and says, "Alright, I'll give you credit, but if you could please step out of that shadow in the corner, that'd be better." Then he removes her mask and hands her the little worm. He's excited to see what she'll turn into since it reflects what's inside. As soon as she tastes it, she says it tastes awful. There's a burst of smoke, and when the protagonist looks, wow. She turned into this kind of giant winged cat. Kresno celebrates immediately. He wanted an excuse to get past the fortress, and this solves everything. They head straight for the capital. The protagonist praises her, saying thanks to her they'll get there fast. She blushes and lets out a meow, while the other generals say it's shameful. How can a woman her age be meowing like that? Then Branda says, "When we get to the capital, you stay on the outskirts while I talk to His Majesty." The protagonist says he's counting on him and thinks, good. Branda can introduce these mysterious animals to the king and even offer the giant beans and corn. Only then will he propose a deal. Artemis flies right over kimchi, and he wonders what that is. He has no idea. But soon enough, he'll be arriving in demon territory. Yeah. Yikes. That night, they finally spot the human fortress. Artemis lands, and Branda says he's going to see His Majesty. He leaves, and now everyone's questioning whether he really thinks this is going to go the way they planned. The protagonist explains that, unfortunately, they don't have another choice. All he can do is hope the king he saved countless times in the game is someone who wants peace. From what they've seen, that doesn't really seem to be the case. Right at the castle entrance, everyone's saying Majin Tang, who went to demon territory, has returned. In front of the throne with corn and pumpkins, the king asks if that farm guy is waiting outside. Rhonda says yes, and they also have rare animals you don't see in these lands. They brought all of it. The king goes serious for a moment, then says, fine. He'll meet them. Next chapter, a knight asks His Majesty if he's really going to do this. Those people are descendants of exiles. This is extremely dangerous. But the king says God's code says the kingdom must follow the law of perfection, and developing abandoned lands is part of that too. The knight says he understands, but granting the requests of those disgusting people would be dangerous. The king looks back and says he never said he'd grant anything. Not long after, someone at the door announces they'll be arriving soon. The king tells them to bring everyone to the audience hall. So the protagonist and the group arrive in the human kingdom. He looks to the left and sees the statue that shows up at the start of the abandoned land at the beginning of the game, which is weird because this place is really far away. So what is it doing here? Maybe it's intimidation, except it isn't. The statue is catching the scent of demons and starting to move. King introduces himself as Marnika. The protagonist says, yeah. I'm Young So from the village of the exiles. The king comments about the crops and the protagonist says, yes. They planted seeds specifically in that barren land. Potatoes, corn, beans, giant pumpkins, everything grew there. The king asks how it's possible to farm there with demons personally in that region. The protagonist says he talked to the demons, and it seems like they don't want to fight as much as people think. The protagonist is eager to use the blood eyes and figure out the king's intentions. But right away, Hector tells him to lower his head. He shouldn't look directly at His Majesty. He immediately obeys, apologizing and saying he acted without thinking. But he doesn't really care because he can see the king's reflection on the polished floor. He stares at it, thinking he's dying to find out what this guy's plan is. He can build a strategy. Then he says, if Your Majesty allows trade, I'll offer giant crops as tribute. Marnika can't believe it, but the protagonist says not only does he want to, he'll offer anything His Majesty desires. The protagonist's eye is already burning, and he's wondering why the blood eyes aren't activating. Kratos says he heard His Majesty is interested in something in demon territory. If he invests just a little labor there, he can get many other things. The protagonist knows this guy isn't going this far just for potatoes. He needs something more. Then the blood eyes activate. The protagonist is in pain but grateful, until the system says King Dior is thunder and lightning. It must be some kind of buff because he's certain you're a demon. The protagonist panics, and the king is thinking, how dare this guy try to deceive me? Demons are absolute evil, and all of them must be killed and exterminated. The system points out the obvious. The king wants to kill you to conquer demon territory. Then Martika says, alright, I liked your story. Leave and go rest for now. But the system warns that in 3 hours, the sword master and hundreds of soldiers will hunt them down. The protagonist just replies that the king's grace is immeasurable, while thinking that even if a fight happens, they won't lose. They can escape. But that also means war becomes inevitable later, and that's a problem because the hero will start hunting them. At least Kimchi asked them to plant peace, but it looks like this plan to join the community was overconfidence. The system tells him to understand that human kings would attack them sooner or later, and meeting this guy in person is still a good opportunity. A real leader is someone who turns any situation into an opportunity, and he has a family to protect. The protagonist remembers being a little kid and crying and says the system is right. He really has to do whatever it takes to protect them. Suddenly, he stops. Sergei bumps into him, and he tells Hector he wants to see His Majesty one more time. He knows they're trying to kill him, so they probably won't miss the chance to isolate him from the group. Hector looks at him and says, fine. He'll announce him again. Martinez, though, wants to know what Kratos is thinking. Meanwhile, the whole group is outside, completely surrounded. She's standing there confused too, with soldiers all around. When he kneels, the king tells him to say why he came back into that room. The protagonist says the servant told His Majesty a lie. The king tells him to explain, and then he reveals he isn't Kim Jing-soo from the village of the exiles. In truth, he's the leader of the abandoned land and the demon lord, Kratos. The king is shocked that he revealed himself. Hector says he's got nerve admitting it. Marnika tells him to show his true form. Then smoke rises, and the protagonist really lets his horns out. But then the statue outside immediately says it found the demon, and he must be killed. The protagonist just stands there like a final boss. Hector comes up from behind calling him the cursed demon lord, but then Kratos kneels. Hector and the king are surprised he's just staying there like that. The king asks if he came there to die on his own. The protagonist says no. He came there to live. First, he wants to know why His Majesty is so determined to exterminate demons. The king says he doesn't get to ask. It's obvious. They're demons' natural enemies since ancient times. Everyone knows they devour humans and must pay for their sins. Hector moves in to slash him, but the protagonist bows even lower. Hector swings down, but the protagonist rolls away, and Hector smacks his face into the floor. When Hector goes for another strike, the king tells him to stop for a second and let the demon explain himself. The protagonist says this humble demon lord knows 1,000 words wouldn't be enough, but he speaks sincerely and apologizes for the sins committed by their ancestors. He would accept paying for those sins as long as they aren't killed. Marnika says it's shameful. How can the king of a race beg like that? Does he have no pride? Kratos says he has no pride because pride doesn't fill anyone's stomach. And while he thinks the king is acting tough, he knows from the game's records that Marnika is wise and respected. Because of the tyranny and exploitation of the nobles, the people were poor. After the previous king died, Marnika took over and established the law of perfection. Through that, he created abundance and poured resources into every land he passed through. The idea was to build the perfect kingdom, and for that, nobody could go hungry. And the protagonist figures this guy has to understand him because he's going this far. The protagonist says he cultivated and plowed the abandoned land where nothing grew. It was extremely hard to make crops grow, but surprisingly, huge things were born there. The problem is that strange land doesn't allow certain seeds, so almost nothing else is growing. Hector tells the demon to shut up, saying His Majesty would never listen to him, but Marnika tells Hector to be quiet and leave. This is a conversation between kings. The knight is furious, and Marnika tells the demon king to stand up, asking what he truly wants. The protagonist says he wants to obtain seeds through trade with the kingdom. All he wanted most was to save the demons who were starving. The king then says that making any kind of deal with him would be really difficult. He can see in Kratos' eyes that he's genuine, but he also expects Kratos to understand the sincerity of the human king. Does he even know the reason he has to kill all demons? Kratos answers, if you wipe out the demons, you'll gain things like revenge for the past, honor and respect, and control of those lands. But I know King Dior isn't interested in any of that. The real reason is that you're afraid the demons will invade someday and hurt your people. The king just freezes, staring. After a long silence, he tells them to get ready because the conditions will be strict. Hector is in shock, and the protagonist thinks maybe he actually pulled it off. Even if the king sets ridiculously unfair conditions, even if farming becomes harder, it would still be the only way for everyone to have something to eat. And if the result is the end of the demon's suffering, it's a cheap price. The king says that to establish diplomatic relations, there are certain things they'd need to know about each other. But right then, the whole place starts shaking. Hector immediately puts his sword to the protagonist's neck, demanding to know what he set up. And the protagonist says he has no idea what Hector is talking about. Then one of the knights bursts through the door and reports that the statue of the sacred angel is moving and heading their way. Ardenus and all the celestial demons watch it approaching, and the only thing it's thinking is that there's a demon lord there who needs to be killed. That's when the king says the legend was true. Their ancestors feared humans and prayed to God, and God granted a wish, the angel statue, with the power of the angelic throne. The protagonist realizes they've been detected, and that's why the thing is moving. In the same instant, a beam of light hits the statue, forms a halo, and a gigantic hammer appears in its hand. Weirdly, the item even comes with a purchase date, a serial number, and a department label. The king tells Kratos it's a shame, but diplomacy is cancelled. They should leave immediately. The protagonist is furious. His plan was 1 second away from working. The statue keeps walking, smashing everything, while Ardenus wonders what the hell that thing is. The soldiers on the ground say that if the sacred angel is moving, they should capture those demons. Then they hear Kratos up above calling out, telling them to fall back and go that way, and the little bug girl heads toward him while some soldiers pull their spears and attack her. One spear hits her in the butt, and she instantly drops out of her transformed state, collapsing on all fours in pain. The protagonist asks if she's okay. She's crying, saying she got stabbed. He tells her she's fine and that she needs to put everyone on her back and run. But she starts whining, saying a spear went through her but she lost her status and it hurts like crazy. The celestial kings start roasting her, calling her lazy. As Urat says he gets struck by lightning every day, she cries even harder. Then the protagonist feels something and looks back. Now the statue is coming in with a massive hammer swing. Blide, Gaviev, Branda, everyone who sees it is stunned. The protagonist can't understand why it's smashing the ground when they're far away. He tells Artinus they have to get out before that thing keeps destroying everything. Meanwhile, the king is standing at the window thinking something is off about that creature's condition. Hector tells his majesty the demons are running, which is good because it means the angel will follow them. Artinus flies past, and the protagonist calls out to the pale guy telling him to follow the demons. But the creature looks at them and completely ignores them. Now they can't figure out why they aren't being chased. Artinus thinks it's broken because it's old. But the story explains that when humans prayed for the creature, they asked for something that would destroy any and all evil. And the angel thinks demons are evil, so anything evil counts as a demon. It looks at a soldier holding a spear and says that one cheated on his wife, another stole from people, and the guy with the mustache embezzled public money. The evil in that place is overflowing, that it unleashes a sweep of light that destroys the city right down the middle. It would have to kill everyone to purify the region. Hector warns the king to be careful. Still wondering why this is happening, Sergei comments that they aren't being followed. So is that good? Kratos, on the other hand, thinks things just got way more complicated. Coming to this palace was a terrible move for Kutros Dater. Artinus calls to him and says they can't harm humans after what the ancestors did. That would only increase their debt. The protagonist smiles, thinking they're screwed, because if they let that thing destroy everything, the blame will land on them. Future negotiations would become impossible, so there's only one option left. He calls the 4 great generals and says they're going back to destroy that thing. Artinus immediately changes direction and flies straight at the angel while the hammer swing is about to hit the king and Hector. She stretches out her arm and sends her clothing attack to latch onto the hammer's handle, while that spear is still stuck in her butt. The angel yanks, pulling her closer, and she goes flying away, but the king realizes the demons just stopped the attack to protect them. The angel doesn't care and swings again anyway. The king is sure it's over. The blow looks like it lands clean, except the angel's expression changes. It looks at the kid's cape, and the protagonist saved everyone with his friends. The angel tries to strike again, but when it looks to the side, everyone is standing there staring it down. The protagonist turns to Hector and tells him to take that cranky old man somewhere far away and safe. Marnika asks why they came back. They could have been gone by now. The protagonist says even low-level demons know this. It's what humans call doing the right thing. The king turns bright red, practically glowing, and the protagonist is thinking, wow, that line was good. Then the angel's eyes start glowing as it prepares another attack. The protagonist tells everyone to dodge. The laser fires, blows up the ground behind them, and everyone gets thrown around. Sergei says that thing could easily beat even Artinus. So how are they supposed to win? The protagonist says he has no idea, but they'll figure it out. She thinks he's lost it, but the protagonist starts analyzing. With that size and strength, it's not the kind of enemy you beat with brute force. And in the game, this statue ended up destroyed on the ground, which means there's a way to kill it. The angel comes down with a stomp. The protagonist tells everyone to dodge, and they barely make it out. He slides in and tells everyone to start attacking the ankle. Azurat says, fine. Looks like the boss found the weakness. They all rush the leg, but one flick of the foot sends them flying. Azurat says that bastard is way faster than it looks. He asks the demon lord what they're going to do, but Kratos is already far away running, and they just stand there confused. The angel is like something out of Attack on Titan, staring from up high and then slamming a huge hand down, but again everyone escapes. The protagonist thinks his generals are going to have to hold on a little longer. He needs 400 seconds to observe the angel and figure out the weakness. The problem is Sergei is completely wrecked and can't get up, and another attack is coming. Azurat yells for her, but the one who swoops in and saves her is Artinus. Even the Ice Monarch is confused, saying she's always giving Artinus a hard time. So why did she save her? Artinus just says, of course, she saved her. They're still comrades. Sergei gets emotional and starts hugging her with 16 arms, all tangled up, while the angel closes in for another hammer strike, but the queen just beats her wings faster, drops Sergei onto a house, and shoots toward the sky. She stops face to face with the angel, and Kratos knows she pulled that spear out of her butt, but it definitely still hurts. Still, since it's our teens, he believes she can stall the thing for them, then he releases the seal. Instantly, the mask disappears. The angel locks onto him with a golden glare and fires the Cyclops attack, but the queen steadies her voice and sings an impact song into the strike, redirecting it. The angel is stunned, overwhelmed by her energy, stumbles, and crashes to the ground. Everyone cheers, saying she really is the best and she can win. But her throat is already hurting. Since she goes so long without using her power, when she finally does, she's out of practice. The angel's halo starts breaking apart, turns into a laser, and shoots at her. She's forced to turn her outfit into a cloak, but even while tanking it, she gets blasted into a wall. The attack doesn't stop there. It swings toward the trio and explodes between them. Asura realizes that cursed Halo is making up for the fact that the thing is gigantic. But how are they supposed to deal with both at once? That's when he notices Kratos, weirdly climbing up the creature's leg. After observing for 400 seconds, he's decided it has no weakness at all. The angel swings a huge hand, and the protagonist says at least he knows the emergency shutdown method. He keeps speeding up. Artemis tells him to be careful. On another stomp, he slams the ground and activates the spikes of punishment. A hand gets stuck on the spikes, and the angel jerks in pain. The protagonist asks everyone to cover him. He needs to reach the thing's head. The halo attack comes at him, but Artemis throws her clothes out, creates a barrier around the halo, traps it, and forces it off course. The protagonist jumps toward the giant as it comes in, and he grabs onto it. Massive fingers close in on the kid stretched out, looks like he's caught. Ardini screams. Everyone is shocked, but it's exactly what you'd expect. He uses his phasing power and ends up stuck to the thing with his butt hanging out. Ardini has never seen anything like it and doesn't understand. Azurat, Sergei, and even the angel are blushing, wondering why the guy suddenly unequipped everything. The protagonist glitches from the slide, re-equips, and when the angel tries to grab him, he unequips again and slips away. Now the boss loses it, screaming and flailing, trying to get that disgusting thing off him. The protagonist is yelling with this awful face until one of the generals says they need to help him and use the opening to bring it down. Everyone throws themselves at the back of the knee, landing 3 or 4 attacks at the same time, and the creature starts to stumble. At the same time, it's swaying side to side, trying to shake the protagonist off. Asura is freaked out that all 3 hit together, and the creature still didn't fall. Then someone tells them to strike together one more time. It's Hector, saying the kingdom's master swordsman will support them. The halo keeps pulling Artemis, and she starts getting dragged away. But everyone braces and hits the back of the knee together again, and finally the creature buckles and drops to one knee. The protagonist pouts and says he finally made it. With the bloody eye, he's confirmed the way to stop the angel. He leaps in, gives the titan a quick kiss on the cheek, says the bloody eye revealed the human's legend. Artemis is confused, asking if the angel really wanted something like that. Hector tells everyone to be careful, and the angel collapses into the ground. The hammer falls too, starts breaking apart, and the aura disappears. The protagonist celebrates the win. Hector says he'd heard that a sincere kiss calms an angel's fury, but he never imagined the legend was real. As Sword, of course, complains that the idiot should have mentioned the legend earlier. As the protagonist climbs down, he thinks this thing must have been a problem in the game too. Someone knew the legend, did it, and then it got left abandoned. The problem now is it'll be a huge pain to clean up this mess. Hector says it could have been worse when Ardini shows up asking if they really defeated it. The protagonist looks at her and tears into her, telling her she needs to pay more attention. She asks what she did, but before he can answer, the angel starts shaking again, thinking it's a sacred creature that must exterminate demons, and it's going to finish the mission with self-destruction. A flashback kicks in with the angel's story. It was created by ancient humans and gained power through mana, but for a long time it was nothing more than a chunk of stone. Then one day, the celestial kingdoms heard the human's prayer and granted it the true power of an angel, and now it's going to use the power in its chest to blow everything up at once. Sergei asks what the hell it's about to do, and the protagonist says it's obvious that beeping sound means self-destruct. Right away, the protagonist takes off running, telling Artemis to cover him and that glowing thing with her clothes. She's going to ask what he thinks he's doing, and he says they don't have a choice. They're going to have to do that. I'm picturing it. I remember that if he puts all the points into vitality, he becomes immortal. Wasn't that how it worked? We saw an earlier conversation where she asked what he was trying to test. He explained that there's a skill he wants to learn about the demon lord and everyone's busy. She complains saying she's busy too. But the protagonist doesn't care. He wants to use the new skill he got after stopping that attack back then, the one called Accept Everything. If he puts all his nutrients into HP, in theory it should activate. The skill starts absorbing outside attacks while restoring HP and mana, and he needed to know if it was actually good for emergencies, so he had to confirm it. So he puts all the points into stamina, and the system warns that the skill has been activated. Then he tells her to hit him once. She's kind of confused, but he warns her that if she doesn't hit him today, she won't get anything to eat. So she gives him this cute little punch, and he says she's really filthy, that she's useless, that she's gonna starve, and then he decks her right in the mouth. She thinks she hit too hard, but the protagonist is sitting there with his face like he liked it. Like, what is this? He's even licking his lips, saying the more he gets hit, the more his blood sugar goes up. Artemis gets scared on the spot, wondering if the Demon King has that kind of preference. He really was weird and gross, and now he's drooling, telling her to hit harder until he loses consciousness. She says no way. He's a total creep. But he keeps running his mouth, ordering her to attack for real, while she tells the lunatic to back off and starts beating him with a whole combo. The protagonist, though, feels like he just ate French toast with Nutella syrup and strawberries. He grabs her feet, begging for more, and then the people working nearby see him getting thrown away with a face like he's loving it. Whoever did it, he slams into the wall all happy, realizing the skill really does accept any attack. But then Artemis blasts him with her hand. When his eye starts rolling back and blood starts coming out, he says there's a limit to destructive power. At that moment, the sweet taste stops being pleasant, and it looks like that limit depends on Kratos' strength. Running toward the angel's core, he says he won't have a choice. He needed to max everything out, and he starts spending all the points he'd used during all those days of abundance. All the demon's happiness was going to turn into the Lord's strength. Then it starts. Increased mental strength, physical strength, stamina, mental, physical, stamina, points dropping 80%, 70%, and he's left with 127 points. He latches on to the angel's core. Ardini says he's an idiot, but then she starts merging him and the core into one. The protagonist activates root nutrient and has it put everything into stamina while the core starts glowing. He's there enjoying it, saying it's sweet, but in the same instant the feeling changes. Her clothes start getting pierced by the angel's power, and she realizes she won't be able to hold out much longer. Everyone screams, calling for the demon lord. The thing keeps shining. The core starts cracking inside the creature, until suddenly it's like it goes out. Artemis is there with her arm hurting and starts tugging at her clothes, and from the middle of where the orb used to be, Kratos' body drops out. Oh man. Everyone runs over calling his name, but the body hits the ground like a piece of trash. The guy is completely crumbled. Hector asks what happened, and Artemis explains that the power source of that statue was about to self-destruct. And if he hadn't done that, the entire city would have been devoured. All of it was only possible because the Lord managed to stop that attack and absorbed more than half the power. He saved everyone in that city. I trust Kratos so little that I'm thinking this is all an act, but maybe it isn't. Hector asks why the demons went that far. Even if that statue got out of control because of them, they could have just left. Martinez is crying, saying all her lord wants is for nobody else to get hurt except him. I'm not buying it, Everyone says that kind of thing. When someone lies a lot, you stop believing them even when it's true. That's how I feel. Scene changes. The angel is still lying there, destroyed, while the protagonist has been put in a bed. The demons are all around, and Martika says it's been 5 nights. Are they sure the Lord will get up? Artinius explains he was still breathing, but it was strange because demons recover way faster than humans, yet his recovery was really slow. Then the king says the damage reports from that night came in. Countless injured and a lot destroyed, but no deaths. Thanks to the demons who fought the angel statue, everyone was able to escape safely. He wanted to thank them for what they did. Artemis says it's fine. The angel moving is their fault too. The king says even if that's true, they still saved the people, and he won't ignore that since it wasn't their responsibility. Artemis asks if he doesn't know who she is. He says of course he does. She's the Witch of Melody, the one who terrorized the kingdom in previous years, and she says that's right. She's the former demon lord of those evil creatures, and maybe they weren't saved out of kindness. The king shouldn't trust them because he might be getting tricked. Honestly, I still think the king is lying. But Marnika says someone trying to deceive you doesn't have that look or talk like that. Artemis lowers her head, stands up, walks to the king, and kneels, saying that back then, they were so hungry they didn't even know what to do, and she apologizes for invading those lands. I still think they might be lying, but it's kind of sweet. Even the king gets a little emotional and then explains that in the code of the god he serves, there's the law of perfection. It demands that there be perfect abundance and that nobody goes hungry. Only then would the world be perfect. And according to the prophecy of the legend, the Saint of Ten would appear to fulfill that wish. But they can't wait forever. So will the king help make their land fertile? Artemis gets emotional. She really had gotten one step closer to her wish. But then we see Credo sitting in a chair and Zhang Xiao, our protagonist, face to face with him, thanking him. Zhang Xiao doesn't understand, and Credo says, yes, it's him, the real demon Lord Credo, the owner of the body. He explains that he handed his body over to Zhang Xiao and stays asleep in this unknown space. The protagonist steps closer, confused, asking, wait, what do you mean? You're the one who brought me to this world. Gratius explains, no. He doesn't have the power to cross dimensions. He only made the wish, and someone higher up must have heard it and brought him there. Zhang Xiao, confused, asks, hold on. But wasn't your wish to conquer the world and devour humans? Credo says he had the same dream countless times, the nightmare of going insane from hunger and having to devour his own family and people, of needing to invade the humans' land to escape it, but in the end, dying to the celestial paladin. So even though he was a demon, he prayed, wanting to know what the hell he was supposed to do and what the only way was to escape that cursed land. He wanted to live in this vast world with other creatures, and he begged for them to be saved. And that's how he ended up in this situation. Zhang Xiao says he's pretty calm for someone whose body got taken. As a demon king, he should want to live. But sitting there in that place is basically the same as being dead. Credo says it doesn't matter. Zhang Xiao is in his body, and his wish is being fulfilled. And until the end, he was counting on him. Then the system says he protected countless lives from defective products of the heavenly kingdom. The protagonist opens his eyes, and as a reward, the mana seed evolves into a seed. No. Actually, it falls into water and rises up as a sprout. Now his attribute amplification increases 24 times. He can use 100% of the original Kratos vitality. But the protagonist makes an ugly face, saying he doesn't want any of that. The more power the player gets, the harder things become. He wants to stay weak. The system tells him to stop complaining. He's getting a ton of stuff. The foundation of agriculture was strength. The protagonist thinks he just wants to farm. But putting that aside, what was that weird Kratos story? He asks if the system knows anything because he met Kratos in another dimension, but the system explains it's just a message window and has no idea. The protagonist thinks that bastard has some nerve, but then someone next to him calls his name. It's Artemis. With that little teary look she always has, she hugs him so hard she practically crushes him, saying he finally woke up. The protagonist thinks it's weird because everyone is there around him waiting for him to wake up. Asura and Sergo say they weren't waiting for him. They were just standing there because the room is huge and there's space for a lot of people. Ball says they're just saying that, but in psychology we call this type tsundra. The protagonist wakes up, telling him not to start with his lessons. Meanwhile, in the king's room, Hector says Credos woke up. The king asks how many days he was asleep, and Hector says exactly 10. Then the king says the prophecy said, the saint of the 10th would resurrect on the 10th day and lead the law of perfection, and he can't believe that's the person. But the scene goes to the demon king's castle, where the little demon is telling Hartok that a super energetic human is coming. Hartok asks what he means, and the little guy says he not only looks powerful but also kind of crazy. Here comes Kimchi. The problem is nobody has any connection to him, and I thought it wouldn't be an issue. But as soon as Hartok saw him, he screamed that that bastard is insane. Everyone should get ready for battle because that one isn't right in the head. Meanwhile, back in the city, people are tying the angel down on the ground. The castle and everything is still completely wrecked, but some people want to celebrate. The king says that since the demons saved the city, he wants the citizens to know and feel grateful too. Since it all happened in the middle of the night and everyone ran in panic, most people have no idea who actually solved the problem. Credo says it sounds like an interesting idea, but maybe it's not a good one. First, no human in this world would accept demons easily. They might suspect the king is lying, and that would just create more fear and anger. Marnika asks if he really prefers keeping everything secret, even if his achievements are forgotten. He says he didn't do it for credit, and if a select group of people accept them, that's enough. For example, Your Majesty, the king. Mardika gives him a look and gets all red while the protagonist thinks the line landed. He really did learn in college how to suck up to the professor. He's got talent for it. Mardika clears his throat and says even so, they can't pretend nothing happened. The protagonist just says establishing diplomatic relations is enough, but the king insists saying he is Dior, king of Camelon, the one who repays any favor received, and that's his golden rule, and it has to be upheld. His name is Dior Marnica. That's why I sometimes call him Marnica, but I think I'm gonna start calling him Dior. And the protagonist is smiling, saying harvest time has come. Like he fought that giant thing just to play hero. He'd been planting seed after seed to create this moment. Then the protagonist says, well, looks like you didn't ask for anything. You're gonna feel guilty. The king says, yes, he can ask for anything. The protagonist makes a face and says, alright, I'll ask for something simple. I just want the kingdom's treasure, the precious sword of Camelon. The king is clearly shocked and the protagonist thinks that's super useful in the game. It's an item that continuously restores your life when you're on a type of terrain that damages you, and especially it can remove any negative status, including poison. And the scabbard was the best detox item in the world. The plan was to use it to purify the swamp of degradation. He already knows where the sword is. He only needs the scabbard. It's kind of separated. Then the king turns his face away and says, unfortunately, the sword was stolen a long time ago. The protagonist answers that he knows he only wants the scabbard. The king turns away again, saying his ancestors told him to at least protect the scabbard. He looks at the protagonist who's there crying with a sad face. Then the protagonist says, man, sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't know my request was ridiculous. I'm really ignorant. I don't understand how human gratitude works. The king says, no, wait, it's not like that. And the protagonist says, no, it's fine. You kept insisting I asked for something. I wanted something to help my people, but I should have just stayed quiet and not asked for anything else. That's when the king realizes the kid's totally crushed and apologizes, telling him to take good care of the scabbard. The protagonist is smiling, and in the very next panel, he's already being handed the scabbard. With that, all he had to do was grab the sword. He could purify the swamp and create rice paddies. He'd missed eating rice for a long time. Next scene, he tells everyone that tomorrow they're heading back home with supplies and 200 engineers from the kingdom. Artemis points out that if they move in a group that big, the humans are going to notice. And on top of that, some people probably won't be happy about this diplomatic relationship. Asura tells her to stop being so negative, just keep up appearances. But then out of nowhere, Sergei without her helmet, pale elf and all, clings to Artemis and tells Asura to never mistreat her sister again. Wasn't allowed to say anything nasty to her anymore. Is completely confused, while Ball tells him to respect his elders. The protagonist agrees, saying that without Artemis, everyone would have died already. She's standing there all emotional, loving hearing that, and the protagonist tells Ashrat to stop whining just because he was a lantern for a few days. Ball pats him on the shoulder and tells him not to cling to the past, live for today. In the end, he accepts it and apologizes to her. She says it's fine, and she's sorry too for almost killing him that day in the swamp. Then Kratos says what she said makes sense. It's impossible for rumors not to spread. When suddenly the whole room starts shaking, the protagonist wonders if the monster has a second phase. But when he looks out the window, the giant thing is walking around. He immediately tells everyone to get ready to fight. Everyone draws their weapons. The protagonist steps out calling for that bastard, but then his expression changes. The huge creature is just standing there, kind of bowed in front of him, introducing itself as the statue with the power of angels, and it says it wants to apologize for the defect in the Celestial Kingdom's product. Before the protagonist can say anything, Sergei tears into it, saying the idiot doesn't even know how to apologize properly. Bale tells her to calm down, and she says she's just being honest. The statue says the Celestial Kingdom understands how serious this is, and to make up for the damage in the lower world, they'll offer a reward to the demon lord who stopped it and saved countless lives. Because of that, he'll receive the privilege of having the statue now serve Lord Kratos to be used for whatever just purpose he wants. The protagonist is standing there in shock while the angel says the only problem is the core was destroyed, so it won't be that useful. Still, any interference in the lower world goes against the rules. So from now on, it loses its connection to the Celestial Kingdom. Right then, the angel simply tells Kratos it's at his service. Dior notices it's all clear to everyone now, but would people really be grateful to Kratos? Obviously, he figures they won't. A father holding his child wants to know why the demon lord is in the capital and why a holy angel is serving him. So the protagonist says, fine. He's going to give the order he's wanted to give for a long time. Everyone immediately panics and runs, yelling that the demon invasion is starting until the protagonist shouts, ordering that damn statue to fix all the mess it made in the city. The angel lets out a shout and starts gathering up the remains of the houses. People don't really get it. Like, is this really what the demon lord wants? In the crowd, Gavin is thinking that just like he suspected, the demon he saw that day really was Zhang Shao. Next chapter, in the imperial capital. The pale guy is hauling blocks back and forth and everyone's celebrating. Behind him is the protagonist group, thinking he looks kind of embarrassed, like he only did it so they'd survive. Artemis asks if that's really the only reason. He says of course it is. He only did it to score points with the king. He doesn't care about humans. Artemis thinks he's making excuses, and he tells her to stop bothering him. Then Dior tells the whole crowd to listen. The kingdom of Camelon, together with the demons who protected the capital from the great threat, announces that they'll establish a major diplomatic relationship. They'll send engineers to the demons' land to make it fertile and to search for a path toward coexistence. Everyone should salute the departure of the heroes who protected the capital. Kratos watches all this and thinks the pressure is way too much. Sergei tells him to at least smile a little. People are just thanking him. Ardini says he should thank them while looking at their faces. A lot of people look genuinely happy. Humans also feel relieved that there won't be so much tension with demons anymore, and Ardini says if he responds now, he'll earn even more points. I'm scared he's gonna smile and ruin everything. I swear. Yeah. Obviously. And he does smile, gives a demon-style little wave, and instantly, everyone who is celebrating starts getting scared, and the kids start crying. He tells Artemis it was her idea, and now she messed everything up. While she decides she's not even gonna answer, Sergei, who's now always protecting her, hugs her and tells him to stop picking on her. While everyone down below is trash-talking Kratos, Gavin is yelling that Demon Lord Kratos is amazing. The protagonist notices Mr. Azram, and Gavin tells everyone that the one who also saved them back in departure was Demon Lord Kratos. His face is terrifying. He's ugly as hell, but he was more righteous than anyone. Blythe is watching, then throws his arm up shouting Lord Kratos' name, and everyone starts chanting Lord Kratos. Lord Kratos. The protagonist is standing there, kind of confused about what this weird celebration even is. Most people set aside the old demon legends and gave in to gratitude, but not everyone. The engineer's Captain Forkery thinks differently. He says he'll never obey those filthy barbaric demons. Next scene, that Windows wallpaper kind of landscape with the angel and the engineers walking. Forkery tells Magentano he has a question. He knows the guy spent a few days in demon territory. He wants to know what their lives are like, where they live, what they wear. Branda says everything there is really rough. Most clothes are just improvised rags, and since they don't have water to drink, they have even less to wash with. Most houses are just wooden boards and tents. Basically, they don't even have a proper place to cook. Forkery thinks, yeah, they really are a bunch of savages like he imagined. Then from up ahead, the protagonist tells everyone to stop resting. They've walked half the day. It's time to eat. Forkery's expression changes, and the scene cuts to him making a stew. He tastes it and says the seasoning is perfect, spicy, and just the right way. A soldier says, of course it is. Since it's Forkery's recipe, the best cook around. Forkery has this villain look on his face, thinking it's no surprise he was top tier even before joining the army. To him, cooking is the peak of civilization. He glances to the side and sees Ball calmly eating a huge potato. Forkery turns and tells a friend to pass him the miso pepper powder. The guy hands it over and Forkery pours it into the pot, thinking this is the strongest flavor you can find in the kingdom luxury ingredients, and now he's going to give it to that guy. He walks over to Ball and says he'll get sick of eating only potatoes, so he should try this food. Meanwhile, he's thinking these savage demons are going to bow before the taste of his civilization. He's trying to win from an angle he didn't expect, but when Ball takes a bite, his face changes. He drops to the ground and starts rolling around. Forkery tells him to calm down. He doesn't need to roll around from happiness because this is a flavor he's never experienced before. But Bell's got his tongue out and Sir Router asks what happened. He shouldn't waste food like that. Then the next moment, Sir Router is rolling too. Sir Router says it's weird. People who are starving should be grateful for any food. Then she starts rolling too. Forkry thinks these cave idiots just weren't ready for that intense flavor until Artina shows up behind him asking if this is bullying. The captain turns and says, never. His food is just too advanced. There's no poison, so why doesn't she try it? Artina says the human is underestimating demons. Then the next second, she's got her tongue out too. Burning up and rolling on the ground, Forkry says it's a shame. Looks like demons will have to eat what they always eat until someone calls for the captain. When he turns around, Kratos is walking up, saying he wants to know what this flavor is that has everyone losing their minds. Can you try some? The captain thinks he's going to suffer, but the guy is Korean. Koreans love spicy food. They stare each other down, and Forkry says he was going to offer a bowl, but it doesn't seem to suit demons. This is civilized people food. The protagonist smiles, thinking this guy didn't have that nasty look on his face for no reason. He activates the blood eye and sees Forkry's heart is dark, thinking he's going to show these damn barbaric demons the difference in level. The protagonist thinks, this guy fed spicy food to my crew. They're not used to seasoning, so of course it'd be hard to handle. Forkry hands over the bowl, saying if the great demon king wants to try it, he won't refuse. The protagonist takes the jar, thinking there's one detail this guy doesn't know, he's Korean. From a nation obsessed with chili, he asks Forkry if he's ever heard of kimchi. The blonde guy doesn't really get it, while Artemis tells Kratos not to try that. Too late, he starts tipping the jar, and everyone cries out that it's going to be humiliating. Forkry is just waiting for him to freak out, but Kratos keeps drinking it. Forkry doesn't understand. The protagonist empties the jar, smoke coming out of his mouth. Artemis is sitting there with her tongue out crying in shock, and the protagonist out of breath says this is kind of boring. The blonde guy is stunned. He put in double the normal pepper. How is it boring? The protagonist thinks this is like a 7,000 on the heat scale, maybe a bit less than super spicy ramen, and he wants something stronger. Then the system activates Berserker. The protagonist looks to the side, snatches the little container from the guy's hand, opens it, and dumps everything into the soup, while Forkry screams that he'll die like that. But Kratos drinks it again and says, unfortunately, it's still missing something. He asks Forkry what this powder is, and the guy says it's mesquizo pepper. Kratos immediately says he must be grinding the placenta. The placenta is the spiciest part of all. The blonde guy says, obviously, if you leave the placenta in, it becomes impossibly spicy. Kratos smiles and says he just admitted he's weak with spice. The blonde guy doesn't get what that means, but for some reason, he feels humiliated. Then the protagonist walks over to the mesquito pepper cart. The blonde guy tells him not to eat it like that, but the protagonist just takes a bite and the idiot freaks out. For some reason, Kratos is enjoying it, making that little pouty face. The poor guy wonders how this is even possible, then drops to his knees asking how a demon can handle more pepper than a human. The demon leans in and says now that he proved he can eat spicier things, that means he's more civilized, apparently. Forkry realizes it. This bastard knew his plan from the start. Kratos keeps going, saying Forkry standards are weird. It makes no sense to judge people by spice level, especially since the purest form is food that isn't even cooked. If there's a good engineer in his unit who can't eat pepper, does that make him useless? Kratos believes there are useful and useless people in this world. Sure, but Forkry standards are trash. He looks at Artemis and says she looks like a complete idiot who deserves to get scolded, but she's stronger than anyone. She gets all happy at the compliment. He keeps talking. The pale one who looks like she has a virus has a sword faster than light, and that other weird one likes taking care of kids. Plus, the super jack guy is sometimes weirdly smart. And Forkry, even if he's weak with spice, is a good, maybe even the best engineer in the kingdom. And Kratos just needs him to help with this. Forkry is shaken. The demon handled it with class and walks off, still eating the pepper. Then Branda shows up like, Forkry, I get it. You grew up hating demons, but they changed, and we need to change too. It's time to leave the old stories behind and make a new one. Forkry frowns and says, fine. He'll have to teach some dishes that fit their taste. Then the protagonist yells that they're marching back to their land. After a few weeks of marching, they finally get home. But look who's already there doing gardening, Kimchi fully geared up. The protagonist looks over and asks why that guy is here. Next chapter, we see the moment he arrived. Hartok asked what a human was doing so far out and who he was. Kimchi says he came to meet the demon lord. Hartok realized this guy didn't seem to have any hostile intentions, but his clothes were weirdly intimidating. Kimchi just stood there staring until the lizard said it might be that guy, the human who vaporized the Fourth Lord's room back at Magrath Fortress. The human had been torn apart and destroyed with a single strike. Hartak was stunned when he heard that, and Kimchi said he hoped they could understand what happened back then. The Fourth Lord had invaded human lands and tried to attack, going against Kratos' own orders. It was just the outcome of a battle. Hartak got tense again. This guy could still be an enemy. Then he says the Demon Lord is missing and asks what Kimchi's intentions are in wanting to meet Kratos. Kimchi pauses for a second, then says he wants to find out who he is, himself. That is, Hartak doesn't really get it until someone behind them says they know exactly who he is. It's Zephyros saying that guy is the paladin who fell asleep in ancient times, the one who would awaken when demons invaded humans, the nameless hero who would wipe them all out. Hartak starts shaking on the spot. He's heard of that ancient sleeping paladin from the Tower of the Seal, the thing that shows up when the Demon Lord awakens. Nobody knows since when or why he exists, but the legend says all demons would always be exterminated by him. Since demons couldn't enter that tower because of the barrier, they always send someone to keep watch. Even so, one of the strongest among them was completely crushed by some incomprehensible force. Hartak remembers telling Kratos it would be best to find and kill that guy, but the Lord said that if they left him alone, they wouldn't provoke him. So why is he here now? Kimchi asks how they know about him. Zephyros explains that all demons know the legend and that he also knew what he looked like because of reports from the general Kimchi killed. Kimchi asks if that's all he knows, and Zephyros says yes, except for the fact that he knows Kimchi isn't here to fight everyone. Because if they don't harm humans, the paladin won't attack them either. At least that's what the Demon Lord said. Kimchi answers that they can trust that. He just wants to stay there for a while until the Lord comes back. Zephyros asks Hartak what they're going to do since he's standing there staring, but then he drops his powers and says it's fine. He'll allow Kimchi to stay. After Hartak gave permission, Kimchi went to meet Branda's soldiers who were stationed there and said he was counting on everyone. Everybody kept thinking this guy was scarier than any demon. Kimchi, meanwhile, thought it was strange there were humans there, but it was obvious they weren't hostages. Some pharaohs explained they were staying to help with farming. Kimchi had already heard about that, so he asked if he could help too. The demons watching, though, knew that was the ancient paladin who exterminates demons. One looked from him, and everyone trembles and looks away. He glances to the side, and the other demons are all pretending they didn't see him, just continuing their work. Kimchi closes his eyes and starts remembering. Every demon he sees brings back memories of the moments he killed them. He really did kill everyone, even that poor little cheetah, and it looks like Kimchi gets kinda sad. Suddenly, someone calls him Bestika. It's Flute calling him to play. The little dragon flies off and Kimchi watches the two of them having fun and feels down because he remembers perfectly well when she was there, kind of demon-possessed, chasing after her father, and he just showed up and blew her dad apart. She lunged at him and what you'd expect happened. He just stretched out his arm to cut. Now he's in shock seeing the difference, her smiling now versus her screaming with her head being cut off back then. All of a sudden, everyone looks over and Kimchi kneels in front of Flute apologizing, saying he was wrong. He stays there asking for forgiveness while everyone else has no idea what's going on. Next chapter, the protagonist shows up and Kimchi says he came to ask something. He wants to know who he is. The protagonist is confused and says, wait, Hartak and Zephyros didn't tell you. You're the ancient paladin. But Kimchi says he wants to know more than that. The protagonist says, well, you're insanely strong and you're gonna wipe out the demons. And the protagonist is thinking that in the game, there really isn't much more info than that. Kimchi just keeps staring, and the protagonist thinks this guy doesn't have hostile intentions, but he's still terrifying. Then Kimchi starts explaining that he vaguely remembers past lives. Dozens of times he lived a life where he slaughtered demons, but none of it felt like it was his own choice. He never wondered if the demon in front of him had a family or if they even wanted to fight. Those doubts never crossed his mind. He just killed everything, but he doesn't understand why they made him commit that massacre. Who could be cruel enough to do that? Kratos is sitting there in shock, thinking this guy must know he was the player. He already has an idea that he was a character in a game, but there's no way Kimchi has the concept of what a game is. He probably just has a vague sense that he acted under someone else's orders. So what is Kratos supposed to come up with here? If he says he's the hand of fate that ordered the massacres, everything will go wrong. Then Kimchi starts crying, and Kratos says his name is Kim Jong-shao, and that he's someone who came from another world. Kimchi doesn't understand, and the protagonist knows this guy won't attack because of that. The only option right now might be telling the truth. And, apparently, the protagonist tells him everything, because the human is there under the moonlight trying to understand this whole thing about being an invented story, a character in something called a game. He asks, so you're saying I'm something that doesn't really exist? The protagonist explains that maybe he also is something from a story or something else entirely. That's basically breaking reality. Now that you think about it, the protagonist is a character in the story we're reading. Are we characters too? Are we being read? Am I being read? Help. The manhwa narrator who never left his room. No way. I'm not a story. Nobody would write a mess like this. Then Credo says maybe that isn't important since both he and Kimchi are free to make their own choices. They can be the main characters or the background extras. If he can take responsibility and act the right way, that's what he wants to do. So Kimchi is the one who has to answer how he wants to live from now on. Kimchi says he wants to help with farming, but he just stands there thinking about life. Then suddenly someone calls him. Is Flute calling him the crybaby? She walks up telling him to stop crying so much. While Asura thinks that guy is the legendary nameless paladin, Sergei says maybe they should get rid of him at night. He killed the great general with one punch. Asura says maybe they shouldn't pick a fight over a guy who ate his own kind. Maybe it was a good thing that general died. Flute tells Kimchi she heard from the adults that he can kill everyone, and now they're scared. But the demon lord said it won't happen, and she trusts him because he seems like a good person. This is starting to feel like something's going to go wrong because it's going way too smoothly. Kimchi smiles and says, yes, he's a friend of the demon lord, and he's there to help with cultivation. Flute gets all happy, and then they turn around wanting to know if they're a couple. Azurat immediately yells that that's impossible. Demons don't fall in love, and Sergei tells him to shut up. Flute says they're a beautiful couple, and the two of them start tugging at her head. She watches them bickering and laughs, and he starts remembering when he fought Sergei. When she came asking if he was the one who defeated Azurat, she showed up crying saying he'd have to prove his power to the Ice Monarch. He proved it by driving his sword into her chest. She started falling apart saying she hoped to meet Azurat in a life where they wouldn't go hungry. Back in the present, Kimchi asks if there's Sergei and Azurat from the four generals. They say yes, and Kimchi replies that in this life his wish will come true. The two of them don't really understand. Then the scene shifts to the swamp, and Kimchi is walking around there. Kratos said he was going to turn this place into a rice paddy. But since Kimchi doesn't know anything about farming, there's nothing he can do except wait. Suddenly, Light appears beside him, and that eye shows up, asking if Kimchi isn't going to question Kratos about how to use that power. If he became the true sword instead of that ridiculous magic wand, he'd have enormous strength. Kimchi says he's already strong enough and isn't that interested. Besides, wasn't it the eye itself that wanted him to help with farming? The eye says yes. It wants this land to become prosperous because it's the god of abundance, but it's worried about Kimchi. Does he really trust Kratos? Even if it was a game, Kratos was the one who guided him down the path of massacre. Kimchi says he'll keep watching, but the eye tells him to be careful. Kratos will get stronger and stronger, far more than Kimchi imagines. And on the day Kimchi needs power to face that demon, he can count on it, and it will gladly give him that strength. Then the spirit goes back into the wand, and Kimchi is left confused. The scene moves to the next day. The protagonist is ordering them to build housing for all the engineers who'll be staying there. Severus is about to ask something, but the protagonist says they need to follow the first step of cultivating the swamp of degradation. It has to be purified, and for that they need Camelon's precious sword. And from now on, his plan is to steal it. The next chapter starts in the abandoned land in the 4-star area of the Desert of Storms somewhere off in a corner. At the bottom of an underground cliff, there's a guy sitting on a rock. He says his name is Maraj, just some kid from the orc race who are famous for being weak. One day, a human merchant told him to buy the sword and go to the abandoned land. If he defeated the demon lord with it, nobody would ever look down on orcs again. But he took the wrong path and fell into this cliff, and he's never been able to get out. Years have passed, and he says he's starving, begging someone to get him out of there. Anyone would do. Even the demon lord. That's when he hears footsteps behind him, and when he looks back, it's the protagonist walking up. Rosh gets emotional and launches into a speech. My name is Mirage. Of the orc race, I've been trapped here for years. He just won't shut up. If you go, you can say I'm an idiot, but I've been keeping hope deep in my heart. He keeps going. The protagonist just stares at the wall of text and smacks him right in the mouth. Mirage falls, puts a hand on his face, and starts talking again. The protagonist walks up and tells him to talk slowly. From now on, he's forbidden from saying more than 3 sentences. And if he goes past that, he's getting punched. Mirage says he understands. It's just that it's the first time he's been beaten like that, so he's getting used to it. The protagonist says one more sentence, and he's getting hit again. He can't understand why this kid can't hold a normal conversation. Then he says, "Hey kid, hand over that sword on your belt. If you do, I'll get you out of here and give you food." Marush says, "Unfortunately, anything but that." Kratos asks why. Does he want to starve to death down here? And the little orc says, Lala doesn't want to be away from him. Immediately, Kratos is considering killing this guy who named his sword. In the game, it was ridiculously easy to get this thing. You find Marush here. A ton of dialogue floods the screen. You skip all the sequences and kill him. Done. You take the sword and that's it. But here, since it's the real world, in theory you can't just kill him. He's alive, so that plan is off the table. That's why he's going with another plan. He says, "Mirage, if you stay here, you're gonna die. You know that? It'd be better for both of us if you gave me that sword." Mirage says he'll climb up, but Lala isn't into it. The protagonist tells him to shut up and says to hand it over before he gets killed. The kid is already on the ground. He reaches to his waist and grabs the sword, but the sword asks where he thinks he's touching.
Lalabilong stomaroche.
The protagonist is confused about what the hell this thing is saying to him. The sword starts scolding Mirage, telling him not to let that freak touch her. He apologizes, but she says he never keeps his promises. The protagonist grabs the sword and says he doesn't care that it can talk. He needs it for purification. While Marios tries to hold on, the sword replies that if he separates her from Marios, she won't use even 1/10 of her power. Orc asks her to obey him for once. He's hungry, and Flute is gonna get him out of there. Lala keeps complaining, saying it looks like he's trying to leave her now, but he yells back that what he wants is to live. They stay there arguing. She says he's suffocating her, and he apologizes for messing up. Then she starts crying, saying Mirage is acting weird because he's hungry. There's no reason for him to want to leave her like this. He apologizes too, saying that, unfortunately, from now on, each of them is going to live their own life, but the sword answers that it won't accept that. If he's serious, he'd have to let go of her with his own hands. Marash looks scared. He turns to the protagonist and comments that the orc race is weak, but the protagonist says, "Hold on. Let's focus on what matters. If you let go of the sword, will it go looking for a new master?" Lala says that's what happens, but Maros would never have the strength to do it. Wait, so he's too weak to even lift the sword and drop it. Is that it? Then the protagonist says he knows the perfect person to make it happen. The scene cuts to him calling for Ball and saying he's got a special mission.